You guys hearing me okay? That was from 303 Day. Happy 303 Day. Jeez, it's been long. Okay, so yeah, what's up, apes? I assure you this is a AMC GameStop video. Some heavy stuff today. Some heavy stuff. I'm sure you guys, let's see, where are we? Hey, you guys been paying attention to this Silvergate thing? What's up? So, Silvergate was providing FTX and a whole slew of them Fedwire access to our banking system. And there's only other one bank in the United States that offers that, so they're all flocking to that right now, and that's Signature Bank with Signet. So FTX was using Signet as well, and that's how they hacked our markets, is these banks gave them access to our Fedwire, amongst other entities. So I come across this tokenized securities, they're already here, and I'm just going, man, I hate these articles. This is a defeatist article. So right now they're trying to bully our markets. They're trying to bully the SEC. They're trying to bully politicians into putting this into our markets. And I consider this financial terrorism, and I'll show you why. And I've been showing you why. This is financial terrorism. Crypto is financial terrorism, and they're trying to insert it into our markets. And I'm laying my foot down. I'm done with this stuff. Crypto is pure crime. It's valueless. It has no value except for crime. It's all the things that are illegal in our regulated banking system. How about that? So banks created what is the current form of crypto. They serve institutions. Crypto is all the legal shit they're not allowed to do. And I fucking hate it. So they're using it for more than what they're telling you. And obviously, they're using it to steal from everybody. And SEC knows this, DOJ knows this. They're on it. What I'm learning is, like, the Department of Justice and the SEC aren't all empowering, right? Like, they're not gods. This is war. This is financial war. They could lose. So I'm starting to think that awareness might be important on this. Oh, they're not deleted. I just put them in a playlist. I just don't like them up on my front page, you know. I'll share I have a Stonks DD playlist. They're all up in there. All my videos are in there. I'm a musician. These are kind of embarrassing for me. You know, the people that don't know what's going on here, this is kind of tinfoily. But it's not tinfoily. I'll assure you that. This is actually, I mean, some of it, yeah, I don't know. We're figuring it out. Figuring it out together. So let's check it out. Tokenized securities are already here. Already I know who wrote this article. Imagine Wall Street 2.0 stocks, bonds made digital tokens. That's one version of the future, but glimmer can already be seen now. So blah, blah, blah. Circle. Been eyeballing Circle. Who is Circle? Circle is Goldman Sachs crypto. It's their digital bank. They want to be the digital reserve bank for crypto because Goldman Sachs thinks they're so trustworthy. How about that? Yeah, imagine that. So, right, so I whistleblowed Paxos. Paxos is owned by Interactive Brokers. So back about a year and a half ago when I was researching FTX and I was on their site looking at these tokenized stocks, there was a document that mentioned Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers has their dick in all of this. So Interactive Brokers supposedly were the ones that were backing real shares to whatever Swiss German companies with FTX with that whole the fraud and counterfeiting of our stocks, our stock market. So they have Paxos. Goldman Sachs has Circle. They all have one, right? So I do a whistleblower report on Paxos. SEC gives Paxos heat. Binance is going down. Paxos pulls out with their stable coin. So it turns out Circle was the one so Circle analyzes blockchains too. So it turns out Circle is the one that told on Paxos to the SEC. So Paxos is a competitor to Circle. And what are they competing for? They want to compete for CBDC. They want to be the central reserve bank for digital money, for digital dollar. Because there's the whole argument, like nobody trusts the government, so they don't want the government to control it, right? So we're supposed to trust banks. I mean, my opinion, that's all smoke and mirrors. The true product here is the lending system that they're using out of this, the margin system, the lending system. And it's not exactly truthful to the retail public. In fact, I consider it financial terrorism. Because they're not telling anybody. So Circle is going through stuff. See, I got to go back to that original article. It's important. This article is really important. What would make USD coin a tokenized security on-chain representing off-chain assets in the form of money market fund? Money market fund. So I know that they use money market funds in reverse repo. Why it matters. Partnership with BlackRock. So this is a partnership between Goldman Sachs and BlackRock. And we all know who BlackRock is. Okay. That's what this is. I disagree with this. They are securities. We're talking about securities. We're talking about securities fraud. Tokenized stock are securities, and they are used to manipulate the underlying. And I have proven that. We're talking about fraud, securities fraud. So they are wrong. Tokenized stock is being used to manipulate our stock market. And I've proven that on this channel. I'm no longer afraid to say that. I'm saying it louder and louder. Larry Fink says the future is tokenized securities. Coinbase is in on it. Tokenized equities, tokenized stocks. Okay, they're already doing all of it. They're actually already doing it without permission. And that's what I've uncovered. They had a safe harbor. right? So Hester Pierce gave him a safe harbor because honestly, she's a stupid libertarian. So, she was an insert into our regulatory body by the libertarian movement, who's a big part of this. So in this safe harbor, they still had rules. Part of these rules were they had to have a contact page with their, a contact and everything. Most of these crypto products, they're hidden behind anonymous cartoon characters. Okay, so they're breaking that. 2, they're not allowed to exceed a certain amount of money. They break that. 3, they're not allowed to inject it into our traditional markets. They break that. So they break all the safe harbor rules. Also, most of those safe harbor rules were written under the Trump administration. Most of those have expired years ago. Paxos is operating illegally. Again, I have to fucking whistleblower this shit. And I haven't heard back from anybody, and I kind of want my money now. I'm whistleblowing all this crime, and I kind of want my money. Honestly, I'm just angry. Fuck these guys. So let's go back to it. So they're using money market funds to back their stable coin. And then what do they do with this money market fund? Roughly 80% of Circle's USDC reserves are held in Circle Reserve Fund, a money market fund holding a mix of cash and short-term government debt, or T-bills, treasury bills. Okay? It's a $31 billion fund exclusive to Circle. BlackRock manages it and gets paid fees of 0.17, whatever. The reserves are held at Bank New York Mellon. Okay, so this is called custody. This is the big custody issue right now at the SEC and with FTX. FTX had custody and commingled on blah, blah, blah. So these custody banks are allowing these institutions to get away with this. They're saying, we're backing you on this. Now, what are they backing this with? They're backing it with U.S. Treasury bills. They're backing it with money market funds. Between the lines, the counterparty risk, right here, share this goddamn video. The counterparty risk has been changed from the bank to the U.S. government, says Joseph Mannon, chair of private fund formation group at law firm Vedder Price. Otherwise, little has changed for USD coin holders, he adds. What the fuck did I just say right there? What did this guy just say? Joseph Mannon? He just said that all this risk from crypto, because this crypto's fucking, it's a Ponzi scheme. BlackRock and Goldman Sachs just dumped all that fucking risk onto our U.S. government. That's what they just did here. So I'm having a hard time believing that the U.S. government is in on this. I think this is the Fed. I don't know who's doing what deal with who. Did the banks crash? What the fuck is this? I've been calling Department of Justice and SEC for weeks about Homeland Security because crypto hacked our stock market. And I'm catching Goldman Sachs and BlackRock dumping risk from banks onto our government. And good afternoon. Sorry I'm angry. So we solved a couple things here. I was right about reverse repo. We were right about reverse repo. They're making interest off of our fucking treasury on reverse repo. So they're doing this and they're making money from our government from this, from interest payments from reverse repo. They dump the risk. They're making interest. What's the third thing? Reverse repo. Oh, they're washing their books. Okay, reverse repo gives them collateral. They don't get margin called. Okay, So who's doing this fucking deal with reverse repo with these assholes? Who approved this? Why isn't this talked about with the public? What is going on here? No news agencies are talking. Nobody's talking about this. And this is a big fucking deal. I'm a fucking nobody. I'm sorry, I'm angry. This really angers me. This really stresses me out. I have a therapy. I have my very first therapist tomorrow morning. I'm part of ASCAP. It's a music union, and I get a month of free therapy. I get my first fucking therapist tomorrow. I'm fucking excited. How am I supposed to deal with this shit? And nobody's gotten a hold of me. I'm reporting this to authorities, and nobody's talking to me. So to recap, they've hacked our stock market with tokenized securities. Okay, they're bullying our markets, they're bullying our regulators, they're bullying our politicians to insert this into our traditional markets. And they've already done it when they weren't supposed to, and I caught them doing this. So Circle, Goldman Sachs crypto, teamed with BlackRock. They took out their competition Paxos, which is owned by Interactive Brokers, who's involved with the FTX thing. And they want to be the central reserve bank for digital dollar, CBDC. Okay? Then they're going to say that it's mixed with cash and short-term government bills. And they're going to use reverse repo and dump all the risk onto our government, take it off their banks, off their Goldman Sachs, and put it on their government. And then Goldman Sachs is going to be the central reserve bank for digital currency. They're going to be the trusted bank because we trust Goldman Sachs because they earned that trust because they're so fucking trustworthy. I fucking hate these motherfuckers. I'm a fucking millennial. These motherfuckers stole our fucking entire generations of wealth. They stole it from us. I fucking hate these motherfuckers. I can't believe I have to share this video. I hate being angry on camera. It's not cool. If not approved, Circle said it would keep its 20% reserve held in cash with its banking partners. This includes Bank of New York Mellon, Citizens Trust Bank, Customers Bank, Signature Bank, Silvergate. So Silvergate's gone. The only one left in the United States is Signet. I mean, look, we could go like this, Signet, FTX. It's probably in my link somewhere. I have the actual documentation. Shows FTX was using Signet for FedWire, They had access to our banking systems, our traditional markets, with crypto. Crypto's hacked all the time. You don't think those were inside jobs? Jump trading? Sam? Huh? I'm looking at you guys, you motherfuckers. Jump? Kanav? Motherfucker? So let's talk about Jump. Jump trading. Jump Trade is in two lawsuits right now. Okay. Securities fraud and blah, blah, blah. And the other one's fucking RICO charges. I talked to Kanav at Jump Trading about all this shit, tokenized stocks and FTX, and hacking our markets. And what does Jump do? They promote him to CEO of their new branch, Jump Crypto. This was 2 days after I talked to him. Turns out he's good buddies with our buddy at Do Kwon at Terra Labs. Remember Mirror Protocol? The one with all the GameStop and AMC? I have some videos on that. It's on their ledger. So they actually had somebody, I don't know if it's Do or Kanav at this point. Somebody went into their, right, because crypto's the fucking future, right? So they have those DAOs. So it's a staking, right? So whoever owns the most crypto gets the most votes. So somebody went in there and overthrew their voting process with bots. So this is institutional. We don't do bots. Institutions do bots. So somebody went in there, overturned the Mirror Protocol vote to allow AMC and GameStop tokenized assets. Okay, and then this is all somehow wrapped up in the Terra Luna fraud and scam. They had double books. They had off books. They had off public ledger books. Crypto's not the goddamn future. It's the problem. It's crime. It's 100% pure crime. It's institutional crime. It's Bond villain shit. And I proved it. You want to know my name? Jump Trading wants out of the Terraform stablecoin RICO suit. Jump. I don't know what Jump's worth, but I'm worth that. Fuck you, Jump Trading. You're going down. Motherfuckers. Back to Circle. So Circle's saying that, okay, they got this money market fund, and then they say they got cash, right? Their stable coin's totally backed. It's backed by our government now. How great is that? They're going to dump all this goddamn cat shit wrapped in dog shit, and they just goddamn dumped it on my fucking country. Motherfuckers. Okay, so what do they say? They say they're transparent. This guy is the one that said it. Joseph Mannon. Oh, that's simply all that happened here. You cool with that? Where are you from? Chicago? Yeah? Stupid motherfucker. Okay. There it is. That's why we've been seeing reverse repo. If you looked at the reverse repo numbers, Fidelity, they all fucking flooded into this. When we flooded into this shit, man, they had all of our cash and they had it in money market funds. So they put it on the reverse repo where they're making interest. Fidelity just opened a goddamn digital asset branch, is doing business with Virtue and Citadel trust funds in London. They're bypassing regulators in the United States. So I don't trust Fidelity with my shares. Robinhood, guess who handles their crypto side? Jump Trading. Guess who's the number one Doge holder? Jump Trading. Guess who we're figuring out started Shibu? Sam. Jump Trading. And Saboya coin, the Sam coin. All the dog coins, all the meme coins, there's no such thing as a meme coin. You guys know this, right? You know this. There's no goddamn thing. There's no such thing as a meme coin. I need a brick. Jesus Christ, guys. We need more views. I'm sorry I'm angry, but this is important. This is a really important video of mine. I do videos. This one's important. There's no such thing as meme coins. Dogecoin, it's on the ledger. The morning of January 27th, FTX partnered with Ren, a cross-chain bridge. Ren started Ren Doge. That morning, look on the ledger. Ren Doge, Jump Trading, FTX, Alameda, Binance. They're on the ledger. It's wrapped in Ethereum. But I know for a fact that all the shit on FTX is Solana. So they whatever happened on Ethereum is whatever happened on Ethereum. That's all we saw on the ledger. There's a whole nother ledger on Solana. There's a whole nother ledger on Terra Luna. They have multiple copies on every single chain. That's why there's a problem with all these bridges. Wormhole, Circle, Plaid, all these cross-chain bridges, they're able to make counterfeit stock on every single public or private chain they have. These are private chains. These are private ledgers. The Terra one, they had double books. They had the public ledger they showed you, and then they had their private ledger that they were frauding everybody with. Okay, these banks don't even show you their ledgers. Let's go to the Circle transparency page. Here's the link. So this is their transparency. There were recent actions on the SEC Edgar. They did retract a lot of stuff. There is movement, and a lot of people are figuring out that this is bad shit, but not enough. So I thought I took Paxos out. It turns out it was Circle, because, you know, they won't listen to me, even though I'm goddamn right. So if you follow this, it goes to the Circle Reserve Fund, BlackRock. Okay? And you keep following this stuff, and you keep following it. I gotta find it. You get to Atlas Merchant Capital, AMC, Circle. Look at that. So this is it. Atlas Merchant Capital, LLC, is handling the Circle account. Okay. Let me see if I can find you guys the link for that. Other than this one, there's the... If you guys want, oops. So I start looking in the Atlas Merchant account. Credit Opportunities Master. Look at that, AMC Circle. How about that? Like, they try to hide this shit, I swear. I swear, all my research has pointed that they use really fucking sketchy names, and it fucks with, like, the algos. So, like, they did all this crypto products, and they start doing all these ape cryptos, right? Like, we missed all that shit. I was on Twitter during that time. All that shit went right past us. Solana went from like $3 to $300, and they're doing all of our things and all of our slogans. That was all manufactured by Jump and Sam after they had tokenized our assets. I'm starting to worry that they actually tokenized some of our stock and their failure to delivers into NFT products, and they just dumped them on retail. I'm deadly serious, guys. This is big news. And I found that evidence because of this company called Layer Zero. So Layer Zero was started by Citadel and Andrew Horowitz. He's involved, A16Z. And what they found is they can make smart contracts in messages. And they could put messages inside of messages. It's a message. They can just put a message on a blockchain. It doesn't look like a smart contract. It looks just like a normal blockchain message. But it can be anything. It could be a super complex anything. Basically, it's a message. You can put code inside of code inside of code. Okay? So what they were saying is once you wrap an asset on crypto, we found our crypto on Ethereum, wrapped AMC, wrapped GameStop. Once it's wrapped on a chain, you can mirror it, counterfeit on any other connected chain, as long as it sits there, okay? And you can make infinite copies here. You can do whatever the fuck you want on any of these connected chains, and they will affect the underlying, directly and indirectly affecting the underlying, okay? Now, when you have this underlying on Ethereum, is that really the underlying? When that's connected to the Fed wire, connected to our stock market, the underlying is our stock market, okay? So they can make counterfeit shares. You guys got to see this. You guys got to see this. Check this out. T0. T0 bankrupted, right? Did you guys hear about that? I gotta find this. We gotta find this. Give me a sec here. This is kind of big. I gotta find my link. I have a bunch of YouTube links. We're gonna stab at the dark
Market
here.
wizard Larry Benedict is one of the most successful traders you'll ever meet.
Yes.
But he doesn't.
Guys, this is it. So, through my research, I find this company, TradeZero, right? Because they're involved in digital assets and blah, blah, blah. So whenever I find another company, I usually check it out. Okay, so I find this video. Locating hard to borrow stock. So, AMC's been on the Reg Show. So I sent a report to SEC on Reg Show with their own documentation on how criminals use options, and we're seeing activity on our options chain, and we're going to get into that a little more after this, right after this. So this is a topic right now because we're on Reg Show and blah, blah, blah. And shares are hard to borrow, and we've been 100% utility for 10 months because fucking crime, right? So I'm like, okay. So I find TradeZero. They do digital assets, locating hard to borrow stock on their app. So this is for their traders to learn how to use their program. Okay. So, they hire some stock footage.
Locating hard to borrow stock on the Zero Pro.
Right.
Stocks that are hard to borrow must be located before placing a short order.
2017.
To determine if a stock is hard to borrow, type the symbol into your Level 2 screen. If the stock is on the Easy to Borrow list, a letter S will be displayed.
New York Stock
Symbol
Exchange.
GE is on the Easy to Borrow and can be shorted at any time. Symbol SNAP is not and will need to be located. To locate stock, click on Main and locate the shortlist icon.
Okay, we're going to try. It's the short list. We're going to short a hard to borrow stock. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like when you're doing with digital
Enter the
assets.
symbol and share amount your.
Boom. Look at this. T0. And here's all, look at this. Unlimited. Shares? Oh, there's 1,000 shares of GMI. There's 100 shares of GMI. How many shares are this of Hunt and Flex and LPG? Unlimited. That doesn't really look hard to borrow, does it? Does it? That's from 2017. We're on a Reg Show right now, and our stock is supposed to be hard to borrow. And there's programs out there with digital assets that are doing this. Oh, unlimited. You need to borrow a hard to borrow stock on the U.S. stock market? Do you? We got a solution for you. Our clients, Wall Street, has been really demanding digital assets lately. They've just been exploding in popularity with institutions. Yeah. Here's the link. So I want, T0's gone now. He's gone. Remember when he talked to Adam? Remember when T0 was talking to Adam and Adam said, "Fuck off, or you're talking to my lawyers." Adam knew. Okay. So we need to talk about We'll get to propaganda later. I'll get to the propaganda later. God. Apes. Guys, Jesus Christ. So, this is what T0 is doing since 2017 here. You need to find a hard-to-borrow stock on the United States stock market. Well, we have this new product called digital tokenization, digital assets. And here, we got unlimited shares. Unlimited. Okay? So, it's all of them. It's Goldman Sachs. It's JP Morgan. It's Citigroup. It's every fucking single one of them. And they're not supposed to. And they did it anyway. And the SEC's coming down. And they're trying to bully the SEC. And I don't fucking appreciate that. There was a recent report. Gary Gensler was sitting in a room of bankers the other day. I don't know how long ago, maybe a few days ago. I don't know when this was. This was very recent. Because he just passed a bunch of ape proposals, didn't he? And a lady asked him, you know, like, does the industry, does Wall Street like all your proposals that you're doing for retail, for us? And he goes, no, they don't. They don't like it. Wall Street hates them. He goes, I don't care. You know why Gary Gensler doesn't care that Wall Street doesn't like his proposals? Because Gary Gensler's trying to fix our markets. And all they give a fuck about is their goddamn money. He said this. He said this in a goddamn convention room full of bankers. Because he's a motherfucking badass. He's considered the most aggressive regulator in U.S. history. So I don't give a fuck what your feelings are. That's fact. And we'll get to the propaganda later, but that was part of it. I don't like anti-GG propaganda. The guy's like, there's literally nobody else protecting you. Nobody. Nobody. This is what it looks like to borrow hard-to-borrow stock using crypto. So I start figuring this out. You know, my brain's going, this is financial terrorism. This is financial terrorism. So I call, there's an organization for that, not at SEC. SEC handles civil lawsuits. It's like, I want to sue you. Okay, we have Homeland Security. We have CIA. We have FBI. We had a Secret Service who's supposed to handle counterfeits. So we have FinCEN, and they handle financial terrorism. So I call their hotline because I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm fucking angry. I read that article with Goldman Sachs and BlackRock dumping the risk on my government, and that's financial terrorism. So I call FinCEN. Okay, so FinCEN, you want to leave a message? Tell us what institution you're with and what financial. So it's not even for retail or normal investors. It's for institutions. So if you want to report financial terrorism in this country, you have to be an institution. Okay, so I'm trying to report financial terrorism on our institutions. All of them, every single one of them. And they know it. That's why they're freaking out and trying to bully all this stuff in. But guess what? Silvergate's down. It's gone. And I want to, Citadel tried to squeeze that on you guys. They did. I'm glad they got fucked. I'm glad we beat them on that. So Silvergate's gone. The only United States bank left now is Signet. So they're bum rushing that. And they're bum rushing Switzerland, BNB Parabolas. Okay. They're all getting bum rushed. They're probably all getting runs right now. So I'm looking into this Circle, this Atlas Merchant Capital Fund. It's not transparent at all, right? It's a private hedge fund. It's a private trust fund. You go to their Edgar. You look up their Edgar. And of course, they check all the check boxes that say they don't have to report shit. Look, last report was in 2018. Okay. So transparency and stability by Circle that you can trust. No, you can't trust them. You can't trust them at all. That's Goldman Sachs. That's BlackRock. They're not providing the equities they're holding to the SEC. Okay? They're not being transparent about any of it. Okay? And then they're going to hold this money in the reverse repo, and they're just going to suck money out of our goddamn treasury and wash their books with collateral. Okay, they're all doing this. Fidelity, if you look at reverse repo, it's in the billions. It's all-time highs, popped up after meme stocks, right? Been trying to figure it out. I was right. We were right. It's related. It's 100% related. So here they are. They're trying to say, okay, CBDC, money, 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 green, green, green. We want to be that. Goldman Sachs wants to be the central reserve bank for CBDC. And they did, they did a public report on CBDC, the digital dollar. And I'm going to, you guys, if you were to ask, what do you think about CBDC? You're all going to go, fuck it. It's disgusting. It's evil, bad shit. Everybody, all my homies hate CBDC. Everybody hates CBDC. It's evil, bad shit. Okay? When the recession hits and people standing on the corner with the sign saying, I need work for food, okay, they don't have a fucking $1,000 iPhone to get to get scammed with crypto, okay? But these greedy motherfuckers, all they see is money. All they see is we can get crypto apps into millions of customers around the world, and then we can steal from them using these lending protocols that we've developed. And all the shit that they weren't allowed to do after 2008 crash with the Dodd-Frank Act, they're doing in all of these products. How are we doing out there? Yeah. Okay, there's so much. There's just so much. So we've uncovered... There's more too. Hang on, there's more. Okay. Jump and Sam Bankman-Fried did all the meme coins. Okay. 2. Goldman Sachs, Circle. They took out Paxos, their competitor. Paxos is Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers was involved in the tokenization. They claimed to have provided the backing of our securities to that German firm with FTX. They started Paxos. They wanted to be the central reserve bank for digital money. Remember, SEC gave them heat? Turns out Circle called them out. I thought I did. Apparently, they don't listen to me. They listen to Goldman Sachs, right? So Circle called them out, their competitor. So Circle wants to be the central reserve bank for the digital coin. Circle is starting to pull out of some of this stuff. They're retracting some shit with the SEC. Did you guys see that with 0.72? They pulled out. LedgerX, same thing. We'll get to LedgerX. There's so much I got to cover because I haven't been broadcasting. Oh, there goes battery. So, where are we? Yeah. So I really wanted to look into this portfolio, this Atlas Merchant, and I hate that they use the same. They designed this on purpose. AMC. They don't want us to find this shit. But it does lead me to Ken Moelis, right? So Goldman Sachs, I think, bought out this company in like 2020 or something. So he's handling this account. And these are what are called a boutique account. So I think Credit Suisse is doing stuff with this too. So And I can't tell if it's a bad bank, so I'm learning what a bad bank is. So when you have a bunch of dog shit and cat shit and a bunch of risk on your company, and it could take out your whole company. What you do is you start a new company and you just dump all your risk onto that. Like you just start a new bank, you put all your toxic waste in that, and it's called a bad bank. Just that. Yeah, take my phone off silence for one day. Okay, so those are called bad banks. You took all your risk and you dump it into a bank just for it to fucking fail. Okay, and so they're setting these boutique groups, and they're trying to sell. They're looking internationally for buyers, right? And they specialize in risky like debt products and shit. So I'm trying to figure this out, right? So this guy is handling this Atlas Merchant Fund for Circle and BlackRock, right? They're saying it's backed by money, so they got to put money in it, right? And there's a bunch of them. There's the AMC Credit Opportunities Master, SPV. Here's the link if you guys want to check out any of these funds and just see what you can find. So it comes down to this Ken guy. He's a billionaire. He's handling the fund. It turns out Circle sold their app to Voyager Digital. So Voyager Digital went bankrupt in the FTX case, and there's some shit going. We have a judge problem in the United States right now. We have some corrupt judges. I think we have some corrupt judges. So there's this Wiles guy, and he's handling the Voyager bankruptcy. So he's talking shit on the SEC. Let's see. Yeah. So check this out. So Voyager bankrupts, and you got all these people going like, okay, they owe us money. But what we're finding out is that there's crime wrapped up in all this shit. Okay? So they're not stocks. It's not crypto. It's counterfeit stock. Okay? They hacked our stock market with counterfeit. So these assets in all of these bankruptcy cases are crime scenes. They're all crime scenes. So these judges are trying to roll out these bankruptcies while there's an active investigation with active ongoing crime. Okay? So this judge goes, I can't wait anymore for the SEC to figure it out. I'm going to let Voyager sell to Binance. And he even got a talking to from the Department of Justice saying this is a national security concern. National security. This fucking judge, we got a judge problem, guys. You got to vote better. We got a judge problem. This fucking judge approves it. Okay, so we have a national security problem with Binance. Voyager's under active investigation. These assets that are being liquidated to pay back these people that need their money, who are probably under active investigation for being involved in the crime as well. They don't deserve their money if they're criminals. They don't deserve that money if that money is manipulating our stock market. If he's liquidating digital assets and it's dumping our stock, this needs to stop. These assets need to be on hold. So I'm paying very close attention to the FTX bankruptcy because these assets are moving. And what I proved with layer zero is they don't need to move. They want them to stay in place. Once you have an asset in place, you can mirror it across chains, any chains you want. if that's connected to our stock market, you just want it to sit there. And then you can tap into it from any blockchain. You can make a new blockchain tomorrow. I could make a blockchain, call it like Bitfunkle, right? And then I tap into Ethereum on those wrapped assets, and then I can make copies of those assets on my crypto. Okay, you need to find a hard to borrow share? Sure, it's unlimited. You need collateral? Sure. And we haven't talked, and I haven't talked about the burner wallets in a while. Okay, so the other reason why this is financial terrorism is because there's crypto beauty beholder, Goldman. Here's the link. Here's an official report from Goldman Sachs in 2021. And this is it. You have to click this, you read the report. And this was one of the early reports that kicked me off on this whole thing about 2 years ago. 2 years ago. So you go all the way to the bottom, and they have what risks. They have their whole risk section to crypto. And in this risk section, because this was before Goldman Sachs said they were into crypto. So they got these study groups, internal reports about, crypto, that should they get into it more, should they increase their exposure to crypto. So you get to this report, and this report explains exactly what I've been talking about, exactly what we saw with FTX, exactly what we're seeing with all of them. And it has to do with leverage, right? So because it's crypto and it's deregulated, these organizations are over leveraging. FTX was over leveraged 100x at one point until Gary Gensler told them you can't fucking do that, and they brought it down to 10x, which is still ridiculous. So Binance, 10x, 50x. Okay, all of them. Now what happens is significant leverage, blah blah blah. Now what happens is you have these burner wallets, and they're called burner wallets because you have your main funds in your big wallet, and then you put a little bit of funds in this burner wallet because you just don't give a fuck. You could lose it all, you just don't care. It's a burner, right? So if you got high risk shit, you can go on high risk, over leveraged situations, 100x, 50x, over leverage. You're like, I could take on all the risk in the world because I just use a burner wallet. If all that money disappears, it doesn't affect my big wallet. Okay? Does that make sense? So you create these burner wallets. You with me so far? Now they're trying to hide. We have Reg Show. Adam Aaron just got on there. Hey, New York Stock Exchange, what's going on with Reg Show? Okay. So these institutions can take their failure to delivers and mismark them into swap options into these products. Okay. They say it's an ISDA contract, and then that's done in a smart contract, which is crypto now. And I've documented evidence of this, specifically on Solana, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. And they're using options. This is probably a good time to bring up DERiBIT. So this report used these burner wallets. Now you use this high over leverage, you go 100x or whatever. So what that means when you ever leverage like that, like when you get a margin call, right, Robinhood or whoever margin call, if you're over leveraged like that bad, if a price moves just a little bit or the music slows down just a little bit, right? The music slows down, not stops, slows down. That over leverage, you get margin called in a traditional regulated world because of, responsibility and shit. In crypto world, you have a burner wallet and they have an automated algo that just liquidates that burner wallet. The burner wallet gets margin called and liquidated. So what does that do? That brings the price down just a little more. And then 20 other wallets, same thing. They get liquidated and it brings the price down more. And then 100 wallets and then 1,000 wallets. And then you have those major crypto drops. You see them all the time, right? That's what those are. So those are called liquidation events, automated liquidation events. And they're in this Goldman Sachs report. Okay. Now it turns out, if you want to get into the details of that, old school crypto like Bitcoin is so stupid slow that it's like an old computer. You get all these backup orders of wallets liquidating. So when they say yield farming, when you want to make yield, that's what those are. They're liquidating all these long-term stakeholders. Okay. It's a Ponzi scam. So they liquidate all these wallets. It starts a run on the crypto. If it doesn't, so let's talk about this. So Bitcoin is so stupid fucking slow. It's like one transaction every 5 seconds, right? So it gets these runs on the liquidations, and it just dip, and it just crashes till you turn it off, turn it back on, and reset. Okay, and you'll see this. You'll see this in crypto. It'll crash, and you'll see the reset, right? Boom, and you're like, man, if only I could have bought that dip. But there's no way you could have bought that dip because you aren't the institutions. You aren't running the exchanges and shit. Okay, you're like 3 steps away. Okay, they buy the dip every time because they're the ones resetting the system. So Bitcoin's old. It kind of crashes and then it resets, right? Now you got all these brand spanking new cryptos. Solana, Circle, you name it, right? They're fucking fast. They're scalable. Visa wants to work with Circle, and we want to make this like a credit card, a debit card. We want to take your debt. Okay, loan, those so fast that the system doesn't crash. It doesn't reset. It just crashes. Those automated liquidation events don't stop. Okay, they just crash. According to this report, it can take out entire cryptos like Solana or Bitcoin or Ethereum. It can go further and take out entire exchanges. So it can take out an entire crypto like FTT. It can take out an entire exchange like FTX. It can take out any connected market participant or product. So once they insert a crypto into our traditional systems with the Fedwire, with these banks, with Silvergate and Signature and BNB Parabolas and all of them, once they hacked our markets, they inserted this risk into our markets. They could wipe out our entire market in under an hour. Yeah, XRP is involved. XRP is the world banks. So if you watch the activity from the meme stock events, okay, so FTX partnered with Ren. They create Ren Doge. Jump Trading and FTX counterfeit our stocks into tokenized assets, and they send it everywhere. One of the places with Dogecoin, with their meme coin, right? So FTX and Jump Trading created Doge. They're behind that. So they funneled our orders from Robinhood, packaged them into tokenized assets, and then laundered them and wire frauded them into meme cryptos. And I'm saying that right here, right now. Me. I found this. This is financial terrorism. This is crime. Crypto is crime. It is nothing but crime. It is institutional crime. That is all crypto is. It is a Ponzi crypto is institutional crime. And it needs to be banned. It needs to be the fuck away from our markets. 100%. 100%. And I found the proof, and I found all the evidence. I found all of it. I have no fucking doubt. Crypto hacked our stock market. It is a national security risk. It needs to be out. Like now, right now. It needs to be gone. We can't be supporting crypto anymore. Okay, it's not crypto this, crypto that. It needs to be gone. Do you hear me? You guys need to spread the word on this. I'm sorry I sound so angry. It's not helpful to sound so angry. But I am angry. One of the latest things I'm doing, because I'm fucking crazy. So all these cryptocurrencies, they have like white hat hacker sites where you can submit risk and tips because all of them are getting hacked. Surprise, surprise. I think most of them are inside jobs. But so the way they say that crypto is the future is that it regulates itself and that you just turn in your own hacks. So I wanted to put it to the test. So I reached out to about 6 of them. I got a response back from LedgerX, which is a big one for me. They were kind of the nail on the coffin for me on all of this. They were the proof I needed, the absolute proof I needed to know that they actually hacked our stock market. So I sent him a white hat hacker report on his own company saying that I think their company is involved in criminal activity and their specifically their business partners, their owners, the ones that funded them, Citadel, A16Z, Andrew Horowitz, I mentioned Goldman Sachs, etc. And I told them I believe that they're involved in counterfeiting, and I believe their product is helping cover up wire fraud, because typically with wire fraud, you're transporting illegal goods like cross border or whatever from here to there. So what I'm explaining, right? So once they hold our so think about how fucked up this is. So we're finding our assets on Ethereum. Okay. So the layer 0 product allows them to make multiple copies on any connected blockchain, right? So everything I explained. They're able to make infinite copies on any blockchain that's connected. And all the blockchains are connected. So it just means you can have infinite counterfeits once things are tokenized. Once a real asset is tokenized, it's open game for crime. It is. Fuck. So where were we? So I'm explaining this. This is my report to T0. And I explain this. I'm saying, so not only are they helping with wire fraud, but their product is actually covering it up. So if investigators are looking for the movement of assets, right? So when we first looked at tokenized assets, we're like, well, it can't be anything. There's no volume. There's no volume. So it can't be important. So what this proves is that there doesn't need to be volume. They actually want it to just sit there. Custody? Sure. You want a custody bank? Yeah. Yeah, you do. You just want to hold it there. And then once you hold it there, you can make infinite copies cross-chain. Okay? There is no movement. You see what I'm saying? So it's actually covering up wire fraud. It's actually a way to hide wire fraud. That's exactly what that product is. So I think this was yesterday. So I turned this report into the company itself. I go, yeah, so I found a security risk to your company, and this is it. You guys are involved in crime and wire fraud and securities fraud and money laundering and counterfeit. And he didn't reply to me. So I don't know if he forwarded my email to anybody. He's owned by Citadel. He's owned by A16Z. I would hope they're under investigation with the Department of Justice and SEC. And I just don't give a fuck anymore, institutions. They got nothing to take from me. I'm a millennial. I got nothing. They took it all already. I'm not scared of them. I'm not scared of Goldman Sachs. I won't. Have you ever thought of like these settle? You go to court and settle. Like, have you ever thought of like, is there anybody that just like never settled? Like, I don't want to settle with criminals. I want criminals to go to jail. Like, have you ever thought of that? Because all of these institutions aren't trustworthy. They have a long history of criminal activity. So their whole business is built around trust. And they want to be the trusted reserve bank for digital dollar. I don't trust them. None of us trust them. They're criminals. They're known criminals. They're proven criminals. All they do is crime over and over and over. And so we catch them with crime, right, with meme stocks. And they use crypto to hide that crime. And then they go to the regulators and they go to our politicians and they use crypto to say it's the solution for the crime. Of course they say that because it's actually helping them cover it all up. And it's actually helping them commit that crime easier, actually. It just helps them commit the crime, the original crime in the first place, actually. So it not only covering it up, but they're actually continuing it. So that's sick. That's sick. That's psychotic. So regulators, so the SEC is writing out to the industry like, hey, we need suggestions from the industry on how we can fix our markets. And then the markets come back to the SEC and the markets are coming back to Gary Gensler with, here's our solution. And Gary's looking at it and he goes, this is crime. This is what I'm trying to stop. And you guys are obviously just handing me the exact thing I'm trying to stop and trying to tell me that's the solution. And I'm telling you, this is happening. It's sick. These banks are sick. So Gary sat in this room, and when they said, do they like your regulations? Does Wall Street like your regulations? Gary goes, no. He's got balls. He goes, no, they don't like it, and I don't care. All they care about is their money. Gary's trying to fix markets. He's trying to protect us, and I know that. His actions prove it. His actions prove it. His words prove it. So, I'm sorry if I'm ranting a lot on this. It's funny because there's so much data. So jump trading's in 2 lawsuits. One of them's up for RICO. The judge did not dismiss that case. I like that judge. You get back to the FTX thing. That judge wouldn't allow an external what didn't he allow? Sketch as fuck. I don't like that judge. So we can get into the FTX bankruptcy a little bit. Sullivan so I talked to FTX about 2 years ago. I messaged Brett Harrison. It was the only one I got a hold of. This was like a week before I talked to Kanav at Jump. And I tell him all this shit. I'm like, God. So I find all this information and I'm going, oh my God. FTX and Robinhood and Solana, I think that's all I knew at the time, had frauded us. They hacked, they tokenized our stock. And I found this through this options reg show research I did. So that's how I found FTX. I didn't know who FTX was until I researched RegShow. So Adam Aaron's asking about RegShow right now. That's how I found FTX. That's how I found Solana. They didn't want us to find Solana, and I think they worked with social media to do that. I do. And I think Elon may be involved. Elon called Vlad. They set up Ren Doge. They wired, frauded all of the counterfeit to Doge, and then Elon was interested in the events, and he called Vlad, which was on the Robinhood jump side. So yeah. And so I am curious about Twitter, because I was banned from Twitter, and I'm mostly an AMC ape, and I'm mostly, pro Gary Gensler, and I don't like fascist dictators. So it is interesting that a fascist dictator banned me from the platform for catching on to Doge and jump trading. So, oh yeah, so my live streams, I put them in a playlist. I just take them off my front page. I just don't like them on the front page. I like to send people here for my music sometimes. They don't know this side of it. They don't know this about my life. And if they did, they wouldn't know what we're talking about. And that doesn't really make me feel comfortable with people I know. Oh, sorry. What's the comment? Is the filing I need to see? Okay, so maybe I should stop ranting. I can post more evidence and just research here. So let's talk about DERiBIT again. So what is DERiBIT? They're options and futures, derivatives. So when we caught them not backing our assets with stock, like Interactive Brokers said they were, they're like, oh, no, they're derivatives. So the SEC doesn't have authority, CFTC does. So you see how snaky they are. They're obviously securities. So this falls not only under the SEC, but Homeland Security. Because CFTC is compromised. And actually, I think it was, right? So the new lady, she's cool with CFTC, just proved, so I was right about the New York Stock Exchange hack. Ion Markets, it was digital assets. So how about that? We called that too. So we're like, what, 5 for 5 now? I'm not a fortune teller, guys. I called the FTX crash. I've been right on all of this. So let's check out DERiBIT. They handle 100% of Solana options. So if they're hiding their FTDs into these products, they're doing it on the options, right? ISDA contracts, options. This is in the SEC reports. Is it SEC options? Is it RegShow? No, it's the other one. But they talk about how they hide their FTDs using options. So that's how I found FTX. That's how I found Solana. And look at this. It's all of it. 100% of the market share goes through DERiBIT. So there's no question. DERiBIT is the one that's funneling this crime. Look at that. 97% of Ethereum options, 90% of, and so again, and so this activity, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars in this market, this specific market. That's not retail, that's institutions. So that tells me that roughly over 90% of institutions are using DERiBIT to commit crime right now, from my research. Okay, so it took me, I don't know, like 5 seconds. DERiBIT, I might need to find, let me see. Let me see if I got my link real quick. Here we are. I can't believe I found that. Etherscan. DERiBIT hot wallet sent 2 million to Alameda Research. What? This was when the whole crash happened. So somebody called this out. Am I going to find it? As mentioned previously, Alameda had no large or risky position on our platform, right? They were just holding it. Liquidators closed their positions and withdrew the collateral as part of their due process to obtain all of FTX. And yes, I did find documentation. Ray handled this transfer. Ray at FTX handled this transfer on DERiBITs of $2.5 million to Alameda. And that is significant. So Sullivan handled the Ledger X acquisition. This was a few weeks after I warned Brett Harrison about Ledger X. And I warned him about Ledger X because Ledger X was approved by Heath Tarbert when Republicans infiltrated our regulatory body. And they put a bunch of deregulators into our regulatory body, and they rolled back a bunch of regulations. One of those people was Heath Tarbert. He's now at Citadel. So Heath Tarbert, when he was at the CFTC, he approved Ledger X. And Ledger X is the only company in the United States that is approved for perpetual swaps. And this is significant because, you know, we caught them with RegShow and mismarking their FTDs into swaps, and we're like, oh, well, they're going to roll over, and we'd watch, and they'd roll over, and then it stopped. And that's because of perpetual swaps. They never roll over. They're in all perpetuity. So getting back to layer 0, as long as those assets are held in all perpetuity in Ledger X and are connected to this crypto market, they will have full access to that underlying to manipulate it. So as long as Ledger X is alive and holds assets in all perpetuity, linking these markets, there is a security risk. And I consider it a giant atom bomb because we don't know how big Ledger X is. The judge won't let the Department of Justice have access. And I don't trust the CFTC or Benham. And I don't trust Ray, because Ray was appointed by Sullivan. Sullivan handled the Ledger X transaction, and the judge, despite Department of Justice warnings, politicians' warnings, and lawyer warnings, allowed Sullivan to represent FTX in this bankruptcy case. So I believe Sullivan is covering up the crime still. And I believe Ledger X is involved in this. I don't believe Ledger X is clean at all. I can pretty confidently say this. I actually warned Brett Harrison about this, and then he did exactly what I told him not to do. Same with Kanavit jump trading. So, so there was two ways I could approach them, right? Like, so I could have called FTX and I could be like, "You guys are committing crimes," kind of like what I did to Layer Zero the other day, right? I wanted $1 million for my reward, by the way, for Layer Zero. I told them they were criminals, and I said, "Okay, I want $1 million for telling you the risk to your company." I did that yesterday. So I kind of did the same because I learned this from myself with FTX. So I could have gone to FTX and been like, "You guys are committing crime and counterfeiting," but instead, I'll go, "Okay, you know, according to 2008, when there was all this cat shit and dog shit, like, you know, just dump it, get rid of it. You know, Kevin Spacey, his team, they had to get rid of their toxic shit. So that means there was a chance, there was a possibility that FTX could have been a victim. There was a possibility. So what I decided to approach him, because I played dumb, right? So I approached him and I said, you know, but I mean, I'm testing the waters. So I approached him, I said, "Look, I think there's a risk to FTX. I think there's a counterparty that's trying to sabotage your business with this product. They're mismarking FTDs and swaps into options into your tokenized assets. And so this millionaire, this guy worth millions of dollars, he's the CEO of US Binance, reaches back to me on Twitter and says, "Go on." So that means I was onto something. And so I have a discussion with Brett Harrison over the oncoming days, and I explained to him how I think Robinhood tokenized our assets and dumped all this risk onto FTX, and I think they're going to try to bankrupt FTX. Okay. And I go, and furthermore, this Tarbert guy approves Ledger X, and they're trying to get into this space, and I'm really worried that they're going to try to hide all this shit in all perpetuity and do these perp swaps on Ledger X. So this happened 2 years ago. I did this with Brett Harrison at FTX. If any regulators or authorities are watching this. And so this was my thing, right? So I go, look, instead of accusing FTX, instead of being angry, because that's how I found them, I thought they were committing crime against me, and it turns out they were. I said, look, I think somebody's trying to take you out. I think they're trying to dump all this risk on you, and I think they're going to try to take you out. So he asked me, he's like, he wanted to know more, because I was obviously right, and that's obviously what happened to FTX. Because Binance ended up doing that, right? Binance started the run. Binance knew what these assets were. They both knew what these assets were. I mean, there's no secret. FTX knew it, Binance knew. But Binance knew what these assets were, and Binance started the run. So Binance threw them under the rug. That's exactly what I told Brett was going to happen. But I told Brett to stay away from Ledger X because it would be used for these nefarious activities. But instead of listening to me, he and Sullivan, the law firm involved in this bankruptcy, they acquired Ledger X just a few weeks after I told him he shouldn't. So he knowingly committed that crime because he knew it was a crime because I told him it was a crime, and then he did it. And I'm here, and I would love to testify publicly to the world. And I believe him and that Scarborough sketch fuck guy are doing a convention in Florida in April to sell the truth about what happened at FTX. So the fact that that guy's not in prison yet is kind of unbelievable. But if any authorities want to talk to me, I've been trying to reach you for months, for years actually. Okay, let's keep going. So I called FinCEN yesterday. They handle financial terrorism because I basically proved that Goldman Sachs did a report and they found out that there's systemic risk in all these products. And then they jumped in the products. That's on them. They want that risk. That's fine. I don't care for Goldman Sachs. They can wipe themselves out, and they should. because they're not trustworthy of the criminals. Instead of that, they put it in a money market fund, and they work with, I believe, the Fed. So I'm actually starting to question the Fed and JPAL. And I'll say it, this might go to Fed and JPAL at this point. And I'm not certain on this part of it yet, but that's where this is leading. So it looks like, because he actually helped them roll back the Volcker rule. So when the Republicans had the SEC, and when the Republicans had the CFTC, and when the Republicans had the OCC, they rolled back a bunch of rules, and part of that was with the Fed and the Volcker rule, and that has to do with banks being able to do deals with hedge funds and all this sketchy money. And then again, with Circle and all these guys kind of gearing up for the CBDC, that means they're talking to the Fed. These reverse repo deals, they had to get permission from the reverse side of that deal, so that means that the deal was approved. So somebody allowed Goldman Sachs to convert all of this risk onto the Treasury. So naturally, because I read that report, because I know that Goldman Sachs knows that that's systemic risk, and that they dump that systemic risk on my country, I call FinCEN because they're a financial terrorist. They're our financial terrorist organization, and I haven't heard back from them. I called them twice. I called them yesterday. I called them today. I've called Homeland Security, I've called SEC, I've called FINRA, I've called CFTC, I've called FinCEN. I've called these companies, I've called the criminals. I've called the criminals, and I've told the criminals I know what they're doing. I'm calling firms now to tell them I have tips on the industry. I've called newspapers. No, the SEC isn't complicit, dick. Who are you? Owning the float? No, the SEC is not complicit. SEC is the only one fighting for you. You're drinking the Kool-Aid, and I don't appreciate that on my channel. So I don't want to see that again. That's strike number 1 for you, float. That's not what facts show. Okay, CFTC, on the other hand, they got problems. I like the new lady. And yeah, so she, and I just saw this in passing. Let's try to see if we can find it. So all this crime I just pointed out to you, I want to point out, so CFTC met with FTX like over 8 times. They had a big meeting. They were days away from handing FTX the keys to our commodities market. That's our food, that's our metals, that's our wood, essentials. CFTC almost handed our commodities market to FTX. They were this close. I watched that meeting in full. I watched it all. And it was for show. They were going through the motions saying they were listening, and they were just obviously in the pocket of FTX. At the very, very end, you had a couple people like me explaining the systemic risk, saying that this could crash our entire system. And the CFTC, Benham, and all of them, they didn't care if it crashed our entire system. And that's in a public meeting. So if you want to be angry at an organization, be angry at the CFTC. Gary Gensler and SEC are not your enemy, and you're drinking the hedgy Kool-Aid. Yeah. Did I call him a name? I don't know if I called him a name. I don't really care. Get lost. I don't like to call people names. I apologize. I don't want to call names. I don't think I did. Maybe I did. I'm angry. I don't appreciate that propaganda here. I haven't got to the propaganda bit. We haven't got to the propaganda because you guys are going to be touchy on that. You guys are going to be sensitive on that. You're going to be sensitive to my propaganda bit. I'm saving that for last. Yeah, your message is retracted. Do your DD. SEC's the only one fighting for you, dude. I won't call you names anymore, but don't spread that propaganda on my channel. My whole channel is pointing out how SEC is your friend. And I'm proving it with facts, not fucking emotion or propaganda. I don't appreciate I meant Republican propaganda on my channel dissing the SEC, because it is Republican propaganda. They love doing this thing where they turn the one thing helping you into your fucking enemy. It's like their rule book. And I actually found an advertising agency tied to some of these companies, and they play off that stuff. So, I'm checking out this Atlas fund. I don't remember a name call. I may be angry, but I didn't call the name. It's just typical fucking Republican propaganda with Republican response. So I check out this fund, and I check out the guy who's taken control of it, and it's this mogul, this billionaire mogul, Ken Moelis. And there's one article that mentions AMC and GameStop with this guy, and he has 3 sons. Can we try to find that article? Yeah, so they mention it here. When was this? June 21. So this guy who's now handling the Circle fund for BlackRock and Goldman Sachs with the reverse repo. So he's got some kids, Jordan, Corey, and Adam, and they've been sending messages about GameStop and AMC, so I wanted to look into this. And it turns out one owns a hedge fund, one owns a VC firm, and one owns fintech, which means crypto. So this is very interesting, because here we got a billionaire mogul who's handling the actual funds that are trying to become our future CBDC, right? They want to be, the Goldman Sachs and Circle wanted to be the central reserve for the stable coin. And Ken Moelis was in charge of this boutique fund to find fundraising. And he's got 3 sons, and his 3 sons are texting him about our stocks. So we've gone full circle here. I found this guy because of crime related to AMC and GameStop, and apparently his kids are texting him about it. And what's really interesting about this is they own a hedge fund, a VC firm, and a crypto. So they're kind of sprawled. Between the 4 of them, they're sprawled all across the industry. He's a big mogul. Hedge fund, private fund, VC firm. They buy into startups like crypto. So I start checking into naturally start checking into them. The most interesting, of course, is the digital asset one, Yada. So this is this guy's kid. And I go in here and I try to find out what it's backed by, because they're going to be backed by a blockchain. And it turns out it's held by what blockchain is that? It's held by Synapse. So I find this article with Pancake Pathath of Synapse. And if you go down here, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN. Okay, guys, I just called today and yesterday about financial terrorism because of Goldman Sachs and digital assets. I find this guy's the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, the federal body responsible for monitoring financial crimes and illicit activity, may argue that this approach of tokenized stock would give the world access to the U.S. banking system, a dangerous power to hand over into quote-unquote democratize. That's not what that means. However, we finally have the technology, blah, blah, blah. So I want to point this guy, I don't know if that's him or not. This guy, the founder of Synapse, a blockchain, is recognizing the fact that FinCEN, our Financial Crimes Enforcement Agency, considers these products financial crimes and illicit activity and financial terrorism. It's in fucking writing. These guys, they're idiots. They're idiots. They don't know what the products they don't know the products they have and what they mean in the traditional world. They don't know what they're providing institutions. They don't know the crimes that they're involved. They know, apparently they do know the crimes that they're involved with, and they think it's okay. They think that their products fix it. Their products are it. Reverse split? Oh, fuck, I'm voting yes, 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 yes. So if you saw earlier, I just proved that T0 was providing unlimited hard-to-borrow stock using tokenized assets. Adam knew this. Okay? Adam's not your enemy. Let's get into propaganda. Let's get into the propaganda. You guys have been attacking Gary Gensler. You guys have been attacking Adam Aaron. Who's the guy that did the interview with GG? What's his name? The guy that he's been like super awesome this whole time. You guys are attacking him. Okay. Why are you attacking good people? Why would you think AA is your enemy? Why would you think Gary Gensler is your enemy? He's out there fighting for us. Why would you think that? Huh? You guys, yeah, Dave Lauer. Dave Lauer's a good guy. He's a really good guy. He's put a lot of effort into this. He's done some really momentous things. He's amazing. That guy's amazing. And you guys are attacking him? You think that's okay? You think that type of propaganda is okay? You think... I don't know where you guys are getting your information, but you should check it. No, he's not. Lauer's a good guy. And he's calling out amazing stuff. And he's got some insights. He worked in the belly of the beast. He knows shit. Okay, and he's calling it out. That's amazing. He's got balls. Gary Gensler and Lauer have fucking balls. They're taking on. Do you realize who they're taking on? They're taking them on head on. So I don't care what little thing, oh, I wish he said, blue instead of turquoise. So what? If that doesn't make him an enemy, it doesn't make him a bad guy. I don't like this. So this propaganda, I've seen it before. And I know this propaganda because I'm a Democrat. And this is a Republican tactic. They take something that's actually good for you and fighting for you, and they turn it into an enemy. And I'm calling this out right here. How many, I want to raise of hands. If you're anti-GG, are you Republican? Ask yourself that. Was your source Republican? We had a meme stock report. Democrats put out a meme stock report. It pointed out all the crime. They pointed out all the text messages. They showed collusion between Robinhood, DTCC, Citadel, etc. There was a report right after that. Do you guys know about that report? I bet you don't. Who's the party of deregulation? Who wants deregulation? What's the party? They campaign on it. This is public record with our government, because our government rocks. They have to make this public record. They have to show this. So that, you know, we get to see this and we get to make educated decisions. Republicans correct the record regarding meme stock event on January 2nd. So they call us crazy. They call the report crazy. They protect Wall Street. They protect payment for order flow. Okay. So these are the same guys that are attacking Gary Gensler and the SEC. These are the same guys that are promoting tokenized assets. These are the same guys that are trying to get CFTC to have control over it. Okay. So I'm not hiding it anymore. Republicans are anti-ape. They put it right here in writing. It's right here. Here's the link. Okay. So deregulation is a Republican thing. Crypto is so all the things that are illegal for our banks and our institutions are in crypto, and that's because and they designed it. All the things they're not allowed to do from Dodd-Frank, which Gary helped write, by the way. Which they rolled back. And I can show you those videos. Tarbert's at Citadel. He was appointed by Trump, rolled back this stuff, approved LedgerX, approved foreign swaps reporting. He's at Citadel. Brian Quintenz, he was at CFTC. He's now at A16 with Andrew Horowitz, who's the guy that interviewed Ken Griffin. And he's involved in all of this. He also funded Circle. No, they're not all corrupt. That's also a Republican thing. Oh, both sides. No, I'm a proud Democrat. Democrats did the meme stock report, and that's very helpful for apes. They called out the crime. They provided that information for us. It's part of government public record. The Democrat House Committee meme stock report. I'm very proud of them. Both sides aren't bad. Okay, I vote blue and I vote Democrat. I'm very proud of my Democrat representatives, and a both sides argument is Republican propaganda. And I'm hitting this head on right now because I'm talking about propaganda. We're talking about propaganda right now, and what we're seeing right here. This is Russia. I don't know if it's Russian yet. This is Republican propaganda. They're anti-GG propaganda. They're pro-crypto propaganda. They're deregulatory propaganda. And the Libertarian Party is a big part of this too, so they kind of commandeer. In the Republicans' defense, they were kind of taken over by the Libertarians. But that's just because the whole party's just gone like off the deep end crazy. They're letting extremists in, so the Libertarian movement are extremists. They're extremist deregulators. So in Republicans' defense, they were taken over by the Libertarians. That's as much as you're going to get out of me from that. But the Libertarians were created by the Kochs. So the Kochs created the Tea Party movement, but then that kind of like Frankensteined on him, and he didn't have control over them. So he started the Libertarians. And the Libertarians are useful for this movement for several reasons. So one, they claim it's a philosophy, but it's not a philosophy. So philosophies don't talk about oil industry and shit. That's an institution wrote this. And then, so they claim it's a philosophy, and then what they're doing is they're inserting, they're paying professors in red state universities to spread libertarian propaganda. So that's where people like Hester Pierce's come from. So she might believe what she says because she's actually just gone through the libertarian propaganda machine. And it's actually my biggest concern with GameStop and Ryan Cohen. So I have big concerns with GameStop inserting themselves into the crypto business because I've just proven that crypto is financial terrorism. And Brian Cohen, in his last interview, he actually did come forward, and I kind of figured this out by then, just from what he was saying, because it's obvious, because it's a very narrow extremist party, the libertarian movement. So he came forward and said he's a libertarian. I think that's unfortunate. I'm not selling it ever. I'm going to see how this plays. But for me, that was really unfortunate for me to find out that Ryan Cohen was a libertarian, because that's a big part of this. That's what Hester Pierce is. She's a libertarian. And then they inserted over 44 libertarian members into Trump's cabinet. So Trump's reign was a libertarian reign, right? So they took over. It was called, it was regulatory capture. And I've been saying that on this channel. Dude, GG passing 5 proposals to fuck hedgies is good. That's what matters. I don't give a fuck about your fucking... I'm sorry. Bring it down. So there was a protest on the SEC, right? So that guy, he's a Republican. He hates Gary. He drinks the propaganda, right? So he started a protest on SEC. I was really nervous. I thought it was a bad idea, because from what I've learned over the Trump reign is that protests are dangerous because they insert nefarious characters into to start rousal. And we're dealing with the finance industry, and they have unlimited financial resources. So the less we can, the further away we can get away from physical intercourse with these criminals, the better. And so I was a little nervous about the march on SEC. In retrospect, I'm really proud and happy that it went well, and because it's an American right to protest. They had every right to go to the SEC and protest, and I'm actually really proud of that, because we actually have that right in America to do that. It's free speech, and that's actually something to be proud of. And I'm really glad they did that. I learned my lesson. But the lesson they should learn from that protest is that SEC that day, while they were outside, SEC passed the conflict of interest proposal. So the SEC is going, hey, look, we're listening. You're outside. Here. Look. They're responding in the only way they can, and that's by doing their job. And so, okay, so we marched SEC. You're angry at the SEC. You're angry at Gary Gensler. You marched it. You protested. Guess what? SEC just passed 5 proposals for us to protect us. Everything we've been screaming and kicking and yelling, they just proposed it. So make your public comments. Get on the SEC site. Support them. Help them. Support those proposals. Tell the SEC why they're right into passing that. That's why Lauer is good. That's why you shouldn't be attacking Lauer. Why would... The only people that want you to attack Gary Gensler and Lauer right now are the ones that don't want these proposals to pass. So, stop it. Stop harassing and drinking propaganda on the very people that are helping you. They're helping you. So SEC who else is helping you? Tell me, who else? Is there another organization out there helping you? No, there isn't. We have the Department of Justice, because there's crime involved now. Okay, but when it comes to market structure and actually fixing this for the future, that's the SEC. And if you do research, the CFTC side, they're self-regulatory, SRO. They've been kind of they've been compromised. PHFAM, no good. Okay. So stop doing Twitter. Stop doing I'm showing news articles, but they don't have any opinion. They're mostly, if they are opinion, it is propaganda. It's usually pro. If you notice, all the opinion in these articles I put up is propaganda. It's all pro digital tokens, propaganda. But the actual information behind there I'm reading, like who's merging with who's buying who. That's the information I'm extracting out of these articles. But if you notice, all the opinion in these articles is straight propaganda for crime. Have you noticed that? Yeah, swaps. So, yeah, we're retail. If you buy a company, support your company. If you don't support your company, maybe don't own that stock. Yeah, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't want you. If you don't support our company. And that was paper hands too. I don't want paper hands. I don't care for paper hands, and I don't care for people that don't support my company. Honestly, if you're not going to help, you're in the way. So I absolutely 100% support Adam Aaron. He knew about T0, and in this video right here, about half an hour ago, I proved that Adam was right. T0, where's that link? Did you guys see that earlier? Did we watch that video here? Where was it?
Technology shifted.
Oh, there's the circle guy. This is if you guys want to see more about how crazy these guys are.
In the financial system, and so it sort of puts you.
Okay, so this is Circle, and like I said, they're positioning themselves to be the central bank for digital dollar, CBDC, and he's talking. He's talking to Goldman Sachs.
In a pretty interesting place at the intersection of technology and finance, probably more so than it has existed in the past.
Absolutely. And I think that's really an interesting kind of angle, because I think we're still so nascent in the development of this marketplace. But as I kind of take a step back and I look at our business, there are kind of, I'd say, two kind of key aspects to it. There's the part of the business that's driven by our clients. And so we have a crypto side to the business, which, naturally is trading, lending, content.
Okay. So right there, his clients aren't retail. That's not us. That's institutions, that's Wall Street. And their demand for the last couple of years is everything I've pointed out. It's all this crime. It's crypto assets and lending. They're abusing crypto to commit crime surrounding lending and our securities. And that's what we've uncovered in this channel over the last 2 years. And over the last 2 years, Republican propaganda has been a part of that. By the way, I wrote FTX. FTX wrote all of our politicians in government and told them to return the criminal funds to FTX, or they will be exposed in the bankruptcy. Now, this is a really interesting play. One, they could be covering up crime, right? So quick, give us the money back and it won't be exposed publicly in this bankruptcy. And I'm leaning on that camp because Sullivan and Ray are handling this bankruptcy. They say they're working with DOJ, and I have doubts because the DOJ wrote the judge and said they didn't have access to Ledger X. So that means somebody isn't working with the Department of Justice. They're not giving them access. I suspect Ledger X to be the central point of swaps and all this crime and all this toxic sludge. I think it's an atom bomb on our markets. And I think Sullivan is not giving our Department of Justice access to that data. And I think CFTC is not being truthful either. So there was one or two Democrats, and they were part of what's called the Blockchain 8. But that's not a unified party. So that is, know the difference. But there is what's called the Blockchain 8. So they were obviously 8 congressmen that were paid off by crypto. I think it was 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans. And at the FTX hearing, the 2 Democrats were figuring out, they figured out they kind of got fucked, they got duped. So they were kind of questioning the whole crypto thing at that point. And they admitted that, which takes a lot of guts, in my opinion, to say you could have been wrong. And I think it takes a lot of guts to say you could have been wrong. So if you watch the important date, which was the second FTX trial, actually they're both important if you watch all the FTX trials with our House Finance Committee and the House Banking Committee. Again, a lot of this comes down to this Circle and Atlas Merchant Capital account, I think. AMC Circle, AMC Apple, AMC Credit, Opportunities Master Fund, Atlas Merchant Capital, AMC Cotton, Atlas Merchant Capital. So they claim to be the collateralized assets backing
Circle has a very compelling
of Circle, which took out Paxos, their competitor. And I was whistleblowing Paxos because Paxos is owned by Interactive Brokers, and Interactive Brokers, in my research from 2 years ago, showed that they claimed responsibility for the backing of stocks on these tokenized assets on FTX. So they're in a fight to be the digital currency. No, Eric, it's not propaganda on both sides. No, it's not. That's not how you interpret what I told you. So an entire unified party, it's unified. It's a party. They have an agenda. They have funding, and they work unified with an agenda, taking money from Wall Street. So Wall Street gives the money and says, pass these bills, stop these bills, get rid of Gary, get rid of the SEC. So Republicans just went to Gary Gensler and demanded he hand over all of his emails. So there was one day that their whistleblower program was down for a few minutes, and so I was just, fuck it, I'm just writing Gary. And so that means Republicans have my whistleblower data. And they've been attacking Gary and the fact that they're doing this. No, it's a unified party. It's a deregulatory party. So they actually campaign. So when they go vote for me, and you go, why should I vote for you? They go, because I'm deregulatory and I want to get rid of regulators. So if you're an AMC and GameStop ape, you go, what? That's fucked up. No, I don't want that. I'm going to vote for somebody that wants regulation because I'm a GameStop and AMC ape. Because I want Gary Gensler to do his job and I want SEC to do his job. So you're pro-regulations, okay? That's what apes are. We're pro-regulatory. We want SEC to catch bad guys. So when politicians get up on the stage and they go, vote for me, and you go, why should I vote for you? Because this is how democracy works, right? They go, I want you to vote for me because I want a better future. And you go, what's the better future? And they go, I want to abolish the SEC. Are you going to vote for them? Huh? Who said that? Eric? Eric, are you going to vote for that person? Are you going to vote for the person that says, I want to abolish the SEC? This is for all the Republicans out there. When a Republican representative gets on a stage and a Republican representative goes, I want you to vote for me. And you go, why? And they go, I'm Republican. You go, well, what does that mean? And they go, well, I'm deregulatory. I'm against regulatory agencies. I don't want to regulate Wall Street. I think Wall Street should be able to do whatever they want. Yeah. That's what Republicans campaign on. That's what they've been campaigning on for like the last 100 years. I mean, that's what they are. That's just what they are. They passed those bills. So when Trump was in power, he put Hester Pierce in. He put Keith Tarbert in. He put Brian Quintenz in. He succumbed to the libertarian extremist movement, and they put extremist deregulatories into our regulatory body. And so that's called regulatory capture. That's regulatory capture. So you guys, so Republicans voted for extremist deregulatory extremists, and they did major damage. And every single time that happens, there's a market crash. There's a market correction. Every time there's regulatory rollbacks like that, there's a market crash. It happened in 2008. So you let them do all this bullshit, and they crush the markets. That's what deregulation does. They also appoint, and this is the problem we're falling in right now. So Republicans also appoint these judges, and then 9 times out of the 10, like, so let's say you want to sue Robinhood because frankly they frauded us. So Robinhood frauded us, and we know this because of the Democrat House Finance Committee report. They provided us the evidence that Robinhood fucked us, right? So let's say you want to sue Robinhood, and this goes to a judge. So Republicans put judges in 10 times out of 10, that judge is going to protect Wall Street and take Wall Street's side and protect Robinhood. Republican judges protect the Robin Hoods of the world and Wall Street. And this isn't a secret. This is they campaign on it. This is supposed to be why you vote for them, because that's what they campaign on. They used to campaign. They used to campaign. Now they just do straight propaganda. They don't have actual plans because they don't have a plan. Because you're supposed to vote for people that have a plan that supposed to make things better. Yeah, so Citadel, BlackRock. So Citadel. Wait, Citadel part of Circle? Let's look. It's going to be hard to tell. No, but Citadel teamed with Paradigm Sequoia. And so Paradigm, they're deep in all of this, all of it. And then Citadel is involved in this. I'm actually kind of surprised Citadel came out for the Silvergate thing. I'm surprised they showed their colors in that. You think they would want to stay away from crime, specifically this specific crime. So that's exciting. That means we're in end game, Tom. Like, if Citadel's coming out around the Silvergate mess, that means we're in like end game shit. Would have reviewed something. Oh man, no, that was an emotional day. That was the day I knew I was right. So when I found Layer Zero, when they were bragging about their tech, that was the day I knew I was right. And they could be watching right now because I actually wrote them yesterday. And I'm not like a security guy. Like I use my email and whatever. Like somebody could probably dox me even from these videos. But which is scary because, I just said shit on Republicans and they're crazy. But so please don't like do your weird shit. So like I wrote Layer Zero yesterday with a hacker report, a white hat hacker report, because their company's at risk for defaulting because they're associated with criminals. And they were funded by Citadel and A16Z. And I told them that those organizations are involved in this potentially involved in this criminal activity, and that their company could be involved in covering up wire fraud and counterfeiting. So I don't care anymore. Nobody's talking to me. I don't give a fuck. I'm writing these companies, and I'm asking. And I told them I wanted $1 million. I told Layer Zero I want $1 million for my reward, my hacker tip, because this is a major risk to Layer Zero. It could wipe out Layer Zero if they're involved in criminal activity, which this evidence shows they are. So, I mean, that's what their product is. It's wire fraud. I mean, they're counterfeiting and wire fraud. That's what it is. So, and it's owned by Citadel, and it's with digital assets. I'm not, and if I'm wrong, somebody needs to talk. An authority needs to talk to me. If I'm wrong, I need an authoritative figure to tell me I'm wrong. But so far, nobody's told me I'm wrong. In fact, I'm getting to the point where I'm just 100% right on everything on all of this, and I've been right for like 2 years. I called FTX and told them somebody was going to start a run on them with toxic assets, and that's exactly what happened with Binance. Because that's what the shit is. It's toxic shit. And so Circle and Goldman just dumped that on our country. So they're financial terrorists. And according to that Goldman Sachs report, they knew that they dumped that risk on us. And I'm on this video right here, right now to declare that to the world. That Goldman Sachs wrote a report saying that crypto is systemic risk. And Goldman Sachs attempted to put that systemic risk onto our country. Goldman Sachs are financial terrorists. And I'm right here to announce that to the world. Me. And I want a reward. I deserve a reward for all the work I've done on all of this. You have no idea how stressful this is on a normal person. Yeah, patience comes to those who wait. I've been bad with patience. That's why I'm getting a therapist. I shouldn't be writing these bad guys and telling them I know. But I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't want them to sleep at night. I want to sleep at night. I don't want them to, I want Layer Zero to know that I know. In fact, what's funny about that is I actually deserve that reward from Layer Zero. So Layer Zero owes me $1 million right now because I turned in an accurate a risk report. If I'm wrong, they could tell me, but they won't do that. And so they didn't even tell me I'm wrong, or they need to give me $1 million because I gave them information about their company, information that would wipe out their entire company. And I gave this with a white hat report. And Layer Zero owes me $1 million. And I'm sorry that they're involved in criminal activity, but that's their risk. And I deserve my reward. And same with this, with SEC. And, the only thing I'm worried about with the SEC, I respect, I love the SEC, I respect the SEC, I support the SEC. The only thing I am worried about the SEC is I was hearing reports of people, whistleblowers like me, and their evidence would be shown in the courtroom, and then the whistleblower wasn't giving it any reward because they said that it was immaterial to the starting the case. So my biggest worry is that I won't get, there's a word for it, but I won't get recognition from the SEC for my whistleblowing tips on all of this. Even the Department of Justice, I don't know if they give rewards. If I called the Department of Justice about Homeland Security and I actually had meaningful impact on the protection of my country, it'd be nice to have recognition. I do consider myself a patriot. I love my country and I want to protect it. And that's why I'm calling these agencies. And so, like, I think it was shortly after I called the Department of Justice. I go to the bar because I hadn't been to the bar in a long time, and I determined that I deserved a drink for myself. And I'm pretty close to Wyoming, and Wyoming's a mecca for all this crime. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of bankers. I used to live in Jackson Hole. It's a banker town. So there was a banker there with his internet date at the bar, and they were trying to be social. So I was trying to be social too, because I was trying to be in a good mood because of all this stuff. It was just stressing me out. And, I'm like, I'm just celebrating because I caught crypto hacking our markets, and I decided I need a drink because I deserve it, because I went through a lot of stress proving that crypto hacked our stock markets. And then this guy exposes to me that that's exactly the business that he's in Jackson Hole, with the bank that he's at is the crypto business. And instead of acting shocked or concerned or thought I was crazy or anything, instead he looks at me and he goes, "So what? So what if our crypto hacked the stock market?" So that's when my smile stopped turning into a smile. And I go, "You think it's okay to hack my stock market with crypto?" And, I was asking him if he was even aware of this, and they wanted to change the subject. They just wanted to change the subject. So this is a sickness. This is sick. That's sick. Who thinks that? What? Because he made some money? So he got his? So no. Crypto is a criminal enterprise. Crypto should be banned. Crypto hacked our stock markets. Crypto is crime. It's 100% pure crime. It's institutional crime. It's not even like who you think it is. It's not like some gangster. It's Goldman Sachs. It's Citadel. It's Robinhood. Okay. I'm a millennial. 52% of millennials are living with their family because they don't have their own house. Most of them haven't even owned a house. So boomers at this age were on like their third or fourth house. So like my generation, our wealth was systematically stolen from us. So these institutions, So let's talk about Citadel. I have a coffee machine. It makes coffee. It's worth like $10. Citadel, they're a market maker. They make markets. They shouldn't be worth $50 billion. All they do is make markets. That's all they do. That's all they're supposed to do. So if that's their value, they're as good as $20. You make markets? Good. Thanks. Okay, but they don't make anything. They don't do anything. They don't contribute nothing. These crypto companies, they steal. The more money Citadel makes means the less money everybody else makes. My generation. The more money Citadel has, the less money my entire generation, younger generations, the less money all of them have. This is a zero-sum game. The more money Elon Musk has, the less money you have. The more money Ken Griffin has, the less money you have. The more money Goldman and all these fucking institutions have, and let's be clear, they have record wealth. We have the largest economic wealth divide in U.S. history. So what that means is people are poorer and richer are richer. And then when I'm finding out, so I get into finance, and I'm an amateur. It takes me what? It takes me 3 years to find this? It took me 3 years to find this. I'm an amateur. I'm a nobody. I'm a musician. I play music. It took me less than 3 years to find all of this criminal activity. Less than 3 years. I found all of this. It was easy. Yeah, no, of course you haven't. They're backing up these risks with with mortgages. They're backing up this crypto risk with mortgages again. They're backing it with T-bills. They're pumping into green energy companies and dumping all this risk onto them because they know they're just going to take them out. How sick is that? They're actually targeting minority groups with these products. They're sick. So Voyager is part of the bankruptcy, and this Judge Wiles, I'm assuming he's appointed by a Republican because he's taking Wall Street's side. Department of Justice and the SEC has gone to him and telling him not to do this, and he doesn't give a fuck. Who the fuck doesn't care about national security? What fucking judge doesn't care about national security? They should not be a judge. No judge should be sitting in power that doesn't listen to our Department of Justice. Fuck that judge, Wiles. So SEC comes out and responds to this judge. This happened yesterday. So 2 days ago, SEC lady, Kristen, goes, if this judge does this, what happens is they won't be allowed to convict any of the CEOs with crime. It's going to protect all of them. That's what this judge is doing with that, what happened yesterday with Voyager. Should I pull that article up? Do you want to hear it from me? This fucking asshole. New York Judge Michael Wiles. Cunt. Couldn't hold the Voyager's bankruptcy restructuring to wait for a regulator to explain its arguments. You couldn't wait, huh? Just couldn't wait. Jeez, you just couldn't wait. Why? Because we're on Reg Show? Huh? Mr. Wiles? Just couldn't wait, couldn't you? Okay, so SEC senior trial. So Binance wants to buy Voyager. Voyager's tied up in all the crime at FTX, and Binance, who's under investigation with U.S. Homeland Security, wants to buy them. So Homeland Security and SEC is telling this judge, like, whoa, dude, like, don't let this happen yet. Binance is no good. And guess what? If they tokenize these assets, these stocks, and sell them to give all this money back to these institutional debtors, which are probably involved in crime too, guess what? That's a crime. And the judge goes, I don't care. I'll prove it anyway. That happened yesterday. Why does that matter more than that? Because SEC lady comes out. The judge said the parties were trying to give the SEC its regulatory freedom to the extent that... No, yeah. He's protecting the owners, the CEO. So Voyager is involved in crime with FTX. So everything I've uncovered in this channel, I'm like, crime. What this judge just did yesterday goes, if they bankrupt, I'm going to protect them with bankruptcy law, and you won't be able to charge them with crime. You have to charge the company. It's a limited liability. You charge the company, not them individually. And that's what this judge did yesterday. So he didn't listen to the SEC saying these are crimes. He didn't listen to the Department of Justice saying these are crimes and that's a criminal organization. And he didn't listen to... and he's allowing criminals to get away with it. Oh. So who is this guy he's protecting? I wanted to find out, right? So I was like, who's this guy that this judge is protecting? Because that's obviously what happened here. I want to be clear. I'm highly suspect of this judge taking money to protect whoever owned Voyager. I'm highly suspect of this judge. You don't just not listen to Homeland Security and SEC and then give criminals and more criminals exactly what they need, and then you protect criminals from bankruptcy law. We have a major problem here. This is financial warfare. This is financial terrorism. I don't know if this judge knows what he's doing or not. That's the problem. That's the problem with propaganda. Like, so this judge will say, blah, 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 they need to figure it out. Who is it? CFTC. So what tells me too is that CFTC and SEC were bickering behind the scenes with the judge on this, because the CFTC is compromised and they're trying to take control over this to cover it up. And the SEC is trying to take control of all of this to shut it down. And so, even if the judge were to see that, goes, you know what, I'm done. I'm done with you guys trying to figure this out. I'm not waiting anymore. Could be. Otherwise, it looks like he just protected criminals. In fact, the SEC just comes out and says that's exactly what he's doing, and then the next day, that's exactly what he did. Also, the day before he came to this conclusion and approved this, Voyager on their Twitter, I had to save a screenshot, I believe. Yes, Voyager on their Twitter, March 6th. Hello, we are glad to inform you that Voyager completes successful auction and announced agreement for Binance US to acquire its assets claims process. So this was the day before this judge made a decision. So what this tells me is that there was a decision made backdoors between Voyager and this judge. There was a shady deal. That's what that tells me. I am a Democrat ape. Yeah, I am. It is down to that, and you shouldn't ignore that. You shouldn't. You shouldn't be supporting Republicans. You shouldn't. That's propaganda. No, this is political. Yeah. I'll show you. Again. I'll show it again. It's easy. You just look up Republicans Beamstock report. Here you go. This is where Republicans tell you that they are anti-ape. They support crypto, and they support payment for order flow. They call the meme stock report crazy. They call us crazy. Okay. If I'm not making it political, they are. Okay? So, I don't know why you guys didn't see this report. June 24th. Let's pull up the other one. Democrat, House Finance, meme stock. Here it is. It's for you. Oh, that's the wrong one. Here's the press release. Here's the Democrat House Finance Committee meme stock report. Get to the facts. They call out all the crime. They show the text. They show the collusion. They tell us what happened. Right? Here it is. Look at that. 138 pages. Okay. So that's Democrats. This is Republicans. Republicans say it's crazy, stupid, that payment for order flow isn't the problem, that we should go to crypto. Democrats allege without evidence that market leaders collude with Robinhood. Okay, so no. If you look up what Republicans are, they are anti-regulations. So they want to get rid of Gary, and they don't want Gary to regulate. And they're showing that, and they're proving that, and they're attacking the regulators. And then they're spreading propaganda, and then they got you guys attacking Gary. And it's obvious for me because I've been seeing it for the last 8 years, because that's just what they do. That's their tactic. That's their propaganda tactic. But if you're Republican, you may not notice it because they play off your emotions. So you're probably really fuming at Gary, right? Because you're just angry. It's all emotion. But that's not fact. So the fact is actually he's the most aggressive regulator in SEC history. And this is actual fact. And if you look at the SEC actions and all the law and the rules that they're doing and proposing and everything, this also, that's it. That proves it. That's all you need to know is what is the SEC enforcing, what is the SEC proposing, and what are the rules they're passing. And that's the only fact that you actually need to know. But propaganda will try to tear you as far away from that as possible. Yeah. So, Gary Gensler and this SEC is the coolest SEC we've ever had. And they're attacking Wall Street head on. And we need this, and they need our help. And they need our comments, and they need our support. Yeah, that they don't mean anything to put in action. That means you need to get on the website and you need to support the SEC in passing those proposals. Because right now, a bunch of Wall Street is going to put public comment on there to try to shut the SEC's proposals down. Okay, and so again, I don't appreciate your propaganda here, because I actually did a live stream of that proposal process right here live. It was a 5-hour stream, and we actually missed the second FTX bank committee hearing, because it was on the same day, and that was an extremely important committee hearing. But I streamed SEC discussing and proposing each one of those. So you'll actually get to see who supports what in the SEC, and all of them leave public comment. Okay, so SEC is comprised of Republicans and Democrat appointees, and every time there's a proposal or a rule, they leave public comment. This is how our democracy works. That's why our country is awesome. That's why our democracy is so cool. So they leave public comment, public record, and we have access to this public record, and we get to make decisions based on their actions and their public statements. So the Republicans in the SEC, the Republican appointed SEC members are all opposed to those proposals. They didn't want them to pass. They all voted against them, most of them, like Hester Pierce. All the Democrat appointed minus one voted nay on one of them because he said there wasn't enough document. He wanted, I think he was a tech guy. I think he wanted data. So every single Republican appointed member of the SEC opposed those proposals, and all the Democratic appointed ones approved those proposals. Okay? That's because Republicans are deregulatory. It's a deregulatory party, and they put those deregulatory, and in this case, in this case, we're in extraordinary times because this was after the Trump administration, and so the Libertarian Party infiltrated most of that, and they got their people, their extremist deregulators. So the extremists were able to kind of take over under Trump's regime, if you haven't noticed. And so we are in a unusual times because we are preceding a deregulatory capture. And I'm pretty sure 10 times out of 10, those are always preceded by a market crash. Whenever there's a deregulatory capture, there's a market crash, naturally. You let criminals do their thing, and it crashes markets. Gary didn't attack apes. He's actually been supporting us with his actual job. Like, the thing that matters is his job, not your feelings. So his actual job has been supporting apes. All of his public statements support apes. All his public statements in binding public record support us. So I don't care about your propaganda or your feelings, because that's not what facts show. And I've proved that many times. And so again, I'm going to say this. If you're sitting out there and you don't like Gary Gensler right now, if you're watching this, you don't like Gary Gensler, I want you to close your eyes and I want you to go, am I a Republican? Because I'm going to say you are. And I'm going to say that's not an accident. Just ask yourself, do I hate Gary Gensler and am I a Republican? Because chances are you're a Republican. Because I've seen this propaganda tactics for the last 8 years, and I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. So I'm calling it out head on right now, because frankly, there's not a lot of people in the world with balls like me to fucking do this. I will call this head on. I do. I say things how they are. No, and so in 2008, actually, Gary was with the CFTC, and Gary helped write the Dodd-Frank Act. And so I did research on this as well, and this is kind of what helped me find FTX, actually. So Gary Gensler, swaps, banks. Okay, here's the link. No, his record proves this. So this is a great article. So this was after the 2008 crash, right? So Republicans were in power. They rolled back regulations. We had they did all their shit and they crashed our markets. That's what they do. They do it. That's what they do. We always have to clean up after their shit every single fucking time. And like, I always thought Republicans told the truth about finance too. And it's like, you get in this and it turns out they're lying about all that too. Like our debt and everything. They lie about all of it. They lie about everything, like everything. So I'm kind of over it. So this article is significant. Gary Gensler, this is after the crash, 2008 crash. So Gary's at the CFTC. Okay. Now, they crashed our markets because they were hiding shit and exactly all this stuff. Swaps reporting, options. They were hiding toxic shit in swaptions. Okay. So, where are we? Let's find it. I want to find the exact. Here we go. In 2009, soon after Gensler took the job, Congress was hashing out the Dodd-Frank bill. A powerful Republican congressman, Representative Spencer Backus of Alabama, put forth an amendment that would keep banks' overseas operations outside the new rules. Foreign swaps reporting. Foreign swaps reporting. Alarmed, the Democrats co-sponsored of the bill, Representative Barney Frank, asked Gensler to craft a counter-proposal. Okay. Gensler and his staff tucked a 17-word insert into a 228-page amendment to the Dodd-Frank bill. And here it is right here. Have direct and significant connection with activities in or effect on commerce of the United States. Right? The addition seemed to assure banks that the new derivatives rule wouldn't apply to their overseas trading operations. Banks thought they got away with it. Republicans thought they got away with it. Okay? Backus backed off. So they got it passed in the Dodd-Frank. That's how it got through the bill. They didn't see it. Okay? It wasn't till a year later, in 2010, at one of the CFTC board meetings, one of Gary's legal aides, not even Gary, like one of his aides. It's so fucking beautiful. Gary's a fucking badass. One of his aides declared that the passage, in fact, gave regulator worldwide reach over U.S. bank foreign swaps reporting. That's what all of this is around. All of it. All of it. It goes right down to that one moment in time with Gary Gensler and Republicans trying to get it out of the Dodd-Frank bill. So if you read this article, all the institutions and all the banks fought Gary and they fought the CFTC for years. They paid off members of the CFTC. They took them to court. They fought and fought and fought. Okay, so like they crashed our markets. We caught them. Nobody goes to jail. And what do? They fight us on this shit? They never stopped. Okay? So when Trump goes in, they put Heath Tarbert in. What does he do? He does this. He rolls back that one clause. That one. Heath Tarbert. He's at Citadel now. Appointed by Trump. Roll back the Dodd-Frank Act. They roll back several things. They did major damage to our regulatory bodies. Major damage. OCC, same thing. Like the day before the guy left, he did like an unofficial letter and said, do crime with crypto. This happened. This is part of U.S. history now. This is on public. This is public. I can say this stuff because we live in a democracy and all of this information is public record. If the SEC wasn't a government body, we wouldn't know any of this stuff. Dude, you can like or not like routers. That doesn't change history. Like, this happened. This actually happened. This is history. Here's the Dodd-Frank Act. There's the clause. That's reality. That's what reality is. That's what legislation is. It's in writing. Once it's in writing, that's law. You can't dispute that. It's bound by law as reality. That's reality. You're looking at it. That's reality. So I don't care if you like routers or not. I don't like routers. I hate routers. That doesn't change reality. Okay, propaganda does. Propaganda changes reality. Dude, I don't care if he's got $5. Oh, he's got $1 million. I don't care. How much money do you have? Should I judge you? Should I judge you? He's not. He works in finance. You know why I'm in finance? Because I want money. Yeah. And you know what? The more money he has, the less money Wall Street can pay him off with. He doesn't need their fucking money. He's set. He's fine. Gary's fine. He doesn't need their money. I don't like bailouts. I don't approve of that. That's boomer shit. No. And that's what legislation is. It's like in business, so we're in stock, we're in business. So there's a saying, like, in a good business deal, in a good business deal, when the deal goes right, both parties hate it. Okay? Because that's what negotiating is. You negotiate and you come to terms in the middle. So there's going to be shit that this side doesn't like, there's going to be shit that this side doesn't like. So if you're pro-regulations, that means you're a Democrat, number one. If you want Gary Gensler to do his job, and if you want the SEC to do their job, that means you're a Democrat. That means you need to vote Democrat because you want the SEC to actually regulate. So that's what this is what politics is. This is what, if you're pro-regulation, that's Democrats. Democrats are pro-regulatory. And then if you're anti-regulation, you're Republican. So when you draft a bill and then you're compromising, any loopholes that are helping Wall Street, those are Republican inserts of that bill. And anything that's trying to regulate Wall Street, those are going to be the Democrat additions to that bill. Yo, Average Ape, how about you want to see something? Here, it's for you. You see that? You see this page right here, this link? You know what that is? This is the SEC website. And this is Gary fighting for us. This is Gary doing everything we asked him to do. And frankly, it's bigger than AMC and GameStop. This is a matter of national security at this point. So he doesn't need to give a fuck about us. And frankly, he shouldn't. That's not his job. His job is to fix markets, not individual securities. And he said this multiple times. He can't focus on individual securities. That's illegal. He's with the government. That's illegal. That's manipulation. He's only allowed to focus on markets, structure. Okay? So what is he doing? His fucking job. And what is he's actually doing it better than every single chair before him. He's done more than every SEC commissioner before him in that position. Did you know that? Did you know that ever, Jape? Did you know that Gary Gensler has done more in the SEC than any other commissioner has in U.S. history? Right here, it's fact. All this shit, he's done more in his time there to take on Wall Street than any other regulatory chair before him, ever. Did you know that? Did you know that he's actually the best SEC chairman we've ever had in U.S. history? I think it was founded in like 1939. So almost 100 years. So if they flip every 4 or 8 years or so, yeah, I mean, this is truth. Like, look at what matters here. Look, here's the SEC, and look at their enforcement. Okay, where's their enforcement? I want all of it. I haven't even checked this in a couple days. They are hot right now. I can't even keep up with the SEC right now. They're so goddamn hot. They're so fucking hot right now. SEC, I have nothing to do. And I can't even find the time to catch up with all the stuff they're doing right now. Look, it's the 8th. I missed yesterday. Solicit investors. $100 million crypto fraud. Again, all the stuff I'm pointing out on my channel, all the crime I've been calling out on my channel, SEC's going after. I think they're a fan. I kind of hope so. I've been sending them every video. I'm uncovering crime here. I'm sending it to authorities. No, it matters. It matters who's in office, and saying it doesn't matter is propaganda. So I don't appreciate it. That's actually Russian. That's a Russian Republican propaganda. It matters. Our system might be a little broken. There's issues, and that happens with corruption. We have economic divide. And then we have political turmoil, and these lead to these types, historically, these lead to these events. And actually what's really cool, what's really, really, really cool about this, apes are uniting. I'm only talking about this because I feel safe talking about this with apes, because we are apes first. So what that means to be ape first is you should pay attention to this, and you should change your politics accordingly. If you're a real ape, and if you're ape first, and if you actually care about, like, getting into stock and finance, then facts like this matter, and voting matters, and getting the right regulatory people in agencies matters. So if you're a real ape, this matters. If you're a real ape, you're regulatory. If you're a real ape, you're actually a Democrat. You want to vote Democrat because you want regulators to regulate Wall Street. Republicans put deregulators in to let Wall Street do anything they want. In fact, they put judges in to let Wall Street do whatever they want. And this has been a big problem for many, many years. This isn't new. No, I keep doing that. The Republican Party is basically, it's sad. They're kind of destroyed. They're kind of gone. They don't really exist anymore. So like, it's not the Republican Party anymore. I would say that they're libertarians? Question mark? I don't know what they are. They're just fascists. So again, like, there's a really good video about politics, the way politics work, like if like even school, like president or something, like, hey, vote for me. Why? Because I want to make the future better. The future. You want to make the future better. Like, okay, what's your plan to make the future better? Okay, well, vote for me because this is my plan to make the future better. Because that's the goal here. Like, that's the whole point of government and everything. Is like, it's actually just us. So government is actually just us. It's like your neighbor. It's your aunt and your... That's what government is. Government is just Americans. That's who those people are. And most of them are underpaid and overworked. So when they campaign on the future. They got a plan for the future. So that's not what the Republican Party is. They actually don't have any plans. They don't have any like actual campaigns for like improving things. So what they do is they look at the past and they go, you want to be angry about the past. You want to be angry. You want to be angry. And I think it's called, what is it called? Sadopopulism. It's sadomasochistic. So it is. It's sadomasochistic. So this Gary thing is a perfect example. Perfect example. This is sadomasochism. Okay? They got you attacking the SEC, the one body that's actually doing stuff to protect us. That's sadistic. That's fucked up. Like the fact that you're going to sabotage yourself like that. That's sadomasochistic. It's sadomasochism. Like, so Gary's helping us, and then you're attacking him, and so that helps the bad guys, and that doesn't help you. So it's just going to make regulations worse. It's going to be more deregulatory, and then bad guys do more bad guy stuff, and then Wall Street gets worse and worse, and then we get more angry, right? And then, but it's easy to direct people when they're angry, right? Like, and they've obviously directed you to be pro-crypto and anti-Gary, because that's their message. So it's sadomasochistic. It's sadopopulism. That is the Republican. That's why I know this is Republican propaganda. This is exactly what they do. So even democracy, like democracy's awesome. Our country's awesome. We vote. I mean, that's how our markets work. We vote on AMC. It's democratic. In a way, our markets and our politics are the same. I mean, I call it like we have a democratic capitalism and we have a capitalist democracy. That's the way I explain it. You know, I don't care if you like Gary at all, but he's actually pro-ape and helping us, and the SEC is helping us, and they're catching bad guys, and I don't like bad guys. And I don't like propaganda that tries to stop good guys from catching bad guys. I don't. Because that's what bad guys want. kind of lost what I was talking about. It's just this propaganda machine, man. You guys you eat it up. I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, so democracy. Democratic capitalism, capitalistic democracy. Okay. So I want to talk about this because this is the way I see it. Like our company, we vote. That's fair. That's how you do things that are fair. So the SEC, they go transparency, right? This is a transparency issue. You need to submit reports to us. Okay, Republicans will actually roll back that stuff. They want to keep everything hidden. Republicans support dark pools. They do. Hard fact, period. Republicans support dark pools. And that's why, because it's hidden, right? So SEC is like, hey, expose this stuff. It's transparency. They need to know. They need to see. So back to our country, our democracy. That's how our democracy works. Our government has to post all of its paperwork, all of it, everything. Okay? Public Information Act. We get access to all of that. Okay, that's transparency. Okay? You see how this works? So it's business. It's just business. It's good business. Nobody likes to get fucked. So business contracts over the years and capitalism over the years, that's how this works. Like nobody likes getting fucked. So contracts change over time. And that's what regulatory bodies are. Regulatory bodies represent the masses because we're busy. We have to go to work. We have to go over here at our construction job and at this job and that job. And we're busy at our 9 to 5. And we got fucked by Wall Street. So we assigned a regulatory body to represent us and to handle these contracts on our behalf. And that's what business is. Okay? It's contracts. It's negotiations. That's what politics is. It's supposed to be negotiating. Right now, we have an extremist party that doesn't negotiate. They're broken. They're extremists. And frankly, they're anti-democratic. They're anti-American. So it's sad. It's really sad. But the Republican Party is dead. It died with Cheney. What we have now is not. It's Nazi fascism. It's sad. Yeah, FTX, Luna. Terra Luna is involved in all this. And it turns out Jump Trading is involved in Terra Luna, which is the crypto side to Robinhood. Actually. And it turns out Circle, oh no, that's Voyager. Circle sold its app to Voyager. But yeah, 100% Terra Luna was AMC GameStop. All of that. Do Kwon, I think he's a international fugitive. That was tokenization of AMC and GameStop. The whole thing. Mirror Protocol, Terra Luna. It's not only on the blockchain, but I can actually see the proof of stake voting takeover. They actually, an anonymous person went in there and took over the DAO of Mirror Protocol and approved those things. They extracted the money out of it and then they dumped it. And then Do Kwon and all that happened. And it turns out Kanav with Jump Trading was on the board of Luna. And I suspect it was either Kanav or Do Kwon that did that with Mirror and our counterfeit stock. He's on the run. Actually, Philippines are cracking down on him. That's something else. So, like, if you notice, so we got the Cayman Islands. The new one right now, if you'll notice, is Singapore. So, Singapore, if it says Singapore, that's tokenized stock. That's crypto. That's crime. Straight up. If an order or financial product is going to Singapore, it's digital assets. That's what I found. And I don't know what's going on over there. They're kind of a mess with regulation, like it's getting torn up. But yeah, I'm over the politics game. It's just so between, like, okay, so like, you know, trying to overthrow my country on lies is one thing, a big thing. And I was keeping that out of ape land. But then when it comes down to like, no, they're actually inserting themselves into this situation, it is between the rebuttal to us supporting crypto, supporting PFOF, attacking Gary. Yeah, it's, guys, if you want the SEC to do its job, you're pro-regulatory. And what that means is that you need to vote Democrat. That means you're a Democrat. What that means is you're just actually just a Democrat, like feelings and emotions aside. When it comes down to your political, like, here's the thing. If there's one thing Republicans care about, if there's one thing I know Republicans care about, it's their money. So that's why I love this movement, because it is actually bringing us together. Because I do think that this should bring us together. I think we should agree on this. Actually, I don't think there should be pushback on me on this. We should agree on this. If you're an AMC GameStop ape, that means you're pro-regulatory. You want the SEC to do its job. If you want the SEC to do its job, and if you're pro-regulatory, that means you need to vote for people. You need to vote for the party that's pro-regulatory and pro-SEC, and that's Democrat. So if you don't think Gary's doing his job, and if you don't think Gary's doing enough, and you think the SEC should do more, that means you're really Democrat. That means you're like extremist Democrat. Like technically, that means you need to vote Democrat, because Democrats are the ones that put like actual regulations in and regulate Wall Street. Yeah, what's your question? Sorry if I wasn't paying attention. I don't have Twitter. The fascist oligarch blocked me when I was defending Gary. How about that? And actually, I have evidence. We have evidence now that Doge is involved. So on January 26th, FTX partnered with Ren, which is a cross-chain platform, and you'll see it on the ledger. They created Dogecoin or Ren Doge that morning, and they tokenized our stock and sent it over to Doge. And that's why they called it a meme crypto. It's because they were actually, it's wire fraud. That's wire fraud. So they were wire fraud. They were laundering our stocks into Dogecoin. They laundered our stock market into Dogecoin. Hard stop, period. And I'm here to announce that. And I don't know how involved Elon Musk is. He seemed to be very interested in calling Vlad that week, that day. Remember that? And it's on the ledger. We have Ren Doge on the ledger. They partner with Ren, they create Ren Doge, and Ren Doge is on our AMC GameStop ledger that morning. And you're not even seeing the Solana ledger, you're not seeing the Bitcoin ledger, you're not seeing the Polygon ledger, you're not seeing any of the ledgers. We only saw one ledger. Okay, they're going to have these copied on every single ledger, infinitely. Yeah, and so that hack, that New York Stock Exchange hack that hasn't happened in 30 years, I thought it was this stuff, and it turns out I was right. Where's the CFTC website? I think it's on there. I just heard about it in passing yesterday, today. So this new lady appointed by Biden, a Democrat, she actually calls out the Republicans, fam. Let's see. Let's try to find, because here we go, press releases. See, this is the beauty of our country. This is why democracy rocks. And this is why Republicans are dangerous right now. They're anti-democratic. They when they had control, they put Heath Tarbert into CFTC. He's at Citadel now. He rolled back swaps reporting. He led LedgerX. So, you know, talk your shit on Gary, but talk's cheap. Frankly, talk's cheap. Gary Gensler has proven himself already. He's passed enough rules, and he's got proposals, and he needs our support to pass those proposals. So, talk's cheap. But we're going to go to some talk here. We're going to actually, what isn't cheap is actual in writing, bound by writing. Let's see. Some Ponzi scheme. Yeah. Ooh, this might be it. No, it wouldn't be a full remark. It would be she sucks. Pretty sure they suck. It's her. She's cool. Yeah. Before the Market Risk Advisory Committee meeting. Ion cleared derivatives. Here it is. So I was right. So again, I was right. Again, because it's pretty obvious once you find that, once you find the crime, once you find out that the crime is digital assets. Once I found GameStop and AMC on Solana, not Ethereum, Solana the first time. Once you find out it's digital assets, it's pretty easy to find the crime. So when the New York Stock Exchange, when AMC ran up, remember that? When AMC and all that ran up and it was halted, and the New York Stock Exchange, they halted all those things and they said they were hacked. Yeah, of course Solana devs work. I uncovered all that. So when New York Stock Exchange was hacked, I said it was digital assets because it had to do with 24/7 trading and after hours. And it turns out I was right. It is right here on the CF with the Democrat appointed. And she kind of does a little stab at FAM and them, says she's glad they're there because this is about market security and market risk. And it turns out, yes, so I was right. Our stock market was hacked by crypto, and that's what happened on the New York Stock Exchange on January 31st, 2023. The weekend anniversary of our meme stock event. So this is 100% involved in the AMC GameStop crime. Ion cleared derivatives and the events on January 31st, 2023 is 100% involved with AMC and GameStop. They hacked the New York Stock Exchange that day. 100%. Oh, let's charge some batteries. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Like, I mean, I called it. We called it right here on live. I said exactly what she's saying right here. And she goes, Web3 is here. It's here. That's what Web3 is. Web3 is digital assets. It's lending. It's lending crime. It's lend. Rehypothecate lend. Any asset they want. Yeah, with a funk. Well, so unfortunately, this judge with Voyager is setting precedent to let any defaulting firm, any criminal involved in that company will be protected according to that judge. With Voyager, that happened yesterday. And SEC was pissed. FTC was pissed. DOJ was pissed. That judge is a traitor in my book. You heard me. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm a millennial. What are they going to... Fuck that judge. The Department of Justice, Judge Wiles, told you this is a national security concern. The Securities Exchange said this was illegal, and you said that's okay? What the fuck's wrong with you, stupid fuck? What a fucking idiot. These judges, we have a judge problem. So again, you know, they packed the courts. And that's why I hate bailouts, because companies, if you want to play the limited liability card on these corporations, if you want to play that card, that means they need to default. That means they need to be liquidated. They need to default. I don't care how fucking hard it hurts. It needs to happen. Criminal organizations need to not survive. And that's why we're in this problem. So we didn't hold them accountable in 2008. They fought and rolled back all of these regulations through the Republican Party over the last 14 years, and we're in the same fucking boat, probably bigger. I refuse to let this happen passively, and that's why I'm being so vocal right now. I saw them insert this risk into our reverse repo on our government, and I'm screaming into the world right now, this is financial terrorism, and I will not, as a millennial American, I will not allow this. We will not allow this. Goldman Sachs is not a trustworthy. Trust is earned. Every single financial institution up there has lost all of our trust for good reason. They are criminal organizations. SEC. So we have the meme stock event. And SEC goes, how can we fix this? Guess what institution said? Crypto. They used crypto to fraud us during the meme stock events, and now they're saying crypto is the solution. They did that. They went to the SEC and go, here's the solution. They tried to pass the solution. They tried to pass the crime as the solution. Crypto, tokenized assets. They're trying to pass crypto as the solution when it is the crime. It is the crime. Crypto is the crime. It is the criminal activity. It doesn't allow crime. It is the crime. Institutions are the criminals. It's not. So bailouts, fuck bailouts. Shut them all down. They're all criminal organizations. This is RICO. This is financial terrorism. And I'm announcing this live. Do you know how scary this is for me to say this right now in public? I don't know what's going to happen for me saying this publicly. I'm saying things like there's no legal recourse right now because I don't give a fuck. Because I've uncovered this shit and I haven't heard back from anybody and I'm sick of it. I'd rather hear back from somebody and be proven wrong. I want to be wrong. I don't want to be right. But I am right. I've been right and I've been right. I put this away 2 years ago when FTX crashed. That changed things. I saw things and I was right. It turns out I was right. And I'm done with it. If I'm wrong, there needs to be an investigation, and I want to be proven wrong. Until then, these are criminal organizations, and they belong in prison, and this is RICO shit. I've reached out to a couple newspapers. I've reached out to some firms. I've reached out to regulatory agencies. Department of Justice knows. SEC knows. They do. And their actions are showing this. But they're up against Wall Street. And Wall Street has propaganda. and Wall Street has the Republican Party. So our Department of Justice and SEC aren't all encompassing. I mean, this is a war. This is war. We haven't won it yet. They are probing Ken Griffin. He's all over this. So money trickles down. His money's all over this. You follow the money, it's there. He's in Sequoia. He's in Paradisium. Check out TPICAP. They got trust funds in Singapore. They got trust funds in London. They got crypto products. They specifically invested in LedgerX. LedgerX is specifically the one that I found that is covering up the wire fraud and the laundering. Specifically, layer zero. Layer zero is the one that says they're able to make infinite counterfeits cross-chain and affect the underlying. That is funded by Citadel and Andrew Horowitz with A16Z, who has an ex-Trump CFTC member. In fact, if you look up every single member from regulatory bodies that the Trump cabinet put in, they're all with these organizations. So they passed rules to allow these organizations to do all this stuff, and then they all got jobs there as advisors. It's the revolving door. All of them. So again, I don't really like the propaganda. I don't know if I got batteries anymore. Treasury Market Practice Group? No, I don't even know. I don't know what that is yet. I haven't looked at it. No, he's powerful. And something tells me that that's probably a Republican front organization, maybe, perhaps. Could be. So Ken Griffin's obviously laid his politics card. So again, this is political. And it's propaganda to think that this isn't political. It's propaganda. It's straight up, that's playing into their cards. I don't appreciate it. Yeah, dude, I mean, they got so $50 billion, they got hundreds and hundreds of companies, hundreds and hundreds. Yeah. The question is, you have regulated markets on our stock market, and then you have deregulated markets with CFTC and crypto. So SEC is regulating markets, and CFTC is turning a blind eye and letting crypto get away with murder. And so the question is here, look, Dublin. Here's a Dublin-based firm, Ion Clear Derivatives. It hacked our New York Stock Exchange. Let's focus on that. Which the ties to Ion Clear. What trips me out about this is that DTCC started a digital asset branch, DTCC, called Ion. So what's with the Ion thing? Is Ion Markets and Ion Clear Derivatives part of DTCC? Because that would be so royally fucked up. I haven't found anything that connects them, but it is odd that they're called the same thing. Also, the DTCC Ion, that was activated the day they issued APE. So I'm telling you, they can counterfeit unlimited stock with digital assets, and the DTCC started digital assets at the DTCC the day we issued APE. And I'm going to say the DTCC is a criminal organization. I called them out when I had Twitter and they blocked me. And it's DTCC. They're criminal. In fact, yeah. Yeah, the day SEC access to FINRA went down, that was this day. Actually, I'm confused because there were two events that same week. There were two hacked events. And I actually got confused. So I could be getting confused. The day the SEC lost access to FINRA could have been this day. It could have been that other day. But yes, they're both related. It's digital assets. It's 100% digital assets are a security threat to our stock market and our national security. And there's a political party out there that's trying to insert this into our markets right now. I'll give you one guess who that is. Well, we could go back. Let's go back. You want to? Let's go back in history. Let's check this out. I haven't even gone through my list. Ooh. Man, Bank of America joined same-day stock settlement blockchain from Paxos, May 18th. Nomura, Credit Suisse. Yeah, so Trump's members gave Paxos a no-action letter to allow to do this stuff till October 21st. But Paxos was doing this up until 2 weeks ago. So that means they were operating illegally for over a year. So it's weird that Circle would have to even call them out, because like this no-action letter right here, this one, what this means is that it expired in October 21. That means all of these organizations, every single one of them, are operating illegally. All of them. And I'm right here calling it out. I'm straight up. Paxos is operating illegally. Circle is operating illegally. Every crypto, Silvergate was operating illegally. Signet, illegal. This no action letter expired. It expired. The Hester Pierce's safe harbor for tokenized stock, it expired. Every single crypto organization out there and institution connected to Wall Street is operating illegally. No, Gary didn't. Gary actually met, so Sam and IEX met with Gary, and they were talking about custody law. And that's a big part of this. And Gary told them no. So what does he do? They go to the CFTC. They stopped all communications with the SEC. Sam starts a lobby firm, and then they start stroking CFTC. Okay? If you go to that meeting, the last meeting with Sam and Gary, they talked about custody rule, and they didn't get it. Let me see. I want to see. Well, you know, he could have. He could have. And was it Gary or was it the SEC? Because you guys do that a lot. You blame Gary for Trump's people. And I don't like that. Are you saying like a no action on crypto or FTX? Under SEC? Because part of me thinks that Gary didn't know everything. until shit started coming to light. Because from what I heard, he was actually kind of pro-crypto. But the thing is, you can be pro-crypto, but then when you find out that it's being used for all this stuff, anybody would be against it. When you find out that institutions are actually using crypto for these products, that means they're lying to you about what crypto is. So even if you're pro-crypto, institutions kind of just destroyed that. Like crypto maybe could have been cool. But the problem is all these criminal institutions they destroyed that trust. You know what I'm saying? Like it takes trust to have these things operate. So you can't commit crime on us and fraud and then say that's the future. So that's the sad part. Like maybe in 10 years, maybe the technology will catch up and maybe it'll be safe then. It's been 14 years. It's not safe. It's not. It's getting hacked. It's used for crime, 100%. But the date does matter on that. I do want to know. I want to see that no exemption. Because if this was before he moved to Bahamas, you know, there are timelines. I really like a link because it's not showing up in any of their press releases. But let me see. Press releases, events. Because the way I understood it, Gary actually liked crypto and he wanted it to work. But the problem is when you find out that it's just all crime, you kind of have to change your mind, don't you? And again, I was actually, because I found FTX, I want to say July of 2021, after it had ran up to 300. And so that's when I started paying attention to FTX, was in July. And all the activity, so I was hawking it hard. So what I witnessed was FTX going to the SEC. He set up the meeting with Gary and then stopped talks with the SEC completely after that, actually. And that's when he set up the lobbying firm, and they were flying the hill about 2 or 3 times a week from Bahamas to meet with politicians and the CFTC. And like I said, I watched the CFTC meeting, and I mean, it was absolutely horrendous. The meeting was canceled, on the 15th of last month, and it was like the same exact thing, but different entities. Like, so CFTC was, I couldn't tell if they were trying to push this through or if that was like a DOJ move where they wanted to fish some institutions into that meeting and then cancel it. Super crazy shit going on at the CFTC right now. But actually, I kind of haven't been checking into it. I did hear about that one lady, and that is kind of amazing. I highly recommend you guys read this speech. Oh, this is an ending scene. I haven't read this one. Okay, so we got a singer. But from my studies, it looks like Pham and Mersinger and Romero might be. I have to do more research on these two. I know Pham and Johnson and Benham. Johnson's the only one I know that I like at the CFTC. Pham is no good. Benham, I think he's just a dud. I don't know if he's bad or if he's just an idiot. Press. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, let me check it. That's weird. Not seeing it. And that's on the SEC. I should be able to find it. It's kind of bumming me out. I think I do remember that. And if that was before he went to Bahamas, that would make sense. You know, if that was before they moved to Bahamas, I could believe it. Yeah. You know, fraud's fraud. Anybody can get frauded. Until they get caught. Okay, so the Voyager deal is kind of a big deal because that judge is basically saying CEOs can get away with crime. That's fucked up. Circle, I think, is retracting some stuff with the SEC Edgar. That's good. I think they're figuring it out.
But the other key part that's driven is this whole...
I'll share this video if you guys want to watch that. That's actually Circle and Goldman Sachs talking about it's creepy shit. So if you really want to do your homework on what this is, like tokenization of digital
Things that have much less liquidity and demand.
I mean, these people have no concept of
on them
reality.
where you could still find efficient markets. Like I call it long tail capital markets. Yeah.
But I think that's exactly right. When you talk about tokenizing real assets, you know, for me, the kind of the key drivers are pretty much threefold. Transparency, you know, that ability to...
So we've learned that there is no transparency actually, and they can double books, they can have off public books. There is no transparency. We're seeing that even with AMC and GameStop on Ethereum. So there was volume on that like a few weeks ago, and now you can't. It's not even connected. Like if you go to Etherscan, they're not even really listed anymore. And I know there's volume and there's movement right now. So that means Ray and FTX has disconnected those securities from the public ledger, even though they're still moving them around. So there's no transparency.
Just more seamlessly disseminate information.
Yeah.
Liquidity, again, you know, once you've got a reasonable amount of adoption.
Yeah.
And That just means they got a bunch of money.
And that's kind of quite important because I think, because then you think about the fractionalization, you open it up to just a new universe of investors.
So fractionalization, and you're going to see this with any broker like Robinhood, fractional shares. Any broker, any fucking broker that says fractional shares or 24/7 trading, you are not getting stock. You are getting crypto. They are lying to you. That's why they don't have voting rights. That's like anybody in Germany or the UK, if you got fractional stocks, 24/7 trading, no voting rights, you're getting digital assets, not stock. You're getting counterfeits.
Then the private assets, real estate, private equity, a lot of people just don't have access.
Yeah.
And so what you're doing is you're empowering the consumer, and so you're just opening that universe.
Yeah.
And over time, you can see how that will lead to, kind of the appropriate retail investors also being able to invest in certain assets and having access to it. And then they can
No, guys, again, I don't appreciate anti-Gary propaganda. That's just Republican propaganda. Just straight up. It is. There's only one person right now fighting for us. Name him. Name him. Name one person out there passing stuff to help us right now. Actual legit, changing the market, rules, enforcement, you name it. It's the SEC. It's the goddamn SEC. You're not independent. Don't lie to yourself. Fucking Republicans. I hate your guys' gaslighting. I hate it. I hate it. You're gaslighting me right now. You realize that. Are you the guy that marched on SEC? You realize they passed legislation that day just for you. But I guess that, you don't care about that either, right? Because anger. It's seriously, you guys, you got problems. Fucking A. Let me guess. Blockchain's the answer. Down with the SEC, and blockchain's going to solve everything, right? That's everything I've proved on this channel was that blockchain. Look here, look at this. There's T0 with hard to borrow stock, unlimited, digital assets. That's what digital assets are. That's what the Republican Party is fighting for. Straight up, 100%, period. I don't care about your drama. Who's going to pass law, legislation, rules? Fucking God. Look, fine, whatever. Stop attacking Gary. Stop attacking Adam. Stop attacking good people. Don't need to attack them. I want to go through my notes. I know I'm missing stuff. Yeah, here's Brian Brooks, another one. So, Brian Brooks, OCC. January 13th, 2020, OCC granted its first conditional approval to Anchorage Trust Company, Anchorage Digital. February 4th, OCC granted conditional approval for Protego. He's the one that wrote like the thing and then left office. And then now he works at a crypto place. It's a revolving door. I feel like SIBO is involved in this. SIBO markets. Ooh, here we go. Here's the Terraform. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to it. If he did a no action for FTX, there was a no action, right? That's all they said, right? No, I mean, if there's no action, it exists. I'm not going to refute that. And I'm going to say timing does matter. I'm going to say that was before FTX went to Bahamas, right? It's so weird that links aren't showing up. I feel like you guys are putting them in the comments and they're just not showing up. Maybe it's Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I know about that one. That was about custody. They didn't get what they wanted. That's exactly what I'm telling you. They went to Gary about custody, and he didn't give them access. And Gary's been attacking custody. Have you seen that? Like, that's his stance. So they asked him for custody. He didn't get it. So after, that was the last time they talked to SEC. After that, they started the lobbying firm, and they went to CFTC. They met with the CFTC like 8 times after that. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly that meeting. Yeah, the IEX and FTX met with Gary Gensler. They totally did not get what they want. Same thing with Berkowitz. So they met with Berkowitz at that meeting, and they tried to do a slam piece on Berkowitz for like a $50 meal that Berkowitz paid for. What they don't tell you is that immediately after that, they went over to CFTC to talk to Benham. So again, I was following Berkowitz. He was going to these crypto communities and telling them that he doesn't think it's legal and that these are probably securities. And he was saying that for years. So, of course, they do a hit piece on him. He retired 2 days after that, or announced retirement. But yeah, that meeting did happen. Yes, he met with IEX and FTX. And that was for custody. So again, we have our policy statement, custody of digital assets, special purpose. Here's 2 zeros. So here's all the public comments on custody, and then even if you go to SEC, you'll go down here to FinHub. Like SEC tried working with Wall Street, and they might still be, to try to get crypto into the markets. Like it's a tough place, right? You want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I think it's come to light that this is actually just national security concern and criminal activity. Things have to change. That's 2020. But yes, he did meet with them. It was about custody. They did not get permission for custody. And here's T0 talking about custody. And I've been trying to learn more about custody because it is super weird. Because they're using it for all kinds of weird loopholes. See, here's another judge. See, judges are getting weird, man. Do. Yep. Silvergate, Binance. I guess I could just post these. Well, I think T0 is gone now, right? They're bankrupt. Their default. I know I got more. What's this? County restraining request. Okay. I know I got more here. I got a whole list. Oh yeah, I did find. So this is the auditing firm for that Circle account. And so I wanted to know how exactly, because you remember The Big Short, and they were like questioning the lady. I actually worked with her about AAA approval, right? She was just giving everybody AAA. So somebody was giving these accounts with Circle like accounting approval. They said it was like, you know, these firms are abiding by proper accounting protocol and nothing nefarious is going on, whatever. So I wanted to see exactly how they're approving accounting practices for digital assets, considering you can't. There's like no way. And we're finding that out with FTX. Dude, I don't care about like, I don't care who those social circles are. I mean, you realize they're buddies, right? Or you realize like, so like Trump's like a loser. Like he didn't have a lot of money. He only looked up to like billionaires. He was never a billionaire, so he always looked up to them. So Trump actually like looked up to Kenny. It's kind of sad. And then, so if you download this, they talk about the accounting practices for going through the books on digital practices and how they give them approval. And it's an absolute joke. It's an absolute joke. There is no way to approve of a company's books with digital assets. There's absolutely no way to approve the accounting practices of crypto companies and their third parties and their risks and the crime and the anti-money laundering and the yada yada. There's just absolutely no way to approve of any traditional regulation on digital asset companies. I mean, read this report. Read it. There's no way. So if you read this report and then you actually read their approval letters, it doesn't, they don't mention any of the stuff filled in this report that they should do. And that's that scene in The Big Short where they go to her, the bank lady, and they're just like, wait, you're just giving all this stuff AAA graded, like, ratings? And that's basically what I found. And yeah, I don't know this company. I'm calling them out. They have this guide. It's a guide. And they didn't. And SEC offered a guide. And this guide doesn't have all of that. They didn't even put that stuff in yet. And the fact that they approved the accounting for like Circle? No, you can't. You can't approve the accounting practices for these crypto firms. But I don't know, I got so many links here. I don't even know. I didn't even get through all my stuff. Here's my list from the last video, and we didn't even get through like any of this. I don't even know if I can share it. Probably not. Oh, hell no. Whoa. Yeah, links are cool. You're gonna, and I guess the big point is it's like everywhere, right? We're gonna find this on every chain, with every single institution is gunning for this right now, and I think they're trying to strong arm regulators, and I think they're trying to strong arm the industry, knowing that it's wrong, and they're going full sprint after FTX because they know that they're busted. DOJ knows. SEC knows now, especially after I reported all this stuff after the FTX crash. Ooh, this is what I wanted to find. This one's kind of cool. Goldman, Bain. So you guys know about Bain, right? So collusion settlement. So Goldman and Bain, Blackstone, KKR, Silver Lake, TPG, and Apollo, I think is in here. They colluded together to fix the prices of companies so one of them could buy it cheaper. Right? One of those companies, right? Here it is. So, Goldman, Silvergate. Remember when Silvergate sold on the peak on that, and they kind of dropped us like that, all nasty, and they had a board member and everything? That's because of all this. And like Goldman Sachs, right there. They colluded to fix the price on each so they could help each other buy it cheap. So we know that Goldman and like Apollo and Silver and all those guys were working together to manipulate the price of AMC before they bought it. Before they bought it. Right? And here I am finding Goldman with Circle. That's the other thing, quantum computing. I love that you brought that up, actually. I was just talking to my buddy about quantum computing today. Because crypto's encryption. So, like, basically quantum computers just destroy it. Like, and the first people to get a quantum computer is Wall Street. So as soon as there's a quantum computer, like all of crypto is completely a security risk, all of it. Useless, completely useless. I mean, it's basically, it probably already is. Like, they probably already have a crypto computer active. Like, we know Google had one, and we know, like, IBM, all that shit goes straight to Wall Street. Aladdin, yeah. So PFOF, public ledger, like, so we're worried about giving them PFOF. Well, that's what crypto public ledger is. It's just straight up, like, if you have a supercomputer with AI, you want that public ledger. That's straight up. That doesn't help anybody but them. Oh yeah, Dave Lauer is great. Well, it was slow, and it is slow. They have, I mean, it's right now. It's actually at the equivalent of like before Super Mario. I think, or not Super. I think it's before Mario, like the equivalent of like. Between Mario and Pong is where we are on quantum. Like, how many qubits are they at now? Like 8 qubits. So it's still got a long way to go. But the people that are going to get first are the exact ones that we're talking about here. If and when things are moving exponentially fast. So if quantum wasn't ready 2 years ago, I mean exponentially. 5 years is different than 2 years, than different a year ago. Then, man, I can't get my battery switched out. Sorry, guys. Hey, and aren't you the one that did the Average Ape? Aren't you the SEC March guy? And Edward, I feel like I remember you on Twitter back in the day, right? You're OG. Oh, no, you're not. You're just Average Ape. I feel like I remember you guys back in the Twitter days. I don't know if you guys remember me on there. Oh, cool. Yeah, I was probably there in the OG days before Elon banned me. He banned me permanently, like no description, nothing. Hey, thanks. Yeah, no, today was a big one. I feel like I definitely missed some stuff. There's the, yeah, so we know that Goldman and all of them colluded to fix the price of AMC before they even bought it. Plaid is another one with Visa. Here's an article on spillovers between crypto and our markets because they're noticing fishy correlation, which just means exposure, which just means any risk in crypto is starting to show risk on our markets. Crypto assets in equity markets specifically increased significantly post-pandemic. So some pretty interesting information in there. Here's the White House talking about the risks of cryptocurrencies. You're going to see it in the White House, the Treasury, the Fed, the OCC, the SEC, the CFTC. Each one of them has issued a warning on the systemic risks of crypto. Each and every single one. And you're not going to read it in the news because the news owns all this stuff and they're trying to push for a crypto future. You know? D-limit. This had something to do with D-limit. Sorry if I got angry, guys. I get a little upset. I got a therapist tomorrow. I'm trying to deal with all this stuff. I have a hard time with the Republican Party right now, or the end of it, and it's just sad, you know. I don't like fascism. I grew up to like Indiana Jones and stuff, and you know, I had ancestors fought in World War II against fascism, and these are sad days. And then we have this. So I get into money and finance, and then all this stuff happens, and then it turns out that it's still political. So I'm going through some stuff. So I'm sorry if I get a little angry. Kurt, I think the best way is probably Instagram. I'll probably check my messages later. I feel like Instagram is like the only way I've been able to communicate with anybody. So if you guys want to do that. But I am shy, and I don't like commuting with like a lot of public figures in this world. But no, totally, Edward. You were like one of my favorite Twitter apes. Actually, you guys are old school. You guys are OG. I feel like you should remember me on there. I miss my memes. Actually, I made a great meme today. Shit. Let me see if I can mail it to myself. I haven't made a meme in days. Do. Sorry guys, my camera's been down. I just talk and chatter. Videos end up 6 hours long. I don't really care. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Let me. Oh, come on. My phone's acting weird. Yeah, but that DERiBIT thing is really important. They handle 100% of Solana options and like 97% of all the options across all of them. And we know that's what they're using. And then we know that there was activity with DERiBIT and FTX with Ray with transferring assets. So here we are. We're tying Jump Crypto to the Terra Luna thing, and we know Kanav was part of the Terra Luna thing. And we know this was all tied to AMC GameStop with Mirror Protocol. I'm fairly certain Jump Crypto's in some big trouble right now. They're in the one lawsuit, and they have the other RICO case. Everything I've found on them shows that they're behind Doge. They're behind basically everything happening between Robinhood and FTX. They're behind Pyth. Pyth was showing all that weird activity. They gaslit me and told me that it wasn't on mainnet, and I looked over my videos from 2 years ago, and those price activities were happening on mainnet on Jump Crypto's Pyth. It's Pyth, sorry, I always say Pyth. So I'm going to say right here, right now, Jump Crypto is part of criminal activity. I'm saying it. I'm pretty confident in my research. Jump Crypto is got some explaining to do to authorities. So they made big profit from Terra. So if they were laundering our stock into Terra and all this stuff, apparently there was a hack on Wormhole. And apparently Jump Crypto is magically able to get those funds back. And we're finding out even some of these hacks, Sam could have been part of a bunch of these hacks as well. And I think, Sam did a lot of this stuff with Jump Crypto, honestly. So, I mean, Jump Crypto is worth $80 billion. So I'm sitting here right now and I'm publicly stating that I think Jump Crypto is part of criminal activity. I'm publicly stating right now that I think this 80 billion plus, I don't even know what the word worth anymore. Criminal cartel. And I think I'm entitled to some of that reward. Some of that. I don't think they are. Yeah, Jump Crypto. They started Jump Crypto 2 days after I whistleblowed all of this to them. And they promoted Kanav. I bet he found some interesting ways to make money with options. What? Did I even read this, or did I just save it? GameStop shares, silver. Oh, are they just talking about different things? Report. I don't see anything. I don't think it's. So like even this, like you'll see all this stuff. February 2nd, 2021, not even 3 days. And they're already trying to pump it, right? And I think this might tie to Polygon. Let me see. That might have been my last video. See, here we go. It's even that day. Robinhood shut off trading of some crypto as Doge soared. Whoa, how about that? You mean their crypto firm Jump Trading, their crypto Doge soared? And they're going to call it a meme after they caught off all of our meme stocks? Wow. And then FTX is going to have Ren Doge, and they're going to pipe all of our counterfeit stocks into Doge? Wow, no wonder it soared. That was all of our money, guys. That Doge was all of our money. Straight up. Daniel Geisinger, jump trade full-time options. Citadel Securities, no. Citadel and all of these have like big ties, big ties. Most of the guys at Jump Trading are Citadel guys. Most of the guys at Solana came from that. And then Alameda FTX. It kind of trickled. That's the trickle. That is the trickle. Citadel, Jump, Crime. I mean, that's what I found. See, and then they pumped in an XRP, which is World Bank's. So this is a World Bank issue. This is RICO. It's more than Jump. It's Goldman. It's the World Banks. So, I mean, think about how crazy this video is right now. Think about this. In the last like 2 minutes, I just called out Jump Crypto, worth like 80 billion or something, and I'm calling XRP, who's in a lawsuit with the SEC, right? It's going to determine the future of crypto, and World Banks. And so XRP is the official partner for the World Economic Forum. So if you're worried about the New World Order and the destruction of the US dollar, that's what all of this is. Okay? That's exactly what this is. I haven't found the direct link between Doge to XRP, but something tells me that's off public ledgers. I think that's proprietary ledgers in like Jump Trading or something, or Alameda. I think that's not public information. From here to there, I don't think that's public. But it's kind of obvious what they did. Oh yeah, Fidelity Crypto. Like, so everybody left, all the apes left Robinhood, and most of them went to Fidelity. I would say a good number of the apes went to Fidelity. I want to say like 80% probably went to Fidelity. So Fidelity has Fidelity Digital now, and they partnered with Virtue and Citadel's company in London because they're bypassing SEC. That's with TCIAP. Yeah, so here's the February 2nd, of course, it's like almost a year anniversary. Same with the New York Stock Exchange hack. They're all around our anniversary because they're trying to roll over shit, right? So wormhole wrapped ether on every chain fully backed, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure. So wormhole crosses all the chains. And these are major security vulnerabilities. So I'm pretty sure this is an inside hack. And then what's interesting is they actually outsourced Paxos, guys from Paxos, because they're security guys, to check this out, which is weird because they're like competition. And then Circle took out Paxos because they were competition, even though my whistleblower report should have taken them out. Yeah, Fidelity. I don't trust Fidelity. I don't like brokers. I don't trust any broker. I went to so everybody went to Fidelity, so I went to Vanguard because same thing. Like brokers can default. Like Robinhood almost defaulted. So if we have a run up, like the broker's going to default. If we have a squeeze, the broker's going to default. They're not going to be liquid. So if we have a squeeze, Fidelity's going to probably default. All the exchanges, like all the brokers, will default. So everybody went to Fidelity, and I didn't want to go that way because it would default them. So I tried to go the other way where I didn't think anybody was going, and I went to Vanguard. But then we found that glitch with lending between Fidelity, and it turns out it was from Vanguard. So that was the day I moved to DRS. I moved everything to DRS because it's a trust issue. They broke my trust. Rightfully so. They're involved in, and from what I've uncovered, it looks like they're involved in malicious counterfeit activity. Oh, was there? Yeah, there was a connection between Paxos and Citadel, wasn't there? So yeah, and then that is interesting. Because Paxos is his buddy. Well, what is Paxos? Paxos was getting funding. I forgot. It was a while ago. PayPal's involved. Venmo's involved, or Venmo, like all the digital debt. PayPal. Paxos. Is Citadel involved in Paxos? I don't doubt it. I feel like Susquehanna and Paradigm are, regardless. They're kind of in everything. So Citadel, even if they weren't publicly before, they are like involved in everything now. Singapore. But Paxos was kind of shut down 2 weeks ago because of Binance and Citadel and Circle. They said they were backed by gold, and they weren't. Peter Thiel was pumping this years ago. I feel like he's a big part of this. Oh shit! Yeah, I found something. Yeah, that fund. It comes back to that fund again from the Circle fund, the AMC fund, Atlas Merchant Capital. It had to do, there were two interested buyers. What did I get? It was that prince that Musk met with, and it was a polo. They were interested buyers. And then Ledger X is doing some weird shit right now. The judge gave permission to sell Ledger X because he's compromised. And they pushed it to March 22nd. It was supposed to happen, I think, yesterday or the day before. And they pushed it to March 2nd. So this is a ticking time bomb. I think all of our assets are tied up in here because it's perpetual swaps. valuable piece of the FTX empire. Crypto derivatives, quote unquote, which are indirectly or directly manipulating our stock market in my research. Yeah, it was supposed to happen yesterday, and they pushed it. So I think they're extracting data out of buyers. I think Homeland Security is trying to find the interested buyers. I know the new lady at CFTC mentioned they should be able to look into, because I think Binance was interested. Fucking Sullivan's in on it, yeah. They handled the first. So I called Sullivan and Cromwell 2 days ago. I called their office, and I told them I had a tip regarding FTX, and they said they weren't interested. And I said the DOJ, the Department of Justice, might be interested, and they probably know that. And then she hung up on me. I'm not scared of these fuckers. I'm so, like, and then, so all these crypto firms, they have these hack, like, white hat hack tips lines. Oh yeah, EDX markets, yeah, for sure, yeah. And Memex, yeah, that's the connection, thank you. For sure, for sure. And then A16Z with Andrew Horowitz. He's a big part of this. I mean, I have multiple. What is this one? Oh yeah, this was on the news. So Layer Zero has a back door, and they got called out of it, and the CEO was like, "No, that's like a feature in our app. We provide this to our clients, this backdoor access." So that happened like a couple weeks ago. Polymesh, DERiBIT. DERiBIT's going down. DERiBIT's a big part of this. So if 100% of the options activity is going through DERiBIT, I mean, and like, it was more than I thought. Like, I didn't realize it was that much of Bitcoin. So basically, all this crime I found on swaptions in crypto markets means that like 98% of it is all going through this company DERiBIT, who Ray was getting money out of from the FTX, like during the FTX thing, to pay probably criminals. I think that's what bums me out about that the FTX bankruptcy is like the debtors are probably all involved in the criminal activity. So the bankruptcy proceedings are like, the judges are like trying to get criminals paid. That's what that is to me. Oh yeah, no, Bitfinex was early. SEC went after Bitfinex early. They were in my early studies like 2 years ago. So like, and it turns out like SEC is usually like 3 steps ahead of me on all this shit. Like I'm hoping I'm turning in whistleblower reports because I'm hoping I get a reward now. But it turns out SEC's pretty much on top of everything. I'm hoping I find shit that they don't, and maybe I'm helpful. But seriously, from what like, it turns out SEC is always like 5 steps ahead of me on this shit. Whoa. That was on February 3rd. Again, right around our anniversary, huh? So yeah, that's definitely 100. I don't take Oh, it should be. No, exactly. And that's what bums me out about they're treating the FTX bankruptcy like it's a normal bankruptcy, but in truth is, 1, it's fraud and crime, and then 2, it's around crypto, which isn't even an actual It's not even a legal asset. So they're trying to treat crypto as if it's like a stock market, like they're legally entitled to these securities when they're actually counterfeit securities. So like the judges on those are trying to roll out like counterfeit security. It's absolutely mind blowing. So that's why I'm paying attention. Yeah, like and you got to think about that. Like if they sell that off, will that just dump our stock? When they bankrupt, when they roll out these bankruptcies, like I'm almost thankful that Bahamas has FTX market. So Bahamas took the assets. DERiBIT had assets, and it looks like Bahamas has FTX markets, and I think there's assets in Ledger X. And I did a deep dive on Genesis too, and that that brought me to the green companies. They're dumping some of this risk on like companies that are trying to go green. Which is sick. But no, I mean, I don't like, so I actually, I don't know how involved Ray is. With Sullivan, I don't know how aware he is of the criminal activity or if he's involved. I don't know yet. I'm super suspicious of him. It's hard for me to think that he's an innocent player in this. It really is. Yeah, no, it does. And that's why, like, so there was volume. So you're saying that was like happening. And then like, again, like my last video, I got angry too, because Etherscan, so like, right, like I have it because it's in my history, but that's not clickable. You can't click that. They disconnected this. This is disconnected from Alameda now. So if they're moving these assets on Alameda, it's not going to show up on Etherscan. Okay. The last transaction was on 21, but I know there's volume after that. There was volume every month after this. Every month it was on FTX. There's volume on this stuff, and even on Solana. Like there should be a Solana AMC. I don't think it's this one. I think it's another one. $8 months ago, a year ago. Could be. I mean, we don't know. There's no way to tell. They have back office books. They have separate books. They have double books. And Terra Luna proved that. SEC came out with that information. Terra Luna had double books. FTX Digital Markets. Whoa, why did I do that? What happens to the tokenized shares now? Here's the... See, they're starting to figure it out. I think this was after my video, right? Oh yeah, did this one have the pictures? Ooh, yeah. Yeah. So this is OG DD. This is when I first got into it. So it's a little more truthful. There's this crypto think tank out of Switzerland. Procura, Ernst Yukaj. And then here's Kenko. And this is who Interactive Brokers said that they were backing real shares with. FTX Switzerland. Yep. Yep. So yep, and see, he gets it. This is why we're turning down the ETFs. And then we got that judge trying to do this. They're disgusting. Yep, FTX bought Voyager. Voyager bought Circle's app. Okay. So in a way, Circle, Goldman Sachs, sold their app to Voyager. FTX bought Voyager, right? And then the judge just yesterday allowed Voyager to sell off its assets, which is kind of what this article is about. Yep. Yep. So, you know, I'm calling it. I'm calling it. We uncovered crime here, guys. We uncovered massive, like probably this channel right here. We probably uncovered like one of the largest financial crimes in like U.S. history. It's just straight up. Just straight up. And I'm not ashamed of that anymore. And if I'm wrong, I want to be proven. I want regulators and I want authorities to prove me wrong. I want to be proven wrong. But right now I'm not. I'm right. Right now, this guy, otherwise known as Malfunken, uncovered one of the large. I uncovered one of the largest financial scams in history. Oh yeah. No, I know. I was eyeballing Pith for months, and I have screenshots of it and everything on the mainnet. I mean, let me see. It's everywhere. Metaplex was a big part of it. I did just find out, so one of the earlier backers of Circle was a company called Dabble, and that brings us back to Michael Jordan. So Michael Jordan keeps coming back into this. Elon Musk keeps coming back into this. That Saudi prince keeps coming back into this. GMX came back into this again. I'm pretty sure GMX is actually GameStop crime. I think they just called it GMX. I think is involved in Terra Luna, right? But it's another option lending. Here, what is this? Funds. I don't even see it. Where's it? GMX. Oh yeah, so migration after FTX to GMX. So what this is saying is after FTX crashed, there was concentrated activity around GMX. So that's a big red flag for me. It was on my radar because it's called GMX. And it's all these products that I'm talking about. And so the fact that FTX crashed and then there's concentrated activity around GMX, that means GMX is involved. That means GMX is a criminal enterprise. Yeah, they're gone. Oh yeah, shoot, let me pull up my, you guys want to see my meme? It's been a while. You guys are my old school Twitter. Shit man, I was mean to Average Ape, I feel bad. So Edward, you and Average Ape I remember now, you guys were my old school Twitter friends. You guys totally were. We used to like Twitter every day. Back before, the oligarch took it. Look, here's my meme. That's right. Signatures next. If I knew how to short, well, you know, it's risky to short. It's so risky to play in any of this stuff because so even Silvergate, like Citadel tried to jump in and squeeze it. These guys are playing nasty. So I'm trying to figure out how I can profit off of Signature going down because they're next. 100%. Oh yeah. So if you join late, should I try to do like a quick rundown on like everything? Do I have like a drawing app? It'd be fun. Paint. Okay. Awesome. So, I've never done a drawing before to explain this stuff. This might be cool. Do we know the concept of shorting and all that? Where are we? Like, how smooth are we? Yeah, maybe. So, God damn, I don't even know how to do this. So we have shares, right? And they borrow them. I don't even know if I'm drawing, I'm just squiggling. So we caught them borrowing shares. We bought all the shares. They needed to return them. The price went up. And they didn't want to return them because it was a lot of money. So they failed to deliver them. And then it goes on Reg Show. And then according to SEC reports, if they want them to disappear, they can mismark them into swaps. So apes were paying attention to swaps for the early months. And we were actually seeing evidence of this on the price, like because swaps roll over every month. So when one swap, because we're seeing all of them move in tangent, right? GME was moving with AMC. They were moving together always. So what that means is they were in a swap, they were in a basket together. And that's what this activity would be. It would be a swaps basket. Now these swaps expire every month. And then they have to empty the basket and they got to put it into the next swap. And that's called a rollover. And we were seeing this activity every month because on our chart, we'd see a big spike and then it would go down. And then the next month we'd see a huge spike and then it would go down because they were kicking the can. It should have just kept going up because they should have just paid for the stock that they owed. But they didn't. They just kept hiding it and hiding it and hiding it. Put it on the rug, put it on the rug, put it on the rug. So to avoid this rollover, there's another swaps called perpetual swaps, perp swaps. Perps. Man, I hate it when people spell in here. Type words in this. So perps are in all perpetuity. They're perpetual. So there is no roller over every month. It's just forever. Now, perps are illegal in the United States until Trump's guy. Trump put in TARBIT at the CFTC. So under Trump and libertarians, they did regulatory capture of our regulatory agencies like the SEC and the CFTC, and they rolled back all of our regulations from Dodd-Frank Act. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And JPOW even helped with rolling back the Volcker rule for banks to interact with hedge funds. So JPOW is kind of part of this. And in fact, I'm getting a little more suspicious of JPOW after the meeting yesterday because he is, for one, he did this deal with Circle. We'll get into JPOW. So what I found was this TARBIT guy approved of a company called LedgerX. And LedgerX is the only company in the United States allowed to do perp swaps because of Trump's guy, TARBIT. He was basically paid off by Wall Street to approve this company. And he did a lot of stuff like that. He not only did approve perpetual swaps, but he rolled back reporting requirements for foreign swaps. And Gary Gensler passed that in the CFTC after the 2008 crash, because that's how they crashed our markets. They were hiding toxic assets in these products, in swaps, offshore, like in other countries, so the SEC couldn't see it. So this TARBIT guy brings that back. He approves this, right? But perp swaps are overseas too. So if they don't have to report perps, if they don't have to report swaps overseas, that means they have access to all the perp crypto in overseas, whatever. But technically, like any any bank doing business in America, if they want to get involved in this, if they want to hide their FTDs, money they owe us, they can technically put them in these options, and these are ISDA contracts. And so ISDA, what this means is there is no counterparty. There is no DTCC. There is no intermediary. This is a private handshake between, and if they roll back the Volcker rule, that means this could be between, it could be between a bank and a hedge fund. Typically it's between like what, a hedge fund and prime brokers and all that, or whatever, institutions. It's a handshake. They go, let's make a bet. I think this is going to go up next month. You think this is going to go down next month. And I'm only doing this with you because I think you're good for your money, right? Because there's no middleman. Like, let's say you're playing pool, right? You got two people playing pool. You usually have that middle person that takes the cash, right? It's like, hey, I bet you $20 I'm going to win this pool game. You have that person in the middle goes, okay, give me your money, and they hold the money. That's the intermediary. So ISDA contracts bypass that, right? So when you're playing pool with somebody and you're gambling and you're like, I bet you $20 I'm going to win, and you win, they may not have that $20, right? Because it was a private contract between you and them. They didn't have an intermediary to make sure they were good for that money. So if you're hiding all this crazy toxic shit of risk and FTDs that you're trying to hide because you don't want to pay, and you hide it in these private contracts with other companies, and it's just toxic shit, it's just risk, and you're not even good for your money, what this does is this crashes companies. This crashes people like FTX and Melvin. Okay? If you watch The Big Squeeze, it's cat shit wrapped in dog shit. It's just toxic assets. Get rid of it. Dump it. Okay? So this is just in our stock market. We're just in stock market land. Okay? This is with regulators as is. It's not perfect. I think there should be more regulations around all this. But this is just like traditional stock markets. Yeah, it is mafia. No, this is financial terrorism, straight up. So that's with our stock markets. And with our markets, they had those rollover problems with the swaps and everything. So what happens? They found this crypto thing. And crypto says we have tokenized assets. So we can turn your stock into an NFT. We're going to turn stock into an NFT, more or less. And that's what a tokenized asset is. Okay? So the benefit of this is completely off the books. This is completely away from regulators. This is better than foreign swaps. It's crypto land. Completely Wild West. So we caught them counterfeiting and laundering our stock market into this not legal crypto market. Now, why would they go into a not legal crypto market? Because they made massive amount of money stealing from us and frauding us and manipulating markets. They actually use this to manipulate the price of our stock market. And this is what I've proved over the last year and a half. Yeah, I know. And so all of them are trying to say that this is the answer to all the problems when it's actually the crime that we're fighting. It is the problem itself. It is the crime. Right? What's that saying? It's not the cover-up, it's the crime. Or sorry, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. So we had the crime, and then they used these for the cover-up, which is the crime now. And now they're trying to say this is the solution for the original crime. So not only did they use it to cover up the original crime, but they're saying it's the solution for the original crime. So these are criminals. These are financial terrorists. And they're telling this to our regulators and our politicians and our newspapers. And they're telling everybody that crypto is the future and that this is the solution to crime. It is the crime. It covered up the crime, and it is the current crime. And this is what I've personally uncovered myself. Yeah, ISDA, private contracts. So who was it? There was that other ape. He went after ISDA contracts when we saw no volume on tokens. And he went after swaps and ISDA on our TradeFi, traditional markets. And I decided since he took that route, I was going to take the FTX route. And I didn't care if there's no volume on these tokenized assets. I thought it was just too weird. There was more to it. I wasn't just going to ignore it. So, and what I found out is that they manipulated the volume. They don't need to have volume. Once they got it on a blockchain like Solana or Ethereum or Bitcoin or any of them, once you hold it in custody, am I explaining this like simply enough? Once you hold these counterfeit stocks in custody on any blockchain, these blockchains are all connected. They all connect with wormhole and bridges. They're called bridges. And so that's what wrapped Ethereum is. So wrapped just means like whatever. You pick original one like Ethereum. It'll be wrapped on Ethereum here. And you can wrap it to whatever other chain you want. Okay. And so once you've counterfeited or wire frauded our stock into crypto space like this with tokenized assets, you're essentially able to make unlimited mirror copies on all of the blockchains, whether they're public or not. Some of them aren't public. There's blockchains out there we don't even know about because they're just on like, I don't know, it's BlackRock's blockchain. They're not showing it to anybody. It's not public. So there could be hidden blockchains. We don't know how many. Furthermore, there's a company called Layer Zero. And this is really, really a big moment for me when I found this. So I got this far, but there's still like, man, there's no volume, where there wasn't movement. So enter Layer Zero, and Layer Zero is funded by, Citadel, all these guys that originally fucked us from, the original crime. They're all involved in all these products. They funded all these products. So you follow the money, follow the money. What are they buying? What are they supporting? So Layer Zero is funded by Citadel and A16Z, who had a previous Trump CFTC member, right? He rolled back swaps reporting and then joined A16Z, and A16Z, funded Layer Zero. So Layer Zero, in crypto, when you do these transactions, they're called smart contracts, right? It's a contract. These ISDA contracts, I found an ex-Citadel employee working with Solana explain that he went to Chicago, to a Chicago firm, like a hedge fund or a bank or whatever, and he designed a system that would convert these ISDA contracts into smart contracts. Right? So what this does is you have some kid, he's like 23, straight out of college, he's working for Citadel, he's a trader, he does an ISDA contract for an option, right? under the hood, maybe unbeknownst to him, this in code, just on the computer, this contract gets converted to crypto and tokenized and turned into a smart contract. And then they, quote unquote, send it to their foreign entity on their London office, which, that's questionable. I mean, with internet, are you sending anything? Are you really sending anything if it's digital? Yeah, Apex is involved. So layer 0, they created a system to do smart contracts in simple blockchain messages, just like a text message or something. Okay? What they found is that, like, a text message is just text message. Well, when you write code, like a computer code, well, that's just like a keyboard, right? You type code, and you can type code into a text message. And so what they found out is that they can actually put smart contracts into just basic messages. They found out that they can put messages inside of messages, inside of messages, inside of messages. And they could put smart contracts inside of smart contracts, inside of smart contracts. And layer 0 found out that once you hold an asset, a tokenized asset, in all perpetuity, like on Ledger X, once you hold in perp swaps, in all perpetuity, or on wrapped Ethereum, or in any one of these blockchains, once it's held there, they can make unlimited mirror copies on any blockchain connected in the bridge, and any blockchain connected to those on any other bridges, and any blockchains on those. Okay? So what this means is this is why there was no movement. They didn't need to move an asset. In fact, they hold it in one place, and they don't want to move it. They don't need to move it. They just want to hold it in custody. And that was the last meeting that FTX had with SEC. FTX met with Gary Gensler, with IEX, which is disturbing, because I thought IEX was cool. So FTX met with Gary Gensler over custody. Gary Gensler said no. That's important. Yes, FTX met with Gary Gensler. IEX and FTX met with Gary Gensler. It was about custody. Gary said no. This is important. Once you hold these in custody, wrapped or in perpetuals, they can make unlimited counterfeit mirrors on any connected bridge. This directly and indirectly affects the underlying. You may think the underlying would be the wrapped tokens or these perp options, but the underlying is in fact our stock market. The original underlying of these tokenized assets is our stock market. It's securities. This is securities fraud. This is why the SEC is jumping in on crypto. This is what gives SEC authority over crypto, is because they hacked our stock market. Okay? They're committing securities fraud. That's a lot of mess here. Did I explain that? This is all my videos in 20 minutes. I caught crypto hacking our stock market. I did. Me. So we're finding our counterfeit stocks on Ethereum. We're finding on Solana. We're finding on Terra Luna. We're finding Mirror. We're finding on every single blockchain. These are all naked shorts. These are all counterfeit stocks. These are all failure to delivers. This is all buying pressure. So if you call a lawyer and you say Robinhood and FTX stole from me, they frauded me from me, they're going to ask you, how much did they steal from you? You can't answer that question because it's unknown, because they actually hacked our stock market. So I actually saw more wealth. I had more wealth than I had ever seen in my life. I bought in the original meme stock events, and I got screwed, and I sold on like February 1st. And then they did the hearings in front of the Democrat House Finance Committee, and I did my DD, and I realized that they didn't cover, they lied. And so I YOLO'd everything back in, and I averaged down. Now, the thing is, I saw more money than I'd ever seen before, and I didn't sell because that's not how, we know apes don't sell. That's not how this works. They need our shares, and we're not giving it to them. And what I just proved and what I found out in all this is that they counterfeited shares. They drove that price down. I didn't sell because I thought the price was going to go up. And what I proved is that the price was supposed to go up and that they actually hacked our stock market. And so I can't tell lawyers how much I lost. Is it where I bought in? Are they going to say I lost as much as I invested? As much as I accumulated? Or as much as I hypothetically got scammed out of in a natural market? Because this is financial terrorism. I mean, I am calling this out. This is financial terrorism. I am calling all these entities out. And so you're like, okay, like how does crypto over here get access to our stock market over here? And that's where you have a bank. And it's what's called the Fedwire. Right? Because for me, it's like, you know what? It's in America, you're allowed to choose your risk. Crypto is highly risky. It's worthless. It has no value, and it's crashed, and I've had friends lose all their money over it. And I choose not to be involved in crypto. I think it's crime. I think it's criminal money, and it's worthless. To me, crypto is worth $0, and it's complete risk. I chose to be in the stock market. Okay. Now, Silvergate, who just went under today or yesterday, and Signature. And you can look at who backed them up and who's got money in those. They are the only two United States, because there's some in other countries, right? You got Credit Suisse, you got BNP Paribas, and other banks. But these are the only two in the United States that were given permission, again, under Trump's people, Republicans gave these organizations permission to do this. This gives crypto, FTX and crypto, and it's actually all of them. It's not just FTX, it's Coinbase, it's all of them. And this gives them all direct access to the Fedwire, which means if there's a price feed showing stock price, this is feeding into the crypto, and now crypto is making trades that's feeding into that stock price. Crypto is directly manipulating our stock market. So Silvergate was caught doing numerous things, but this was one of them. Now that Silvergate's gone, they only have so many options left. If they can't go to some of these foreign banks like BNB, they have to go to Signature. And Signature is winding down on some of this stuff months ago because it's toxic crime. So they're taking on all of this risk now, all this toxic shit. So they're next. BNB parabolas, Credit Suisse, that fund I found with Circle, Credit Suisse broke off and started, that's what it was. I think if we just do news, I mean, honestly, this stuff's happened so fast, you can just like straight up just look at the news and see the current event and you're going to find out what's going on. Other question, it's called CS Boston. First Boston. So they're involved in this fund. But before I get to that, let me think. Okay, so you got all this money, and it's risk, okay? It's just, I'm going to draw a little skeleton man. It's death. It's poison. It's poison money. It's FTDs. It's failure to delivers. And this gets thicker, right? We've been asking, why haven't they gotten margin called? Why haven't they gotten margin called? That's because they're able to make burner wallets. They just make a wallet. They put this risk in that wallet, okay? And then they make a really risky bet, hoping they're going to make a lot of money, knowing that's just like 9 times out of 10, it's just going to go to 0, right? But they don't care. They're just trying to offload all this shit. So they put it in this thing, they make a risky leverage bet. If it goes well, great. If it goes bad, great. Right? Just get rid of it. And so they put it in this burner wallet, and it's called a burner wallet because they don't care if they lose that money. They could just burn that wallet and lose that money. They keep their main wallet over here where it's safe, and they put shit they want to lose in this wallet. And they do massive leverage. And if there's any movement on a crypto or whatever, that wallet gets liquidated, automatic liquidation with their computer algo, which just says, boof, your margin called, boom, liquidated. And when that happens, the price goes down. And then this automatic algorithm liquidates 10 more wallets. And then the price goes down. And then 100 wallets. and then 1,000 wallets. It goes down, down. And it's a feedback loop. It's a snowball effect. And whenever you see crypto crash, this is what's happening. And this is what happened in 2008. It was an automated liquidation event. Okay? That's exactly what happened in 2008. And they couldn't stop it. They had to stop the run. It's a run. This is what happened to FTX. FTX had toxic shit. FTT. Started a run, started liquidating, ran more, liquidated more, ran more, liquidated more. Now, I learned all of this from a Goldman Sachs report. Let's see. Digital assets. So I learned all of this from Goldman Sachs. This systemic risk, this crash, it's all in this report that I just posted. Now, the thing is, this isn't just going to crash the security like FTT or whatever, Ethereum or Bitcoin. According to this report, this will crash that security. It could crash the entire exchange. So FTX, for example. So from FTT, from the asset, so Binance knew what these toxic shit were. They started the run. FTT had an automated liquidation event that took out FTX. According to this report, any business partner that FTX is connected to could be wiped out. And it just so happens FTX is connected to our Fedwire over here, to our banking system, to our traditional markets, to our stock market. Okay. So according to this Goldman Sachs report, these automated liquidation events, liquidating burner wallets, can liquidate assets, exchanges, markets, and any connected correlation. And what we've seen is that crypto is completely correlated with our equities markets and completely connected through our equity markets and illegally. It's illegal. All of this is illegal. It's also a national security concern. This is 2008 all over again. Maybe bigger. We have suspicion to believe that all this toxic shit dates back as far back as 2005, when Madoff underwrote these securities. He wrote these products. Okay? So they could crash our entire banking system, they can crash our entire stock market, all because they hacked our market when they weren't supposed to. Right? So they had safe harbors. Right? They had exceptions. And they had unofficial like letters, tips, advice. And these were given to them by members of, regulatory members that were appointed by Trump and Republicans. They were deregulators. So they rolled back. Oh yeah, I should put that in. We also had the Dodd-Frank and regulations after the crash, right? We wrote regulations and rules so they couldn't do this anymore. So deregulators, Republicans, are deregulators. So when they say, what are they? They go, Republicans go, we are traditional, like actual real traditional Republicans, like real, I would say extinct Republicans would say, less government. Less regulation. And these Republicans don't exist anymore. At least I don't know. I mean, if they do, they don't have a party anymore. So less government, less regulations. They're deregulators, and that's what their party is. That's what they stand by. That's the rules the laws they write. That's how they campaign. That's what they do. We're Democrats. Right? What do you like? Democrats are pro regulation. I mean, this is no secret. It's not like opinion. It's actually, they believe in more government. And in a way, they are the same thing. So more government equals more regulation in their minds. And in Republicans' minds, this means the same thing too. So less government for them means less regulations on, money. We're talking money. So there's been a lot of propaganda over the years, and there's been a lot of stuff. So I chose money because money doesn't lie. That's why I'm so confident about everything I'm saying right now. Money doesn't lie. And what I found out is Republicans do. So, so Republicans put deregulators under Trump, and this is what's called regulatory capture. And I'm pretty sure 10 times out of 10, maybe 9 times out of 10, these are followed by a crash, a recession, or a depression. This is history. This is just history books. After deregulatory capture, I'm going to call it deregulatory capture. These lead to crashes. We'll call this a crash. I won't call it a depression. And I won't call it a correction. This isn't a correction. This is a crash. And I think there should be a distinction on this, because this isn't a healthy correction. This is manipulative, criminal, risky behavior. So I hope people are following with me. I'm actually covering almost all my videos in all of these drawings right now. So after Trump and libertarians. I want to say libertarians kind of are. It's not Republicans actually. It's kind of libertarians. They put deregulators and it did deregulatory capture or whatever on all of them, on the SEC, on CFTC, OCC. I haven't looked too much into NSCC, but pretty much guarantee they got them all. No, what's interesting too is I just found there was an article about FAM at the CFTC, right? Because she's part of what I'm talking about here. And I don't know if I can find it right now. But it was absolutely amazing. Here we go. So she's part of the CFTC. Now the CFTC, so what I've proven is that they've hacked our stock markets and they're counterfeiting our stock. So SEC is saying, this is ours, we got this. Now, what we're finding out is the CFTC has been complicit in a lot of this. CFTC. And FAM is one of these people. So CFTC commissioner's enthusiasm for crypto. So here I am, I just showed you that crypto hacked our stock markets. It's systemic risk. It's evil, bad shit. And here we have a regulator in a position of regulatory power that's supporting that. And so this article is like, kind of brings that up. It's like, that's kind of weird, especially after FTX crash. And so John Reed Stark, FAM's approach is a symptom of regulatory capture. And I go, oh my God, that's amazing. Somebody said the same thing I did. Who is it? It's the former SEC commissioner. Oh my fucking God. I mean, that's not like Bob down the corner. That's the former SEC commissioner saying exactly what we're saying here. And her voting proves this. Her voting record and her public statements prove this. So amazing that a former Secretary Exchange Commission would call out regulatory capture on a current CFTC member, because he's absolutely correct. Yep, Credit Suisse is in deep shit. So Credit Suisse just started that CS Boston group. And I can't tell if it's a bad bank. So bad banks are a thing. But bad banks, so another part of this, like before crypto, like if you had all this risk, let's say you're a bank and you have all this fucking risk, what you do is you set up a new bank, a bad bank, and you put all that risk in there. And that's, even after the 2008 crash, apparently this is supposed to be the safe way to handle toxic shit. And so I can't tell if CS Boston from Credit Suisse is a bad bank or a bad bank booby trap. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's a difference, actually. Maybe I guess they are just the same. So I guess that's what I'm talking about, is bad banks. So they're just trying to offload risk. So whoever buys this shit is fucked. And the thing is, Goldman Sachs knows this because it's in their report. So when I found out that Goldman Sachs has Circle, and they're trying to say that, you know, they're trying to get all this stuff passed because, you know, crime, they want to do all this stuff with lending and on options and crime. So they're saying that their crypto is legit and it's backed. It's backed by dollars. But what they're not telling you is, one, they're not showing, it's two parts of that fund, right? It's like 20% dollars, and the rest of it's like, or sorry, dollars in assets and collateral, and the rest of this stuff is government T-bills. Whoa. So 80% of their perceived backing of this Ponzi stablecoin is supposed to be backed by this hedge fund that they're not going to show us, by these assets that they won't show us. And then 80% of it is going to be government T-bills in the reverse repo. Now, why did they do this? Goldman Sachs crypto firm with BlackRock did this because what this does is, instead of holding money on their own books, holding their bank accountable, right? Bank, bad bank, toxic shit. They just put all this toxic shit into reverse repo onto our government. So instead of a bad bank being toxic asset risk, cat shit wrapped in dog shit, nasty risk, they just dumped that on our government. And we know this, and we know that they know this because they wrote that report. On top of that, with reverse repo, they're getting paid money, interest. So I don't know if it's the government or the Fed. I don't know how to say this. If it's the Fed, because Fed's not the government. But somehow, Fed is handling government risk. T-bills, right? So Fed is the bad bank. The Fed is the bad bank. It's toxic shit. They're trying to destroy the Fed. And then Circle, and it was Paxos. Paxos was trying to, but Circle kind of shut them down. Circle destroyed Paxos. And Circle is trying to hold themselves. They're doing this. One, they dump all that risk on the government. This could destroy Treasury. Two, they're making interest. They're making money. Three, they get collateral. Further washing their books and avoiding a margin call. 5, they poise themselves up to be the next central reserve digital Reserve Bank. We'll say bank. Goldman Sachs' company. Goldman Sachs, because they're so very trusted. Because we trust Goldman Sachs so very much that we trust them to be the future of digital money and CBDC. Because they're so goddamn trustworthy. I'm banned from Twitter because it was bought out by a fascist oligarch, actually. I was defending SEC and Gary Gensler, and I was fighting against, oligarchy, and so the fascist oligarch banned me permanently for life. No description, nothing, no recourse, nothing. So that's that. It's not a free speech issue. It never was, because it's a private country. It's a private company. It's a private company. It's not free speech. So I can't sue Elon Musk for free speech because it's not a free speech issue, because it never was. So, that's propaganda that he used, which of course he got on there and then banned everybody. So so Elon Musk is just 100% fascist at this point. He's a fascist oligarch. So, are you guys following with me yet? Do you catch this? Do you understand? I want to be very, very clear. What I have uncovered on the last 2 years with digital currency, digital assets, aka crypto, this is financial. Terrorism. This is a threat to our national security. This is a very real and active threat. And the problem is we're not working together, right? So the problem is we have judges. We have compromised judges. We have compromised industry. From the banks to the brokers to the exchanges and crypto. Okay? We have compromised politicians. And I would say we have compromised lawyers. Okay? Now this is verse SEC, DOJ, FinCEN, etc. Okay? Now, these guys are powerful. They're very powerful. But when you have compromised politicians and judges, you have real problems. Real problems. And these guys might not win this. financial terrorists can win this. Okay, this isn't a movie. We don't know how this is going to end. We have to actually participate. And that's what I'm doing right now. Okay? This is really risky for me to do this. I'm a nobody. I am calling out financial terrorism against some of the largest institutions in the world right now. Publicly. Right now. I am calling out the most powerful entities in the world, which, you know, I haven't even gotten into the churches. Bain, the Mormon Church. The Mormon Church, turns out, is a private trust fund. It's a private trust fund. It's a hedge fund. It's worth more than most nations. They don't even pay taxes. Bain, he's a big part of this Mormon Church. Bain is basically the one that invented the short attack technique, like Toys R Us and all that stuff. Bain created that system. What's his name? Mitt Romney. So the fact that the Mormon Church made 900% gains on games. The Mormon Church jumped on the GameStop thing. They benefited big time and they dumped. They had inside information. There was some sketch shit was going on. And SEC is kind of calling that out. Because SEC is awesome. Like, SEC fucking called out the Mormon Church, guys. A goddamn theocracy. So, if there's one thing that's maybe bigger than Wall Street, it might be churches. And I don't know if you guys know this, but even the Pope demanded all their money be returned to the church ASAP. Removed from all the banks. This was sometime in 21? The Vatican, yeah. Because religious people, they'll do that. They'll break law. They'll break insider information. I mean, if you think you're going to call your mom to try to protect her financially, there's people that are going to call their church and try to protect them financially. Okay, with insider information. Now, I'm starting to suspect that this might be bigger. We don't really know how big these hedge funds are. These churches are. They're hedge funds. We could be hitting. Seriously, we really just don't know how big this is. Scientology, I would say, is a hedge fund, and they probably have some hidden funds out there. I don't know. Until we find a link, I know that they have massive money. I know every church, like, I'm a non-religious person, so I personally believe that churches are Ponzi schemes and taking advantage of people. So, you don't need these things. You don't need a church, or you don't need to give them money to be a religious person. You don't. It has nothing to do with any of that. So these are just money enterprises. You can be a religious person without being financially vested with these hedge funds. And actually, they don't even really teach they don't even really teach it anymore. They're kind of lost. They don't even teach value anymore. So yeah, so RRP, so reverse repo. Reverse repo, when I found out that that was a big deal for me. I've been trying to figure out reverse repo, and I've been right. I've been right. Reverse repo is exactly what it is. They're getting collateral. They're getting interest. It looks like they just dumped all that risk on the government. Now, if you look it up too, it looks like this could, the reverse repo, if there's a distressed bank, this could, I don't know if it's I don't know who does this deal. I don't know if it's the Fed or the US government, because they aren't the same. I don't know who approves the reverse repo deals. But there's documentation out there saying that distressed banks will approach the Fed, and this is a solution. We could try to find some documentation on that. It's hard to find documentation on reverse repo. Let me see, distressed. It really is hard, and that's why I was so excited to find that article. It's the only article I have posted in my comment section on this video. But it turns out they're doing these crypto funds and then dumping all this risk into reverse repo where they're making money, and they dumped, I'm going to call it a bad bank risk on our US government, while setting themselves up to be the new reserve bank for digital currency. So if you want to talk about the destruction of the dollar, I mean, wouldn't this be it? Right? Reverse repo is Fed. So the reverse, so that's what I'm worried about. I think it's the Fed. I think it's J-POW. Now I just found out that J-POW rolled back the Volcker rule when Trump's people were in. Let's look it up. I think they did. Let me see. The fuck? Powell. He did suggest he was okay with that. But the Volcker rule, they spell that right? Prohibits banking entities from engaging in proprietary trading or investing in or sponsoring hedge funds or private equity funds. Yep, they rolled it back. So this was 2020 under Trump's people. How about that? Now, that's a biggie. That approves all of this crime. That was Trump's people again, Republicans. And it looks like Jay Powell supported that, which was a big red flag for me. So between that and then the Fed approving this, and then let's watch Jay Powell's interview. I don't know if you guys watched that with Warren. I hate these ads.
So the Fed has raised interest rates 8 times over the last year in what has been the most extreme rate hike cycle in 40 years. The Fed's goal is to slow inflation, and your tool, raising interest rates, is designed to slow the economy and throw people out of work. So far, you haven't tipped the economy into recession, but you haven't brought inflation entirely under control either. And maybe the reason for that is that other things are also keeping prices high, things you can't fix with high interest rates, things like price gouging and supply chain kinks and a war in Ukraine. But you are determined to continue to raise interest rates, so I want to take a look at where you're headed. In December, the Fed released its projections on the state of the economy under your monetary policy plan. According to the Fed's own report, if you continue raising interest rates as you plan, unemployment will be 4.6% by the end of the year, more than a full point higher than it is today. Chair Powell, if you hit your projections, do you know how many people who are currently working, going about their lives, will lose their jobs?
I don't have that number in front of me. I will say.
So, I mean, to cut the short story, besides the jobs, which blows, he does say he's posed for a recession. Again, you put deregulators, you have regulatory capture, and they're always followed by a recession. Now, but it's a lot, right? So he okayed the Volcker rollback. He's allowing these reverse repos. And all of this stuff's starting to make more sense, right? Like, so they've been doing this for a while. And it turns out, like BNB Parabolas, they are crypto custody. Fidelity, they got all of our shares and then they started Fidelity Digital. They're a huge repo player. Goldman Sachs, we know that they were doing this for their crypto with Circle. They were setting themselves up to be the next central reserve bank for digital currency. I think these guys are all fighting to be the next digital currency. And I think the Fed is helping them. I think the Fed is helping them destroy the dollar to be the next digital dollar. And I think that's disgusting. And I want to tell you why. Because, you know, I'm a musician, right? Like, I'm a low-income individual. And I'm a millennial. I've been through a recession or two. And let me tell you, like, when you lose jobs like that, there's people on the street looking for jobs. People with families. Okay? There's people with signs on the side of the road looking for work, for food. Now, a digital dollar is going to imply that that person on the side of the road that's looking for food is going to need to have a smartphone and some sort of monthly subscription with some app. And then they have access to the American currency system, to American dollar, right? That's not right. Digital dollars are not inclusive. They're exclusive. They have a larger base for them to steal more money from more retail, but it isn't more inclusive. Anybody can handle a dollar bill. If you don't have a computer or a phone, you can't trade in crypto or digital currency. And I find this to be extremely evil. I mean, and everybody hates CBDC. they did a poll, or the Fed actually had like an online comment period, and it blew up. Everybody hates CBDC. All my homies hate CBDC. Everybody fucking hates CBDC. And so to see this activity is more than disturbing, and I don't know how involved the Fed is. Anyway, I hope I laid this down as smooth as possible. Yeah, I'll check. I'll try to check out this stuff. Sorry if I'm not reading. I don't read comments too much. I'm not good at it yet. Look at the members, the New York Fed. Yeah, actually, we're finding issues with the state of New York. I guess it would be in here, right, members? Yep, BlackRock, NatWest. I haven't seen NatWest in a while. Goldman Sachs. See, that explains that. BlackRock, Goldman Sachs. There it is. CME Group, Vanguard, Bank of New York Mellon, DTC, C. Yep. Yeah. There's only a few I haven't really heard of. I haven't heard of them. I haven't heard, well, I think I've seen them around. I haven't heard of them. Haven't seen them in a while. That's just weird. Haven't seen them. Yeah, these ones stand out to me. BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, Bank of New York Mellon, Depository Trust, CME Group, TD Securities, Vanguard. Yep, look at that. So if they are the Federal Reserve, that means their own members approved the reverse repo, right? Right? But, right? Doesn't that mean this? That means these people, well, I don't know, this is Treasury Market Practice Group. Whoever's handling the reverse repo Fed, do they have a number? I'm there, man. I call these people. I don't care how much they're worth. I'm in their face now. I'm over their shit. Call the Fed. Call the reverse repo. Call them out. Put the pressure on them. I'm sick of them. At this point, I'm right until they prove me wrong. Because nobody's talking to me. Yeah, so this is, they're a private company. They're only going to give their data to their clients, right? I want a phone number. I don't like emails. I want a phone number. I want to talk to somebody. Here we go. Policy responsibility. So that might just be messages, but I'm going to try that tomorrow. Because I'm there. I'm calling them all. I don't care if they're bad guys or good guys. I'm calling them all, and I'm telling them. We know. See, there's FDIC. They're on Silvergate. So we might be entering a crisis here now, guys. So everything I'm telling you could be happening right now. Oh, and the Post members, yeah. No, I'm sure, yeah. Well, yeah, no, I mean, one, it's a revolving door. Two, it's a small world. It really is. You know, especially when these guys want control, they put their people in. But I mean, and you would do that too, right? Like, if you wanted to have you start a coffee shop and then somebody wants to make it a chain, and you kind of want to make sure that they're doing their thing, right? But yes, it is. I think this is a conflict. I think this is a major conflict of interest. Citadel. The Friends. Don't recognize him. She seems familiar. Familiar. State Street, yeah. Well, and you know, it is interesting because it is a revolving door. Who's this deposit? Who's this? Oh yeah, that sounds familiar. I don't like that DCC's a private company. There's this, so like, and I mean this is for you guys because I know my answer. I mean, if you were to choose between Goldman Sachs and the government, who do you trust more? I mean, it's hard with this current government because it's broken right now. But traditionally, governments are there to protect citizens, and institutions have proven otherwise. FICC. Currency and settlement. Yeah, because they're doing T0 with ION. They're going to T0 with crypto. Let's do this. Circle. Global head of repo. There you go. Global head of repo at BlackRock. So does that mean this guy put it on our government? Circle Reserve Fund. BlackRock funds. Here you go. Ding. Citadel. Do you have information with Citadel and BlackRock related to Terra? I'd love to see that. I have tons of information with Terra Luna. If we can connect Citadel and BlackRock. If we connect Citadel and BlackRock to Terra Luna, game fucking over. For them. Serious. If we have hard connection between Terra Luna and Citadel and BlackRock, we need that. Terra Luna is just pure 100% crime. That's just pure financial terrorism. It's everything. That was our meme stocks. Like Terra Luna was GameStop AMC. You realize that, right? It's not Terra Luna, that's GameStop and AMC. May 26th, so that's probably dated. But that means this guy's name's probably in here. But, man, They had this back then, Circle Reserve Fund, because they want to be the next reserve bank for digital currency. Goldman Sachs, those sneaky, sneaky bastards. This is why they're under investigation. This is why. Goldman Sachs might not be here next month. They shouldn't be. Securities lending. There you go. That's that guy. Yep. Securities lending. Great. Richard Chambers. Where's that? Goldman? Oof. Seven years, 8 months. January? Wait, what? How can he be there for 7 years but a partner since January 21? Anything that says January 21, man, my eyebrows perk. I don't believe in happenstance anymore. Not after everything I've found. Who is... I went to... He's a partner at Goldman. So he's been there for 7 years and 8 months, but he's only been a partner there since January 21, when the meme stocks hit. Audit advisor, huh? Yeah, and like I posted earlier, I found an audit company. These guys audited Circle. So I checked out their auditing general practice guide. And I'm going to tell you right here, right now, any company involved in digital assets that passes an audit is pure fraud, just straight fraud. There's no way you can pass these audits with digital assets. I read it. Read it. I just sent the link right there. Read it. There's absolutely no way pass an audit with digital assets. Zero. No ethical accountant would pass any crypto company. You know, it's almost creepy that he's not on anything, because the only other person I saw that did that was Ray. Mayo Man gets top Goldman Sachs job. November 17th, November 10th, 2017. Sharing that. A Mayo Man. Do you think that's happenstance? Appointed a senior role at global investment giant Goldman Sachs in New York. Richard Chambers is due to take up his new role as managing director of short macro trading at the investment bank in January. Native of Newport, Mr. Chambers has been an interest rate trader at Goldman. Interest rate. BNB. They're one of the large crypto custody banks. What the heck's with the Mayo Man? What does that mean? A man from Mayo? Ireland? He's Irish? Yeah, that would make sense. Okay. Interesting. I try not to look into individuals too much like that. I'd rather leave that for authorities. Ah, Irish, yeah. But yeah, I'd say this is some conflict, some major conflict. Depository Trust, Goldman, BlackRock, and even I mean, what do they do? It's the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, right? Group of market professional committee disputing integrity, efficiency, treasury, agency, debt. Oh my God. It is them. Mortgage-backed securities, great. So, like, you know, you gotta assume people are good. You gotta assume these are good people trying to do their jobs. You have to assume that there's a system that they're a part of that's bad. I'm trying to take that approach. Yeah. No, I mean, I see conflicts here. Whoa. Is that? That's not, no, it's probably not. It's probably a common name. It's a super common name, right? That's Caroline, fam. And I feel like these smaller ones are due to newer regulations, right? They're supposed to have some of these smaller ones. CME Group is part of this because that's options, right? Options market. I was kind of worried about them with the New York Stock Exchange hack. I kind of thought CME was part of it. But turns out I was right with it's digital assets with ION. Yeah, it is interesting you bring up the New York Fed because this is on a state level, and well, I mean it's the Fed actually, it's the New York Fed, but the New York whatever, they've been allowing a lot of crypto business there in their jurisdiction, and it's one of the safe havens. Treasury fails. Internal swaps. Oh yeah, thanks for the site. I mean, I never checked this. So this is kind of probably where I should be paying attention. I mean, I haven't checked it in a long time, let's say that. I remember checking this. When I was first interested in reverse repo, I was really, really deep in this. I wanted to get all the data. I wanted to know who is in reverse repo. I was really surprised to find Fidelity in there. And it will be interesting to go over information we studied, right, in like 21. Like reverse repo means something completely different to me now, especially after yesterday. And here we go. This is a big deal. This is happening. Isn't this still happening? This is going to happen, right? This happens in March. This happens later this month. We transition. I think this might be the kicker. It could be swaptions. I thought that was just a term. Yeah, Lou's a scammer. Well, I mean, what? Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's just whatever. Wants his views. Well, they can. I mean, ISDA is just a private contract between two people. Right? And then, as far as I understand it, it's a swap. It's a swap contract. And then reverse repo is a repo contract with, in this case, the Fed, right? Yeah, overnight tri-party repo. Oh, really? I did not know that. You know what really creeped me out was somebody bought the Edgar. An OTC market fucking bought the Edgar. Like, SEC's reporting website is apparently not owned by SEC. It's a private company. And then an off-exchange market, an OTC market bought the Edgar. How fucking creepy is that? ISDA, as far as I know, ISDA is the catalyst of criminal activity in swaptions. It is how they do this. Wow. Man, what am I doing? Repo. I mean, it would make sense because these are private contracts, right? It's a tri-party contract, which is weird. Actually, I mean, it was a tri-party. That's right. Okay. Securities lending and derivatives market. So when they say there's a bunch of retail activity and that's why reverse repo goes up, it's because they're dumping that risk onto the government. That's just like, because there's things they don't say. They say it internally in the industry. Repurchase transaction repos and securities lending transactions, stock loans, and together with repos, SFTs, and derivatives transactions are used by similar market participants, share a number of common features, and are documented or similarly structured agreements. Despite this, the SFT, the derivatives markets, and different terminology of the same concepts and different process or methodologies accomplish the same goals. This limits the ability to achieve synergies and efficiencies between these markets and potential risks, creating unintended consequences between them. Not stuff I want to hear right now, but it supports everything we're finding. And yes, this is fucked up. When did they write this? October 2020. How come I land on that? That's so fucked up. Shit like blew up after this. Reverse repo blew the fuck up after this. Yeah, I'll have to look into this more. I am kind of obsessed with reverse repo. It's I think one of the weirdest parts of our market. Because even this, like I watched a 4 hour or like pretty long video. It was made a few years ago, and it has like all these repo specialists. But even them is mostly them trying to figure it out amongst each other. Like what is it? Why does it do things? You know, like they're more like analyzing it than like even understanding it. So stock loans, that's a short position, right? So that's on page 7. Stock loan is a form of transaction where securities are transferred from one party, the lender, to another party, the borrower, for a fee. The borrower is obligated to return equivalent securities either on demand or at the end of the agreed term. Any type of securities can be used for this. Okay, so digital. They're using digital assets, including shares, government bonds, or corporate bonds. Although shares are the most common. Borrower pays the stock lending fee for the use of the securities to provide collateral against its obligation to redeliver equivalent securities. So that's a naked short, right? The borrower pays a stock lending fee for the use of the securities and provides collateral against its obligation to redeliver equivalent securities. Redeliver equivalent securities in the form of cash. Cash, there you go. It's a naked short. The other securities are standby letters of credit. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is your typical stock loan. But that is odd. They just say they can provide cash. Oh, as collateral under the stock loan transaction. Looks very similar to a repo. And it would make sense too, like to hide this stuff. If it looks so similar, you would see this activity in the repo, right? Stock loans are typically documented under the Global Master Securities Lending Agreement. So yeah, I guess our stock lending is all handled through ISDA, right? Yeah. Phase 6, November 23rd. Exemptions, 23rd, yeah. Continuous net settlement. This is good. We're going to learn what the legal process is behind lending our stocks out. It's a Global Master Securities Lending Agreement, and we should probably read that. Title transfer. Look at that. Title transfer. In the cross-border market, this is what we want to see here. Supports the following master agreements for securities lending transaction and title transfer agreement. That's their legacy, so I guess it's outdated. So this hasn't been updated since 2010. Then they have a pledge, and it's not loading or what? That's their security pledge. Well, so that explains that. Okay. Master Securities Lending Agreement. Let's try to find that. This is with the SEC. lend to the borrower against a transfer of collateral. And so, yeah, so reverse repo gives them collateral, doesn't it? They can, so you buy stock, it goes into a money market fund. They put that money market fund at reverse repo, and they get collateral, which they're able to borrow more stock with. Yep. Each transaction shall be referred to herein as loan, and unless otherwise agreed in writing, shall be governed by this agreement, including supplemental terms. Blah, blah, blah. Loans and securities. Borrower and lender shall agree at terms of each loan. Be amended during the loan, including the issuer of the securities? Seriously? The amount of securities to be lent? Does that mean they're returned if you change the amount? The basis of compensation, the amount of collateral to be transferred to by borrow, and any additional terms such as agreement. Lender in accordance with section 2. Here, I'll share it. I'm sorry, guys. That's like propaganda. You have no evidence of that. In fact, all we have is evidence of AA being for us. No, that's not fact. No. It's less shares. You do a 10-to-1, and you have less shares, and they're more expensive. So they're harder to find, harder to borrow, and they're more expensive. So shorts are fucked. Like you get that, right? There's less shares for them to borrow, and they're more expensive. Boom. That's not that hard to figure out. Like if you think it's hard to borrow and the hard to borrow right now, phew. And then the real kicker, actually, I wish my batteries were working. Let me see. The real kicker is the counterfeits, the synthetics. Okay, what happens to those? They go up 10x. So now they got counterfeits. They're 10 times the risk. You get that? You see how that works? So there's less shares available, they're more expensive, and then if you have counterfeits that you're not allowed to have, the risk just got 10 times greater. Like that's really as simple as it gets. That's pretty darn simple. And then Ape was kind of a genius move because it's called a poison pill. It was almost like a reverse poison pill. So in finance, and Adam Aaron followed me when I posted this, so it made me, so I feel like I'm right on this, which also means he's cool. Yeah, so they're a way to discourage a hostile takeover, and I did just read something recently too, because what happens is so let's say somebody wants to take over, like Citadel wants to take over AMC, like super sketch, right? So the way they can do that is through options first. You secretly do it through options, right? Before you want the company or anybody to know. And we're seeing all this crazy options activity because of all this, crime. But that also meant that AMC was at risk for a hostile takeover. So the poison pill, so Ape was actually a poison pill. We all received, anybody that owned AMC got Ape. So we're fine. But if anybody wanted to take over AMC, it got twice as hard at that point. So it was really quite interesting. So the fact that I brought this up, I was like, it's basically a reverse poison pill. And then Adam Aaron followed me. And this was before I was banned from the oligarch. But this really did make me feel like I was onto something there. So I feel like APE served several functions, and part of them was a poison pill. Because yeah, if somebody wanted to take over APE, that just made really not impossible, but really disincentivized it. That made it extremely expensive. So I kind of want to read all this later. Transfer of loan securities. Transfer loan securities borrow hereunder and before the cutoff time and the date agreed to borrow and lender for commencement of the loan. When else agreed upon, borrower shall provide lender for each loan in which a customer schedule receipt. You think they mention reg show? Nope. That came later. That's in Dodd. That's in Dodd. So I've been wondering too about the short fees for borrowing our securities right now, because we're seeing high fees. So this could mean two things, right? So this could mean either the supply is low and the demand is high, right? And you would think that. You would think the short interest would be so much because the supply is low. But what if they have unlimited supply with digital assets? Right? What does that mean? Sorry. If they have unlimited supply with digital assets, it's not a low demand issue. It's a high demand. It's a high demand for a different reason. It's not high demand because of low supply. It's high demand because it's high supply. Does that make sense? I'm wondering if these short interest fees are excessive of 100% because they're digital assets. Not because they're hard to find, but because they make things easy to find. You guys catching me with that one? I really do wonder that. Knowing that these digital assets are part of the equation, I really, really wonder if the short interest isn't because of the low supply, but actually the opposite. It's because, and this is average short interest, right? So this is only going to be certain vendors. I'm going to assume interactive brokers. I'm going to say interactive brokers is playing with digital assets, and the borrow fee for interactive brokers is going to be different than, I don't know, Fidelity or somebody else. But Fidelity's in digital assets now too, which is probably why they got into it. So that's the question. Is the short interest percent so high because the demand is low, or because the supply is low, demand is high, or because the supply is infinite and the demand is high? Faster transfers, T0, infinite locates. If you could get infinite locates, it might make it upwards of 100% short interest, right? So, these digital assets change everything. They change everything. Everything. All of the market dynamics. We're lucky us. Lucky millennials, we get to deal with this shit again. We're just so goddamn lucky. We're just so lucky that our peers have, they've just provided such a healthy market and for us to thrive as citizens. Just so goddamn lucky. Anyway, I think I'm going to start kicking out of here. This video is way too long. Way too long. I could go for hours. I do this all day, all the time. I haven't checked out Wall Street on Parade in a long time. It's probably my favorite publication. Probably. These guys just get the dirty. In fact, I should write them, maybe. Let's see what they say, too. Oh, there you go. J.P. Morgan, cash conduit to Epstein's crimes. FDIC is already on Silvergate, so we could be experiencing we could be experiencing the crash. It could be an issue. I mean, FDIC's in. They are in, and they were ready. Silvergate, a federally insured bank, just blew up from ties with crypto. Yes. Client's a big law firm. Yeah, no shit. Sullivan Cromwell is probably a criminal organization. I don't care if they're lawyers. It doesn't change that. They're doing some extremely suspicious cover-up activity around FTX and LedgerX, and I'm one of the only people in the world calling them out. Well, I don't know. People actually, no, I'm not. Everybody's calling them out. Everybody knows Sullivan's a conflict, except for the judge, because he's paid off, apparently. Right? I mean, who appointed him? I don't know. Goldman Sachs is being sued for 27 separate stocks offerings it underwrote. Hey, that's important. Which ones? Tell us, which ones? Uber. Oh my God, is AMC going to be here? Tell me. No. Wished. Robinhood. Holy shit! Holy shit! Goldman Sachs underwrote Robinhood? That could be important. Look at that. Dogecoin drove gains for Robinhood. Look at that. Dogecoin is, so meme coins are not real. Meme coins don't exist. Dogecoin is crime. Dogecoin stole from AMC GameStop. That's all this was. That's all Dogecoin is. And Elon Musk fucking called them that week. Oh my God. Where is it? Where was I on? I was on something. Robinhood, the IPO, tokenized. Somebody took Robinhood stock pre-IPO and they tokenized it. This was in 2020. And then they gave it a lower valuation. Holy motherfuck. It was Goldman Sachs. Holy fuck. They would have had access. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they underwrote it. Where can't I find it? I can't find the article, too. It's not IPO, right? Is it? Initial public offering, right? Robinhood. Stocks. Tokenized. This is my other video. What? That was November 9th? Jesus. Somebody wrote that? Editor's pick? Oof. Oof. Seeking Alpha? Oof. It's in my other video. It's in my other video. What? Okay, no. For the Robinhood of real estate. No, that's like some African company. Robinhood. Dude. Goldman Sachs is under investigation for that? Or it's sued. I didn't know they underwrote that. Somebody found Robinhood stocks before they went public. And they were tokenized. Somebody tokenized Robinhood before Robinhood released its shares. So Robinhood was tokenized before they did this to us in 21. Robinhood was tokenized in 2020. So that means if Goldman Sachs underwrote Robinhood in 2020, somebody found shares, sold it to this company in Switzerland, right? And they tokenized it. I'm going to say this somebody's Goldman for right now. Okay? We have the meme stock event in January 21, and then later Robinhood goes public. After they had this underwritten, after they were tokenized by somebody else. Their stock was tokenized, just like us. Just like us. Robinhood was attacked with tokenized stock. Was it Goldman? Coinbase. Maybe I can find it with Coinbase. Coinbase issues cease. Tokenized. Yeah, this is it. Coinbase was tokenized before they went public. And they told them to cease and desist it. Because tokenization is wrong. By Swarm. They didn't receive it from any other company like Robinhood. That's because Robinhood was being a little bitch under Goldman. Robinhood was taking it because they fucked up. Oh my God. Robinhood was paying them back. We knew this. We knew this. So this was a theory. We knew that Robinhood could be paying back their uppers for fucking up with meme stocks. So if Goldman Sachs fucking writes this, if Goldman Sachs tokenized their shit, that means they could have shorted it before they even went public. I'm telling you, I need to talk to regulators. I need to talk to somebody. Somebody needs to talk to me. This is bullshit. It's just one night of streaming, you know? Just shit we'll find. I do this every time I sit down. That's why I never make videos, because every time I sit down, it's mind-blowing. You got, here's our spillover studies. Again, showing our correlations between crypto and our equities market, which shouldn't exist. But what that means is that there's direct exposure and risk. And we've proven that. Digital markets. Okay, so FTX digital markets, I think it's where most of our assets are being hidden. And Bahamas took over this. And I'm going to explain why this might be a good thing. So like Sullivan, right? They're nasty. They're handling the bankruptcy case. This is in America. So America got the people. We got Sam and the CEOs and whatever. Bahamas got FTX digital markets. Bahamas got the assets. USA got the people. Bahamas got the assets. Now this might be good for now. Maybe. Because if the Bahamas is working, if they're working with our Department of Justice, that's good. The problem, if America actually took these assets and this was part of the American bankruptcy case, well, one, we're finding out that this judge is compromised. So I'd be freaking out a lot more than I am now. And two, the lawyers, the Sullivan the whole case is disgusting. The judge and Sullivan, you don't take one of the largest finance fraud crime cases in history and slush it around with this judge and these lawyers like this. This is why we have trust problems. This is why we have crime problems. And it's wrong. You don't take, like, it's under active investigation with the DOJ. You don't just rush this stuff through. There's active crime. It's still an active crime scene. And it's not even just a scene. I think it's actually just like active crime. So this might actually protect. So the thing is, if this was in the bankruptcy process and the judge had access to these and the judge would liquidate these assets to pay off everybody, and they were probably criminals anyway. That means if our stock is tied up in these assets and tokens, that could just drop our stock. The assets tied up in FTX digital markets could completely destroy our stocks. I mean, we're talking like Ledger X, and well, that's a whole bit. DERiBIT's a whole nother crime. That's 100% of options chain on the crypto. That's just crime. That's just illegal crime. DERiBIT's just completely criminal. That needs to be shut down right away. But between DERiBIT, Ledger X, and FTX digital markets, other than the million of different blockchains, I think this is where the bulk of the originals came from. I think this is where the original counterfeits were. I think there could be all kinds of bullshit in Ledger X and bullshit in here. And I think it's more than AMC and GameStop. I think it's maybe a back catalog of toxic sludge from our markets from 2005 and underwritten sludge. That's my theory. Oh yeah, so let's see. Find hold not. Singapore-based cryptocurrency. Hodl not. Yep. They keep on trolling us, and I hate it. Terra Luna, 3 arrows Celsius. Yep. So this is a constant theme. They're going to call things apes. Hodl. They're going to use all of our sayings. Part of the idea is they wanted to pull us over, and to some extent they worked, right? A lot of you support this stuff. I mean, we look at GameStop. So, again, this is no accident. They use these terms. So here they call a thing called hold or not, and then they create then they create an entity specifically to fraud and manipulate and scam us using our own sayings. Singapore. We need to do something about this Singapore thing. This isn't normal. Look it up on a map. You shouldn't be sending orders to Singapore. That's not natural. That's regulatory arbitrage. And then I didn't mention it, but what these digital assets are, it's called asset arbitrage. So if you send your shit like overseas to another country, to another regulator, like Bahamas, Singapore, Cayman Islands, that's regulatory arbitrage. You're arbitraging between regulators. If you're doing it with different assets, different cryptocurrencies, like, right, you could tokenize AMC GameStop on different chains, Solana, Ethereum, Bitcoin. Then you're doing, it's called asset arbitrage. So you can take advantage of AMC and GameStop on crypto instead of the stock market. You can take advantage of it on certain things for Ethereum than Solana. Okay? So there's a million one use cases for crime and tokenizing our assets. But yeah, maybe I got a little too excited, but I think that's exciting that we found out that Goldman Sachs actually underwrote the Robinhood, because Robinhood was tokenized before they went public. And I'm willing to bet Goldman Sachs was involved with that, because the company said that they found shares first. The company actually said it was backed by real shares. So how do you back tokenized assets with real shares before the company even goes public? Well, you get it from somebody like that. Or I guess anybody you sold the IP, like the pre. No, they would, I mean, I don't know too much about it yet. And this one is interesting too, Silvergate. Look at that. So they underwrote Silvergate, which just went under. So this is hot. This is pretty hot. This is February 28th. Okay. So that was like a week ago. Hot. That's hot. They did Robinhood and Silvergate. I bet you we could look up some of these other ones too. I bet a bunch of these are down. Uber. Fuck Uber. Vroom. Rivian, that's interesting. I'm not too familiar with pharma. Silvergate and Robinhood, that's very, very interesting. And they're under investigation. Or sued, they're sued. Separate stock auction. Oh, they declined 75% or 90% over the past year. Yeah. So this would make sense. So if they issue these and then they tokenize them in digital assets and destroy them for profit, that would make sense. They can totally manipulate the price, drop them 70, 90%. It's interesting. I kind of want to see what else these guys have. These guys are great. Yeah, so that was when the judge didn't approve an independent examiner, regardless of Department of Homeland Security. This fucking judge. Judge Dorsey. And then, let's see, FTX Group. What happened? Oh. So yeah, FTX asked all the funds all that money that they paid off politicians, they asked for it to be returned or it'll be exposed. So are they covering it up? Or is that a trap? Or is that the DOJ getting all the politicians to return their money and exposing themselves? It's a big question. But I guess that's why we don't know. I mean, that's a good. I want to hope it's Department of Justice tricking politicians into returning their funds to FTX, right? Because let's say they don't know, right? Right. You got DOJ. Politicians. Yeah. And then you got FTX, Sullivan, because they are one of the they are the same. Right. So FTX wrote the politicians and said, all that illegal money we gave you, give it back to us. Or it'll be exposed in the bankruptcy. Right? And then everybody will see it. And we're all going to know who took money from FTX. Everybody. But if you return it, nobody will know. We'll cover it up. Right? So either FTX and Sullivan are covering up all this money, or it's a trick. And they're fucked either way. That's why I love it. Or it's a trick. And all the politicians give back their money because they're scared of being exposed. And this exposes them to the DOJ. Right? Which is what they wanted the whole time. I'm hoping it's this. Here's why I don't think it is, though. Because this fucking judge denied an independent examiner. Yeah, and Sears and Toys R Us. So because the DOJ asked the judge for an independent examiner on this case because of all the crime. Also asked for access to Ledger X, the crime bucket, the atomic bomb of perpsh. And the judge said no to the Department of Justice for national security. Same with Wiles at Voyager. Two judges ignoring Department of Justice and national security concerns for the benefit of liquidating these assets and paying off whoever. And the thing is, the people owed money, they are potentially under investigation from the Department of Justice, and they are all potentially criminals too. So the judge is essentially ignoring Department of Justice, ignoring Homeland Security, ignoring the defense lawyers, or the lawyers, and deciding that these questionably legal assets, right? So these crime assets, digital assets, not stock. He's treating them like they have the rights of stockholders. They don't. They knew what they got into when they got crypto. They could lose everything. They don't have stockholder rights. They don't have bankruptcy rights with digital assets. They shouldn't. But this judge doesn't get that. This judge thinks that illegal assets are the same equivalent as legal assets. And he's saying these should be liquidated, which could directly manipulate our stock, crash it. He could liquidate these to pay criminals, crash our stock market, regardless of what Department of Justice and Homeland Security say. So no, I don't like these judges, and they're either extremely stupid, but I'm going to say they're pretty smart gentlemen since they're judges. And I'm going to say they're compromised. I'm going to say that's, and then on top of that, this Voyager one, he's setting precedent. So the SEC lady is saying, this is scary because the judge is saying, okay, SEC comes in. SEC comes in and goes, Judge, these digital assets right here, they're illegal. That's illegal. If they liquidate these assets to pay these whatever, anonymous, because they're anonymous. I don't want to say debtors, they're the ones owed. If you liquidate these, or if I think Voyager wants to make a whole new coin, they just want to make a new coin, like, right? They just want to issue more coin, like more APE or more AMC. They just want to issue more illegal crypto. And the SEC is like, Judge, they want to issue this coin to pay all these people, and this is illegal. And the judge goes, well, I don't care. You guys figure it out. Oh, I'm doing it anyway. Too late. Okay. He doesn't care if this is illegal. And then the SEC is saying, okay, if you do this, you're protecting all the individuals at Voyager, all the CEOs. So we're telling Voyager this is illegal. The judge is saying, I don't care. And then the Voyager is going to be able to do this, and it will be illegal, and they will get money, pay these people off, and they will be able to sell themselves off to Binance. And all of the criminal activity in there, all the criminals that did this criminal activity that SEC just said is criminal, will get away scot-free. So when you shoot over to the FTX case, or any bankruptcy moving forward, if we look at the Silvergate, any of these, we're going to start maybe seeing a whole bunch of defaults because they might be getting away with crime. They got their money. Do Kwon got his money, run off with it, crash the markets, and they will be protected. They won't be charged as criminals. And they can knowingly do this. They could do any criminal activity they want if they know that they can do this. So the judge behind the Voyager thing, I'm going to say is compromised. The judge behind FTX, I'm going to say is compromised. And if they're not compromised, what they're doing is wrong. And judges shouldn't be doing things that are wrong. So I hope I explained all my DD as stupid as possible. Like, really, this was probably a really good thing. And I should probably maybe do this again or just try to cut this out, because I'm trying to sum up everything I found in the last 3 years. And what I found was financial terrorism. Straight up. This is financial warfare. This is warfare against my generation. This is warfare against the millennial generation and the generations below us. If you're younger than us, know this. This is a fight for you as well. This is generational financial warfare. I've been through 2001, I've been through 2008. I just proved that they are knowingly doing this. They can't claim that this was an accident or they didn't know, because I proved it. Whatever happens, they can't say they didn't know. These guys won't be able to say they didn't know. They knew. FTX can't say they didn't know, because I called them. I called them out in 2021. I told FTX all this shit. I told them everything. I told them somebody's going to start a run on. They're dumping toxic shit. They're going to start a run on them, and they're going to dump them. And that's what happened. Where's my video? I could probably pull it up. Right? And if you guys are looking for my videos, it's my playlists. Stonk DD dealers and major swap participants. Right? There's my videos. Actually, I don't see my old ones. I gotta get my old ones. I think they're in are they way down there? A year ago. 1 year ago. I'll have to find them. That might be it. So what was I talking about? He's saying that. So there's Ledger X.
March 28th, futures are going to roll off. You got a leg into another future, and in the following month, you got to have a trading team for that. It's a pain in the butt. So essentially, it's just a way to get leverage spot exposure. It's super simple.
Leverage spot exposure.
The other.
So, you know, that's interesting. Trippy. So meta. So this was it. When was this? September 17th, 2021. I called all this out publicly. September 17th, 2021. I reported this, I think, to the SEC. Run them. '21. So they're there. Not all of this is completely accurate. I was still learning then about all of it, crypto and everything. But there's some goodies in here. I actually go to the FTX site, I think. There's Pyth. Here's the ape NFTs, because They're manipulating us. This is disgusting. This is ex-Citadel guys, a whole bunch of Citadel guys. And there's a lot of money behind this project, and I have a lot of questions about these projects. I have questions about these products and the companies behind them, and I think there should be some thorough actual there needs to be some digital investigations behind these products. I don't trust these products. Look, he's eating crayons. A dumb crane-eating ape. They took all of our sayings. They took everything. And we missed it for months because I think they gamed the algorithm. And I think all of this was on purpose. But this actually led me to FTX. That's kind of how I found FTX. I found these things. And then here's Pyth. And this is Jump Trading's Pythia. This is Jump Trading's Oracle. And it was misreporting prices, crazy prices. Mainnet Beta. There's DevNet. And I talked to Kanav at Jump Trading about this, and he gaslit me. Turns out he's part of Terra Luna. Turns out they promoted him to Jump Crypto 2 days after I talked to him about all this. About these glitches on Pyth. And I thought they were hiding all this stuff in options and perp swaps. And he grilled me for a good, half hour on that stuff, trying to get information. And then he gaslit me, and then they promoted him a day later. But he's involved in Terra Luna. I suspect he may go to jail. He might go to prison. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure Jump's criminal organization. Which you don't read about Jump anywhere. Nobody talks about Jump. Nobody talks about Jump. There you go. Revealed this third party in the Do Kwon Terraform lab. That means they manipulated AMC GameStop. That's exactly what that means. Because that's what Do Kwon and Terraform and Mirror and all that was. Also, Jump, they made money off of that. Before the Terra collapse. That's AMC GameStop money. Straight up. I'm telling you this. 1.28 billion before the Terra collapse. So that's laundered money from the AMC GameStop event. All of this is. Most of the crypto, I think a lot of the capital that busted into crypto from all of that era, that time, I think it was us. I thought it then, but I proved it now. We have the proof. Anyway, it's fucking absolutely insane. It's insane. It's insanity. Yeah, here's a good question. Numerous big law firms had zero ties. So why did he do Sullivan? Because they hired him. Because Sullivan actually kicked Sam out and put Ray in. That's a fucking conflict. It's a cover-up job. And that's concerning considering he did ExxonMobil. So how much of ExxonMobil was a cover-up job? Ray's a fucking hack. He's covering up Ledger X. This is a cover-up job. Sullivan, these people need to be under investigation. Ray and Sullivan need to be under strict investigation. That judge needs to be under strict. They need to monitor this shit. I want to know who's paying that, if these judges are getting paid. People need to make sure those judges are not getting paid. There's too much fishy shit going on here. Other people don't care because their assets aren't tied up in money laundering and fucking wire fraud counterfeits that's directly tied to our stock market. These assets could be directly tied to our stock right now and our stock markets. And we're the only people, like, nobody, we found this, so nobody knows. First of all, I'm never selling. That's not a risk I'm willing to take, right? Let's say I sell tomorrow and we mow ass on, the day after that. That's not something I'm ever going to live with. If we mow ass, that's a once in 400 year opportunity that I am not going to miss. That's just something I'm not going to regret. I can regret lots of things in my life. That's not one I want to regret, if it happens. There's more reward than risk. It's a once in 400 year opportunity. But that explains all these extreme crime cases. I mean, Terra Luna, Do Kwon ran off with our money. All these people ran off with our money. It was a money grab. They just stole from retail. This is RICO. It's not just FTX. This was coordinated. We're talking, if we're talking just tokenized stocks, that's what Robinhood, jump trading, FTX, and what, Solana, DERiBIT, okay. Now, and then you got all the peripheral lending firms around that, and they're all seeing data. They have computers. They know data. They should be seeing fraudulent activity. They should be aware of this activity, and if they're not talking about it, it's because they're profiting off of it. Did they mention LedgerX in this? Nope. Look at that. See? This is Wall Street on Parade, and they're mentioning Ray and Sullivan, and they're not mentioning LedgerX. Sullivan closed the LedgerX deal. I found the exact lawyers that did it. Okay? We have major conflicts with this judge, with this case, and everything. You don't just have major crime and fraud and blow through it like this judge is. Viper nest of conflicts and intrigue, yep. Strange things going on. Oops, missed that one. Where's that? I want to see that. Just because we found out some stuff on Goldman Sachs, didn't we? February 7th, okay. That the unit of Goldman Sachs that holds trillions of dollars in derivatives, including the kind of credit derivatives that blew up in the U.S. economy in 2008, would have taken Goldman Sachs. It's 513 billion in assets, 50 trillion in derivatives. Wow. Yeah, and they just dumped risk onto the reverse repo, and they got 50 trillion in derivatives. Good job. Good job. Okay. So I can only scream financial terrorism for so long, and then, I'm out. So, thanks, guys, for chilling. I'm sorry I don't read the comments much. What am I searching? Oh, yeah. Ooh. That was in 2012? Oh, yeah. So, that makes sense. Yes. So, Jump is a little evil child of Citadel. That is true. So, they worked there, and the secrets he claims they took is quantitative, and, it's AI. And whatever crime he was committing at that time. And yes, so there is a channel there, right? Citadel Jump Trading Solana, Citadel Jump Trading Alameda, and yeah, quantum, like once quantum's in, like crypto's worthless, right? Let's say BlackRock's probably gonna be one of the first to get a quantum computer. Google, BlackRock. And then, maybe the government. Even Citadel would probably get one early. So as soon as those firms acquire a quantum computer, crypto is completely compromised. It's worthless. Completely. Absolutely. Encryption, quantum computers break encryption at the speed of light. There needs to be more talk about AI and social media and market data, such as payment for order flow and ledgers, public ledgers. So you may think that like a blockchain ledger is good and transparent, but it's actually not. It actually only benefits the majors with a supercomputer that can ingest that public information and game the market with AI. Same with payment for order flow. They take payment for order flow. They take social media data, mix that with AI, and you've officially hacked the market. I'm not even saying game the market or have a competitive edge. You guys know what AI is capable of. They hacked the market with AI. And it's sick because they're also injecting bots and a system into the system to manipulate us. So at what point does that turn into, psychological warfare? So AI and finance is really disturbing to me. And if you think about social media and why it's free and why you are the product, how can you possibly be the product? It's not advertising. Advertising doesn't pay that much. If you follow the money, it goes to hedge funds. It goes to like your Citadel, quantitative analysis, the quants. So you take AI, social media sentiment, you take payment for order flow, crypto order flow, and you have hacked the market. Humans can't compete with AI. Okay, but if you use AI and design it specifically to steal from us, then we really have no chance at all. Cool. One last thing. So I am there. Crypto is wrong. Crypto needs to be banned. Crypto needs to be banned completely. 100%. Get rid of crypto. Get rid of it. It's really unfortunate for GameStop, and Ryan is a libertarian. And they know that after the FTX, they actually, in their public filing, I feel like maybe GameStop's been kind of quiet. They might be restructuring away from some of that. I hope so. I kind of hope regulators and Department of Justice has been helping them, because in a way, they're a victim of fraud. GameStop is a victim of fraud with crypto. A lot of people are. So I'm hoping GameStop is getting the tip. If not, they can do their thing, but that is concerning to me that Ryan's a libertarian and maybe doesn't see, this is kind of a false thing, right? Like the value of crypto is false. Once you know this stuff, like maybe the value of NFTs aren't really the value of it. Maybe they weren't really people. Maybe it was a system to dump risk. Maybe they just made bots that sucked up all those NFTs, and then these banks got rid of all their risk. The information we uncover here, it implies many, many, many things, most of it criminal. And so I'm saying crypto needs to be illegal. Digital assets, these need to be criminal. This, whatever they say they're for, it's not what they're for. These aren't trustworthy entities. They haven't been truthful about crypto. The biggest of them, all of them, they're not being truthful about crypto. And that should speak the world. They're not telling you the truth about crypto, and crypto should be illegal. It should be banned. If it's not banned and illegal, it needs to be completely barricaded from our traditional market. It needs to be completely barricaded. Our markets need to be completely separated from crypto. And they talk about technology. That's a lie. Encryption has been around since, like, God, how long has encryption been around? Let's just like look it up. When was encryption first used? Sure. What, 1900 BC. So the concept of encrypted transfer of information for financial purposes is not new. Okay? Crypto doesn't solve that problem. It's a lie. It's a smokescreen. It's smoke and mirrors. It's a lie. We have encryption. Poof. It's solved. You don't need any of this crime. Poof. And guess what? We already had it. Our finance system was using encryption. It was more or less safe. It's been pretty much operating and safe for everybody for a long time. And crypto is being hacked left and right. And we're finding out a lot of these are from insiders. And it's not as transparent as it's saying it is. So it isn't it's a compromised system. It's being hacked. It's being used for criminal enterprises. We're being lied to about this. They're stealing from us. And these are companies that we should be trusting. Like, these are American companies. These are American businesses. They shouldn't be stealing from us. And they are. And that's a problem. That's a big problem. These financial institutions shouldn't be stealing from Americans. Whether they crash or not, these not only institutions, but the people in these institutions need to be held accountable financially and with enforcement. Anyway, I could say this and I can say this, but Yeah. Nice, I'll check that one out. Yeah, all you gotta do is type the headlines or whatever, I can find them. Tuesday, crypto. Neat, I'll look into that. Yeah, so, anyway, I would love to talk to regulators. I would love to talk to Department of Justice. I would like to talk to investigators. I want to talk to somebody. I want to put these criminals in prison, and I want to protect our markets and my country. I take this very seriously. This is financial terrorism. This could destroy our country, our markets, my generation again. If they do this to my generation again, there might be really bad reactions from my generation. And that maybe that's what they're going for. But I'm trying to stop this stuff. I really am. I'm trying to bring awareness. We gotta stop these motherfuckers. I don't care, you know. Maybe call some newspapers. We can get more eyes on this. So far, I haven't been proven wrong on any of my stuff, and that's scary. I don't want to be right. And as time goes on, I get more and more disturbed. So that's why I'm doing these videos. They just get weirder. We weren't wrong. And specifically, I was never wrong about these tokenized assets. I was gaslit a lot on this. I was gaslit a lot. From FTX, from Brett Harrison, from Jump Trading, from other apes, from I was gaslit on this. And I was right. I've been right. And so I'm going to hold my ground now. I'm holding my ground, and I'm just going to say things how they are. No, FTX did. And I can prove that 100 ways to Sunday. Yeah. Jump Trading isn't in the limelight right now. That's interesting to me. I feel like there's stuff behind the scenes going on. Something's happening behind the scenes, because the fact that Jump Trading isn't in the public light yet is extremely odd, I think. Layer Zero is I can't believe I even found them. That's like finding a needle in a haystack. I don't think they could believe I found them. I wrote him though, and I submitted a hacker report because dealing with criminal behavior is a risk to his business. And I asked for my $1 million reward for providing that valuable information to his company. So I told Layer Zero to their face. I told the COO of Layer Zero that he was involved with potential criminal activity, and their product was made for covering up money, criminal activity, and the people they're doing business with are potential part of that. And I told it to his face. I told it to them. I told them. And I demanded my reward. I demanded $1 million for providing information to their company about a hacking risk, because, that's a hack. If they didn't know that there was crime going on, Citadel and Horowitz used them. They hacked them. So I gave them the benefit of the doubt that they weren't bad people. I'm going to give layer 0 the benefit of the doubt that they don't know that they are involved in criminal activity. Same thing I did with FTX. I will assume that they don't know that they are involved in criminal activity. And I will warn them, and I'm going to ask for my reward because I deserve it. And layer 0 ignored me. I can only hope they forwarded it to Citadel and Hurlbits, and I hope they're losing sleep at night. But I want you guys to know I'm doing this. I'm reaching out to all these crypto firms, and I'm telling them that they are potentially likely involved in this criminal activity, and that I would like a reward for submitting this, this information to them as a hacker, as a white hat hacker, as a good guy, because I'm a good guy. So what's funny about that is I'm calling them out for crime, and none of them are going to give me the reward that I'm due. And if I'm wrong, I really wish they would tell me I was wrong. I'd like that. But they won't. So I'll just keep going. I'm also, what else am I doing? Yeah, I'm actually finally trying to reach out to FinCEN. I'm going to continue with the SEC. SEC's, we need to comment on SEC. We need to vote. Vote yes. Yes, yes, yes. Support these companies. Adam was right about T0. He's been right. He's been right. He's been right. Support him 100%. Adam knew about T0 before I did. So that means Adam probably knew about tokenized assets months before I found out about all this, which means SEC might knew about all this before me. So from what I found out, like, they're pretty much 5 steps ahead of all this. So maybe I think I'm ahead, but I'm hoping I'm providing some information to the SEC and whatever. But typically they're 5 steps ahead of all this. Terra Luna, Mirror, all of it. So that's good. That means SEC is doing the job. And so it might look like SEC is going after crypto, but know that they're actually on top of the AMC GameStop thing. Like, know that. Know that. So T0 was the crypto exchange, and they approached AMC to digitize our stock. And they said it would stop counterfeits. And T0 is not here anymore. T0 is gone. They, as far as I know, they defaulted. But what I proved earlier is that T0 lied. That T0 provides unlimited counterfeits. Once you tokenize your stock, they can use it for hard to borrow shorting. So like AMC, we're on Reg Show. It's hard to borrow. So if they have a digital asset firm, all of them have digital asset firms, which means they all have an app like this. They need to find a stock, no problem. Okay, they go in here and I want to short it, and it's hard to borrow. There's EdgeX. That's Citadel's. Okay. Where is it? But yeah, T0, it's in here, unlimited. Why can't I find it all of a sudden? Here it is. So it's supposed to be hard to borrow, which means there's a limited supply to find. Like 1,000, 100. But then here we are, like unlimited. T0. But I don't know. Am I reading this wrong? Locate shares 1,000, shares 1,000, unlimited. Locate shares 0. Locate price 0. So, I don't know. I see a hard to borrow stock thing with T0 and I see unlimited shares. That brings a red flag because that's exactly what we think this stuff is doing. Oh yes, ICE. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, T0 is gone, right? So T0 defaulted? No. February 23rd. Shut down. February 3rd. Crypto exchange T0 shut down March 6th. Oh, they're gonna hold off until the smoke passes. Which is the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do. If you suspect criminal activity, you get out. You don't involve yourself in criminal activity. So, I mean, that's the stupid thing about this. So, all these companies, like, you could have all these cryptos and all these people, and all of them think they're good people, and all of them think they're just messing with crypto. And what I'm kind of uncovering is that all these people, they're good people. And they may not know that they're involved in this crime. Because, frankly, it's a system thing. A lot of these people are a cog in the wheel. They're just one small part. And that's just further proof that this was systemically designed by institutions to do all the stuff that they weren't allowed to do. And it makes sense. You look at all these people and they're just like, our clients, the institutions, are asking for us for this. Our clients, the institutions, are asking us for this. So naturally, it molds the crypto market into what they put their money towards and ask for. In this case, it's extremely questionable lending practices and counterfeiting practices. Not questionable, I mean, it's just wrong. So what's sad is you got these people that think crypto's amazing. They're worth a lot of money. They have a lot of power. And they're out there just pumping crypto. Like, crypto's the future. It's safe. It's transparent. And these people are worth like billions. They're worth a lot of money. I mean, they put a lot of money into these businesses. They work every day in crypto. And they're smart people. Okay? They're deep in the hole, right? They're looking at crypto like analytically, like, oh, well, theoretically, blah, 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 blah. So we kind of just destroyed all of that. Our studies just destroyed all of them. Okay? What we uncovered destroys the crypto community. There's no incentive for crypto anymore. There's none. It's worthless. It's completely worthless. You want encryption? You don't need crypto for that. You don't. We've had it forever. We can safely encrypt messages across and transfers and stuff. We've had it for a long time, and it hasn't been a problem. I go to the store, I use my car to buy shit. It totally works. There's nothing wrong with it. So there's no reason to inject all this crime and risk onto my generation and our markets. I don't approve of boomers doing this to my fucking markets. They got theirs. Get the fuck out of my market. Don't sabotage my market. You got yours. You got your houses. Get the fuck out. I'm done with them. They don't get to do this to us. I met that guy at the bar, the banker guy from Jackson Hole. He's involved in crypto. And I go, I'm celebrating now. I'm having a drink because I found out that crypto hacked our markets, and I'm having a drink because I need to relax. And he goes, so what? So what? So what if crypto's hacking our markets? He said that. This guy said that to me. So what if crypto hacked our stock market? This guy works in crypto. He said that. This is their mindset. So that said to me right now, you know, I just did this whole thing about there's good people, they don't know they're part of wrong. There's them too. There's probably hundreds and thousands of them. They don't give a fuck. They don't care about my country. They don't care about my financial. They want theirs, and they're good. They're fucking boomers. Sorry to pull the boomer thing, but that's who these people are. They're sick. They're not going to fuck my generation like this. Not again. So I'm reporting this. This is financial terrorism. I'm reporting to this everywhere. I'm calling these criminals out in their faces. And I'm calling every regulatory, and I need help. I want you guys to, we need to spread the word on this. If it's wrong, people need to prove it. I want proof that I'm wrong. I want court documents. I want evidence from Goldman Sachs, from Jump Trading, from all of them. I want evidence that I'm wrong. Anyway, I'm just angry. I know it's a turnoff. But I found evidence that these guys are going to crash our markets, and I'm trying to stop them right now. Goldman Sachs needs to be stopped. Circle needs to be stopped. Crypto needs to be stopped. Fidelity Digital. We need to stop crypto, and we need to completely barricade it from our traditional market. If crypto wants to get in a wrist and explode, that's on them. That's their choice, that's their risk. I didn't choose that risk. They don't get to hack my stock market, my future. Essentials, we need this shit. CFTC was days from giving FTX full control of our commodities markets. 24/7 automated liquidations. We were days away from letting FTX crash our entire commodities market. And then the CFTC tried to pull it off again last 15th, on the 15th. And it was canceled. So again, either the Department of Justice told them to stop it, or it was a trap to extract data. I'm going to say Benham and CFT, they're fucking idiots, and it was stopped by Homeland Security because they got called out for being compromised. I'm hoping the Department of Justice stopped CFTC on the 15th with their meeting. I'm hoping. Because I just don't think I haven't seen, the only promising person at CFTC I've seen is that one lady. Johnson. Kristen Johnson is the only redeeming person I know in the CFTC. I don't know much about Romero. Mersinger fam, pretty sure they're completely libertarian extremists. Benham, I think he's either compromised or he's just a complete dud. The guy is just a complete dud. Because let's be clear. CFTC completely failed. They had a job and they failed. SEC is doing their job. SEC hasn't failed yet. You may not be happy with SEC, but they didn't fail. CFTC failed. Not only did they fail with FTX, they almost gave FTX the keys to our entire commodities market. I mean, they're probably hours from that. That's a complete and absolute fail of the CFTC. They rolled back regulations. They turned a blind eye. And they completely failed as an organization. 100%. The hack on our stock market, the hack on the New York Stock Exchange, it happened twice. I got confused because I didn't know it happened twice. But here it is. Ion, cleared derivatives. This is digital assets crashing and hacking our stock market, New York Stock Exchange, because the CFTC completely failed. So they got some catching up to do. As far as I know, Kristen's the only one. She's a fucking badass. In fact, read her statements. She's just on it. On it. Started with the Berkeley one. That was a good one. And then I haven't read this one yet. February 16th. But yeah, man. So I'm here. I'm open. Where's the Department of Justice? I got more data. I got more data for you, Department of Justice. I'm right here. Reach out to me. I want to talk to somebody. I want to talk to somebody. I want to talk to SEC. I want to talk to Department of Justice. I've been at this for over a year. I need communication. I'm uncovering financial terrorism. I need communication. I need somebody, if I'm wrong, I want somebody to tell me I'm wrong so I can move on with my life. If I'm right, I want a reward and I want to get these bad guys. We need to put these fucking bad guys away. But I'm tired. I'm tired of being ignored. If I'm right, it's not like a little deal. If I'm right, it's a big fucking deal. I want somebody to prove me wrong. If I'm right, this is financial terrorism. It could be destruction of our country, the dollar, our financial system, our government, apparently. So anyway, no big deal, whatever. It's likely all the major market makers were affected to varying degrees by the collapse of FTX. As a result, several liquidity providers have likely scaled back or even ceased their market-making activities as part of the overall effort to de-risk. Dick Lowe, founder or CEO, TDX Strategy, says there's always been migration positions, decentralized exchange. Oh yeah, growth in volumes of popular decentralized trading such as GMX. And that's why I was saying I was suspicious of GMX, but when FTX crashed and the concentrated flow of activity to GMX after that said everything I need to know. And here was the Twitter. I guess there was maybe something there. Yep, perpetuals. 50x leverage. That's it. That's all you need to know. It's crypto, perpetual leverage. And that's basically a crime product. That's what that is. And risk. And if you want to dump your risk, that's a great place to do it. Crush whoever you want while you're at it. Paradigm. Here we go. We are backed by the best traders, investors in space. Jump, Genesis, Dragonfly. Haven't heard of some of these. Acuna, Fidelity Digital. Fidelity Digital backs Paradigm, Citadel, Golden Tree, Amber Group, OK Group, Bybit. Pretty sure they were involved in some stuff. Brian Brooks, the Trump-appointed OCC, gave crypto the stupid, fucking obnoxious letter, and then crypto ran with it. They took this guy's letter on the last day of his office and decided that was an excuse to do all this crime because this guy wrote a fucking letter. They're criminals. They're all criminals. And then he's at a crypto firm now, of course. Which one's this? Oh, that's the LIBOR. Look at that. That was 2016. Again, if you even just do the FIN report on these companies, and they want to be the trusted central bank for the digital dollar. Nobody trusts Goldman Sachs. Nobody. Goldman Sachs doesn't trust Goldman Sachs. They're criminals. They should be locked up. They shouldn't be running our financial system. They're known criminals. Everybody knows they're criminals. Jump Crypto profited from the Terra Luna thing. Which is funny because Kanav was part of the Terra Luna board, right? Ooh, what's this one? Federal District Courts. Albright versus Terra. Right, so I was data hunting. Grayscale, DCG. I feel like there might have been something in here. Yeah, CoinDesk, DCG. 3 arrows. Oh yeah, it's lending arm of Genesis. Oh yeah, so I looked into the Genesis bankruptcy and I tried to find the assets. And you do find them. You go up and they're not. There's tokenized assets, and I'm pretty sure they were dumping them on green companies, which is sick. Like they were funding green initiative company. Like let's say you wanted to make like a solar panel company. They'd be like, oh, we'll start you up. Here's your funding to start your company. Here's $10 million. Only to know that that fund is going to default. It's going to liquidate because it's toxic risk. So I think that's kind of sick to sabotage ESG funds and ESG companies with toxic shit. And minority groups. They were doing it with minority groups. Oh yeah, no, pay. But there's probably something in there. Here's the wormhole. And then somehow I feel like Jump Trading somehow magically got the money back from the wormhole hack. Which, tell me how that's possible if crypto's so goddamn safe. Here's the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. I feel like there's more news. There's news that happened. I can't remember. Atlas, HBC. Rothschild. So I don't know. I was checking out the Bitcoin Trust. And then, yeah, this is it right here. So, is this the Brooks guy? January 14th, 21. Yeah, so Brian Brooks stepping down at the OCC. By way of Coinbase and Fannie Mae. How about that? That's quite the combo. Amiability between banking and crypto. There you go. Interpretive letters. That's what they were. He did several interpretive letters on like his last fucking day of office. He proved all this bullshit crypto shit. Did interpretive letter on his last day and stepped down. And then institutions used this interpretive letter, even though they knew this was a bullshit letter. This is his last day. He's going to be replaced. It wasn't official. And they used this for an excuse to fucking go rampant with crime. And so they had permission from this fucking Republican goddamn regulatory capture. Brian Brooks. Now, Brian Brooks is, where's he at now? The board, H-bar, Bitfree. I think it was at Bitfree and stuff. I know there's another one. Oh, he's not even there anymore. From 2018 to 2020. He wasn't even there a year. So he was at Coinbase. He goes to this OCC, does the interpretive letter, bounces out. And then they fucking use that excuse to fucking rampage our goddamn traditional market with stock. Because this goddamn cunt, this fucking fuck. Look at that fuck. Look at that spunk little shit. You little fuck. What a cunt. Now I'm going to buy Trump. Comptroller of the currency. Write a fucking interpretive letter on his day out. You little shit. Criminals. He did it. Tarbert did it. Quintenz did it. All the Trump appointees did it. They rolled back regulations, helped the criminals, and then they got a job there. All the shit they weren't allowed to do after the 2008 crash, these motherfuckers gave them everything. Everything. The Volcker rule. The fucking Volcker rule. You shitting me? Prohibits banking entities from engaging in proprietary trading or investing in sponsoring hedge funds or private equity funds. They rolled that back. Oh, and wait, didn't Volcker, wait. I was going to look this up earlier today. Didn't Volcker cause the recession? He was the JPAL. He led the Federal Reserve. Raised interest and caused the fucking recession. So they created the Volcker rule. And of course, J-Powell was okay with rolling back the Volcker rule. He is a Volcker. J-Powell is a Volcker. He's going to cause the next fucking recession. I mean, he admitted it. Like, he basically admitted it yesterday. She goes, you're going to cause a recession. You're going to get all these people fired and cause a recession. He goes, well, it could be worse. And he rolled back the Volcker rule, which doesn't allow banks to work at proprietary trades or with fucking hedge funds. So all this bullshit between Citadel and banks is all allowed because they rolled back the Volcker rule. Again, it's regulatory capture. After you have regulatory capture, let's see if we can even just... A net loss to society. That's what happens when you... outsized influence over the very agencies that are supposed to keep them in check. It's exactly what the Republicans did, what every single Trump appointee did in every single regulatory position. So this Republican finance story doesn't fly anymore. Okay? You want to talk about inflation? Fucking Fed did that when Trump was in. All of it. They caused that. They caused inflation. They bring up our debt. Okay? They cause recessions. I'm so tired of their fucking lies and bullshit. I'm so sick of their bullshit. I'm so fucking sick of their bullshit. The one thing I thought Republicans were telling the truth about was money. I thought, this whole time, I thought Republicans could be lying out their ass about all this drama shit. If they were if they were right about one thing, it was about their fiscal views. And it turns out it was all fucking lies. All Republicans' fiscal, all their monetary shit's lies. Debt, inflation, they caused inflation. Everything they're doing with crypto here. Protecting Robinhood, protecting payment for order flow, protecting Wall Street, deregulatory. J-Pow. I'm so sick of it. I'm just done with it. Ken Griffin. Donating, why do you think Ken Griffin's donating to every single, like, he's a Republican donor? Because they give him everything he wants. Oh, hey, you got... Oh, no link. So I'm pretty sure the SEC conflict of interest thing has to do with Fidelity Digital. I think it might have to do with my video on Fidelity. I want to think it's about other stuff. And just these tokenized assets. So these are major conflict of interest. Single stock ETFs. These options. So that's a big rule. So when they marched on SEC and the SEC put that proposal out, that's a big one. The conflicts of interest. And that directly head-on approaches crypto, ETFs, all of it. It's amazing. This SEC is amazing. Gary's amazing. The corporate fund board. Oh yeah, I will. Cool. And you know, don't worry, I'll probably check all these comments later. So if you thought I didn't see your comment, I'm probably gonna read them all later. But yeah, I'll check it out. But I need to go to bed. I'm part of ASCAP, which is like a music union, and they're offering a free month of therapy, and I figure I should do it because I'm a mess. All this stuff stresses me out. It feels really weird for me to have to call national security and FinCEN as a nobody musician. I'm a nobody, and I'm calling national security about financial terrorism. And nobody's talking to me, so I'm a goddamn stress case. And because, you know, financial terrorism, let's put those two words together. That's a very, very serious matter. And I don't like being ignored on something as serious as that. I don't know how to break through on this stuff. Oh, they're all over, yeah. The corporate fund board. Mobilize corporate partners, secure critical funding. Okay. I mean, 116 million since 1977 is pretty much nothing. But that doesn't mean they don't manage other stuff, right? Yeah, so it's a club. It's just a club, isn't it? It's a golf club. See, and this is the type of thing. Look at this digital age. Watch it be all digital tokens. Oh no. Oh bummer, it's a theater. Oh man, don't fuck with the arts, man. Fuck these guys. Okay. Well, it's a theater. That is weird that it be under here. I don't know. This might have to do more with like art laundering and tax write-offs. Or tax write-offs with art, I would say. That's what this looks like to me. But I will look into it more. Oh. Okay. Well, man, this video is too long, but whatever. I got to a lot of it in the beginning. I don't know how I'm going to be able to post all these links. Here's the Mitt Romney story. And the Mormon Church is involved in this. Mitt Romney basically wrote the short seller guide on all this shit. Mitt Romney, it turns out, is the perfect frontman for Wall Street's greed revolution. He's not a two-bit, shifty-eyed huckster like Lloyd Blankfield. He's not a sighing, eye-rolling, arrogant jerkwad like Jamie Dimon. Yeah, I can't stand Jamie. But Mitt believes in the same things those guys believe. He's been right with them in the front lines of the financialization revolution. Decades-long campaign in which the old, simple, let's make stuff and sell it manufacturing economy was replaced with the new, highly complex, let's take stuff and trash it financial economy. So that's kind of what we're up against here. And this was, you know, a lot of it was designed by Mitt Romney and Bain Capital. And I think there's a lot of ties with the Mormon Church. I should say the Mormon hedge fund. It's not a church, it's a hedge fund. I escaped the Mormon Church when I was a young kid. You know, I don't appreciate fraud schemes like that. if you look up the salamander letters, basically the church admitted that it was a fraud and tried to cover it up. And then it was later found out that those letters were actually counterfeited, and it didn't matter because the church admitted that it was a fraud. So the Mormon Church is a fraud, and it's a hedge fund, and they should be paying taxes. So, and Mitt Romney is a big part of the Mormon Church and the Mormon hedge fund. But yeah, he basically is responsible, you know, like the Toys R Us, Blockbuster, Sears, all this. Like, he designed this system. That's how he makes money. So the fact that the Mormon Church was involved in the GameStop play is a big red flag. That's these fucking like again. So like, you know, even that, like a Mormon Church hedge fund. You think that's trustworthy? You think I trust them? You think they're a good cause hedge fund doing good things? No. It's money. Cool. Well, it's nice seeing you, Edward. Actually, I do remember you on Twitter. And a few other guys, actually, yeah. I feel bad now with the Average Ape, because I feel like he was on Twitter a lot too, and I feel like maybe I exploded on him, because I thought he was somebody else, maybe. And I don't know, I get a little heated, and sometimes I sound angry when I'm just passionate, sometimes I'm angry when I shouldn't be. The new borrow and conquer economy was morally sanctified but almost religious faith and grossly euphemistic concept of creative destruction, and amounted to total abdication of collective responsibility by America's rich, whose new thing was making assloads of money in ever shorter campaigns of economic conquest, sending the proceeds offshore and shrugging it as the great towns of factories that their parents and grandparents built were shuttered and boarded up, crushed by true prairie of fire debt. Whoever wrote this great writer. Yeah, Mitt Romney, Bain, it's a big part of what we're fighting here. And this was a long time ago. A long time ago. Republican, hardcore Republican. I mean, old school, fiscal Republican. Republicans have denounced Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney is as Republican as it gets. He's traditional hardcore Republican. So further... just a further example of how the Republican Party, he's a Republican, he's partyless, he has no party. There is no Republican Party anymore. They're fascists. They're fascists now. It's the fascist party. But, which, I mean, that says a lot. So, like, Romney, he's a Republican, he's doing all this bullshit, and it's worse than him now. So that's where we're at. Nope. Oh, Rolling Stone. Yeah, that was great. Great writing. Non-executive board transformation. I don't remember this one. External entities gather additional information, gauge potential partnerships, compile a map, external crypto companies focused on data, research, clearing and settlement, lending, and trading technology. Yep. Portofino, that's right. We saw that. Portofino was founded by two former Citadel security leaders. Ken hates this shit. Ken hates when people leave to do their own thing. Digital assets, Mr. Pryor. a spokesman for Citadel Securities said that via email when he left the firm. Oh, yeah, okay, this is it. So Mr. Prower worked at Citadel Securities, left to get into digital assets, and then Citadel Securities, I think, tried to sue him for violating his agreement, which means when Ken Griffin lied to everybody and said that he thought crypto was evil, he had actually already been deep in. I mean, let's be honest. He's been trading crypto since the beginning. So this was the proof actually that I needed to show that Ken Griffin lied about not being involved in crypto, because I don't think he wants authorities to know that he was involved in crypto during the meme stock event. And what this proves is that Citadel Securities was in fact involved with digital assets during that time, because they sued Mr. Prower for trying to do the same thing after he left. So that's why I saved this, because this is proof that Ken Griffin lied about being involved with digital assets during the meme stock event. He tried to play that he had nothing to do with crypto, but before then. What's this? Oh, Rule 606. Hopefully that starts getting cooler. Who's Cootin? Oh yeah. Dash? Bank of America and Dash. And who uses Microsoft Edge? Okay. So, I don't remember what that one was. What was the date on this? During market hours, clearing firms and trading halls. Why did I save this? When the price of shares in company become... New York Stock Exchange trading halls because of extraordinary number of orders. These are the only known trading halts to impact hatch investors, everyday investors, through limiting the ability to order. We've been in regular contact with our broker Drive Wealth and expect that any halts to orders on hatch will stem from the markets or clearing firms. Massive increase worldwide share, widespread outages, delays for most investing platforms, including hatch. Delays processing, delays canceling, automatic canceling. Fail. Why did I save this? Drive Wealth and Hatch. Oh. Yeah, so like what is Hatch? It's a digital finance, so they didn't halt because it's digital. So it's digital assets. That's why I saved it. So that was evidence that Hatch, all the brokers were halting, but Hatch didn't need to because it was crypto, it was counterfeit stock. It wasn't even real. So of course they didn't. It's funny that they're even pretending to be a real. So this is why they didn't have to halt, because they're digital. They had an endless supply. Far out. And then wasn't there another company? Might be worth checking them out. Drive Wealth and Axos. Yeah, right? Because Axos. Anyway, kind of lolling here. Oh yeah. So whenever I see this word in finance, it's a red flag. That means he's crypto maxi. Drive Wealth, champion retail. Okay, so this is it. Drive Wealth. So he's trying to say that he's like on our side, right? Retail, buy the stock and put their money, but he wasn't selling a stock, was he? He was selling tokenized assets. It's a paradigm shift that's here to stay, needs to be adjusted. Constantly following your structure power drive. So January 29th, 2021, he didn't have to halt because he wasn't real. He was tokenized. It was endless supply. Far out. Okay. Still didn't finish my list. Oh yeah, Peter Thiel's been deep in these early on. This was spicy with Binance, right? Yep. Binance transferred 400 million to Silvergate. To Merit Pink. Controlled by, so somebody just got paid off. Prime Trust. Sounds super familiar. Like Citadel or Virtue. Custodian. Kraken. On-ramps wallet, ATS. Oof. Yep, so Binance Silvergate. Everybody's moving from Silvergate to Signet. Wormhole incident report. A signature verification vulnerability. Ether on wrapped. Notice that wrapped Ether on Solana. So this is an attack they can do on our stock, on our tokens. This exact attack. And I have suspicion that Jump Trading did this internally to test their own technology. Ether deposits on the Ethereum side of the portal bridge. The attacker then bridged 93 of these tokens. So they just created counterfeit tokens. They were not backed by Ether deposits on the Ethereum side. The attacker then bridged 93 of these tokens to Ethereum. So if you have tokenized assets connected to our Fedwire, you can bridge them into our stock market and cash out. And this could have been them testing that. This could have been Jump or one of them testing that theory. Jump Crypto immediately recapitalized the loss. They paid for it right away. And then I think like months later, they somehow magically got the money back. Because they hacked the account somehow, which shouldn't be possible on crypto, but they did it. So, highly suspicious. Highly suspicious. Oh, where'd you see Peng Zhao? Where was that? Where did I have him? Was that this? Merit Peak, a firm controlled by... You're saying that's Citadel? CEO of Citadel Securities? CZ? That's what CZ is? No, that's Binance. That's the Binance guy. CZ. Yeah. I mean, he might as well be Citadel. No, that's Binance guy. MicroStrategy, isn't that one that's like heavily shorted? I mean, I feel like this one's super volatile. No, that's CZ. That's Binance. That is Binance. But that's what this article is about. So Binance, his company, directed $400 million to Silvergate, to his personal company, his firm. So the CEO of Binance, she didn't understand the transfers. So it looked like, you know, even internally she didn't know, so it could be laundering. And then transferred again to Key Vision Development Limited, which also has CZ as a director. So Key Vision Development was part of that. February 17th. Oh, so he was probably trying to bail Silvergate out. Now maybe we should read this. That doesn't make sense. This final clip by U.S. banking partner while rival exchanges wonder what Binance cares about. Banking partner referenced his signature. So they lost signature and they lost Silvergate. So who do they have now? B&B? Oh, Deltic Bank in the Bahamas on iFinX. The parent company of both Tether and dodgy Bitfinex. Ooh. Binance just got sketchier. They also handled much of FTX Alameda's banking needs before their. Oof. So it's the Deltic Bank and Trust. They're next. So, time to check them out, huh? Deltic Bank and Trust. Private and corporate banking, there you go. Gene Chaplin. Chalapin? Oof. Why does he look familiar? French executive producer. It's probably not him. Here it is. Nah, it is. Ouch. He took on Binance. Oof. I'm gonna say those shoes are a little too small for Binance. Okay. So Binance is probably gonna go soon, as they should. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't. I thought Binance was gonna go a month ago. They got real close. Real close. I'm pretty sure there's crime involved. I don't know how they got money, honestly. I don't think anybody does. $1 million, whoa. Yep. Yeah, that's most of it. We did it. Good job. This video's forever. Insanity. Okay. That's it. We're out. Oh, Peng Zhao? Wait, did I miss that? Seriously? Was that in the article? Shit, now I lost it. I guess, let me see. This would be... Changpeng Zhao is the author. Oh, right. Binance, Catherine Collet. Changpeng. Yeah, that's Binance. Moonstone Bank. Well, yeah, I mean, there's January 21st. The Enduring Mystery. Ooh, the Washington State. Oh, isn't that just that shack field or whatever? Isn't that the Moonstone? Right? It's just like a fucking building. Deltic Bank. There's Deltic Bank. Documents produced by John Ray, FTX Trading Chief. Disclosed just one account. See? They're showing that there were 17 accounts, and John Ray's saying there's only one. It's just so fucking questionable around John Ray and Sullivan. So fucking questionable. Too many red flags, and I am gonna flip on the other side of the coin for that. I'm just gonna say I don't know, man. That's a hard one. I love giving people the benefit of the doubt, but I'm having a real hard time with John Ray and Sullivan. I can't because of Sullivan. I can't because of Sullivan. So they fucked themselves. The reason why you can't have conflicts of interest like that in a case is because you have these conflicts like this. So now we can't trust John Ray because he was appointed by Sullivan. And that's why we can't have, that's why they're not supposed to have these conflicts. So the judge fucked up. The judge is a serious fuck up. He introduced conflicts into this case, and the problem with that is now you have to, it introduces questions in everything. You can't, if you don't trust Sullivan, how the fuck are we supposed to trust John Ray? Or FTX? Or any of the shit they provide going forward. And that's a major issue when you're dealing with a case like this in finance and fraud and crime and manipulation. So this judge, I'm going to say he's not that stupid. I'm going to say he's compromised, actually. Straight up. Or he lost a lot of money in crypto, which means he's compromised. Okay. Right? It's just this thing. That's it. Ridiculous. I knew a guy. Here's a tip. Here's a good one. I knew a guy, he opened banks. And that was his thing. Right? So check this out. He would open... No, I won't tell this tip. It's too much, actually. Anyway. I feel like this one's important. I can't stop, right? Credit Suisse, M. Klein Co. build new CS First Boston Investment Bank. I feel like maybe that's a bad bank. It's a boutique. May 11th. Okay. Help move assets across chains, but why they matter to the crypto ecosystem? Yep. One by their underlying asset, which is stored in a digital vault. Well, whatever, I'm just going to share it, but I'm not going to read it. I'm done. There's probably something in there. Especially because, you know, we found all of our wrapped assets. Number of hacks. Ethereum, Vitalik wrote January. Pessimistic about cross-chain applications. So even Vitalik is pessimistic about cross-chain applications because of all these hacks. I mean, there's no way to do a secure cross-blockchain. Bridge hub. Central bridge that all other blockchains bridge to. Darwinia, cross-chain bridge hub being built on substrate. Yep. So, bridges are a major security vulnerability. Not only security vulnerability, but criminal perk. So, it's a criminal perk and a security vulnerability. That means it's a criminal product. Okay, cool. Enough catching bad guys. Shit. Cheers, apes. Till the next unreasonably long one. I believe it. I believe it.